Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Seated. First item in order of papers, member statements. Called Declan McAleer.
Thank you. I would like to take this opportunity to speak about the incredible work of the Spirit of Paul McGeer charity and the most recent mission to Lusaka, Zambia, whereby 4 young students from the Demagork College in Carrickmore went out there for 12 days along with Clena and Anthony and gave their energy and hearts to help others. Paul McGeer was a young Tyrone footballer who tragically died in 1997, and in death, through the dedication of his family and the work of the Spirit of Paul McGeer, Paul's legacy has continued to live on in the most meaningful way. The charity is Tyrone-based, founded in 2007 in Paul's memory. It works in close partnership with deprived communities in Lusaka and Zambia to design, fund and build and construct safe spaces that enable people to realise their potential. Over the years, this has included the construction and maintenance of schools for children with special educational needs, a preschool for orphan children, primary and secondary schools, and essential maternity and health facilities. My daughter Raina was part of this most recent group, which returned home on Sunday after spending 12 days in Zambia with the charity. Through a partnership between Anna Moore and the Dean McGurk students, the focus of their mission was a roof repair project at a rural maternity and health centre. The existing roof was leaking rainwater into the treatment rooms, threatening both the structure itself and the continuity of care for women and newborn babies. Repairing the roof was critical to ensuring that the centre remained safe, weather resilient and fit for purpose. In preparation for their mission, the girls led a very successful fundraising campaign here through activities like a 12-hour handball marathon, a coffee morning and a sponsored cold water plunge into the freezing waters of Loch Macrory on New Year's morning. At its heart, this mission reflects a simple but powerful belief that safe, sustainable buildings can help protect families and support livelihoods. Every project undertaken by the Spirit of Paul McGirr charity reflects that belief, building bridges between communities and empowering young people, families and volunteers to be part of lasting change. Thank you.
Keith Buchanan.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to address an issue that is central to public confidence, community safety and the long-term stability of policing in Northern Ireland, the urgent need to restore and strengthen police recruitment and the collective responsibility that we all have. As a member of the Policing Board and at many Policing Board meetings, concerns are raised about the decline in officer numbers and the pressure this is placing on the PSNI. These concerns reflect what communities across Northern Ireland already know: our police service is being stretched beyond what is sustainable. We want to build a society where people feel safe in their homes, confident in their communities and supported by a visible, responsive and representative police service. Every section of society and every political representative in this chamber has a responsibility to encourage and support recruitment into the PSNI. We cannot call for better policing while failing to promote policing as a respected, viable and valued career. We cannot demand improved response times, greater neighbourhood visibility or enhanced community engagement if we are not prepared to champion the very people who deliver these services. The deadline for recruitment passed last Wednesday. In past recruitment campaigns, including my own constituency of Mid Ulster, applications remain lower than average. That should concern every one of us. If we want a police service that is representative, resilient and rooted in the communities it serves, then those communities must feel encouraged and supported to step forward. Let me be absolutely clear: the encouragement cannot be left solely to local officers or neighbourhood policing teams. They already carry enough on their shoulders. This responsibility belongs to us all: community leaders, public representatives and political voices. Speaker, I have done my part. I have used social media, community forums and my public engagements to say openly and without hesitation that I support the PSNI and that I encourage young people in Mid Ulster and further afield to consider a career in policing. But I must ask, where are other political representatives, leadership across Northern Ireland? Where are their social media posts, their statements, their public encouragement? Where is their willingness to stand up and say clearly and confidently that policing is a noble profession and not the community should be part of it? Their voices is silent. Leaving the burden of recruitment promotion to local officers is certainly not leadership. If we want to see change, then we all must be prepared to stand up, speak out and actively promote policing as a valued and vital profession. If we want a safe, stable and confident Northern Ireland, then we must invest in the people who protect it. That means predictable long-term recruitment. It means ensuring policing remains an attractive career, and it means every one of us using our voice and our platform to encourage something not all of us in this chamber do. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand this morning to make a statement on the response times of ambulances within South Down. At the first instance, I do want to pay my respect, the utmost respect and thanks to the ambulance service. These are highly trained men and women who answer the call to a whole ream of incidents across the country and very often coming across the most challenging and distressing of incidents. And the figures I'm going on to highlight do not bear reflection on their commitment to their work, but rather to the wider systemic issues facing our health service. But too often they are spending their time dealing with the challenges of handovers at hospitals rather than in the community responding to calls. The Northern Ireland Ambulance Service sets a target of responding to Category 1 call within the average of 8 minutes and responding 90% of calls within 15 minutes. These targets with regularity are being missed across South Down. Indeed, within the Mournes DEA, no calendar month recorded an average response time within the 15-minute target. Slieve Croob had only 1 month with which an average response time was within the 15 minutes. And while the Mournes and Slieve Croob by their nature are very rural, even within Downpatrick DEA, in which the county town lies, only 2 months in which the response times were within the 15-minute target. And one of those months, the time was 14 minutes and 59 seconds. Crotleave had 7 months in which the average response time was over the 15-minute target. And these are just the average response times to Category 1 calls. The maximum response times are extremely worrying. A response time of 4 hours and 38 minutes is recorded in Slieve Croob. In the Mournes, there were 4 months in which response times of over 1 hour is recorded, and 2 of these, of the 4, one was 2 hours and 34 minutes and one was 3 hours and 15 minutes. Mr. Speaker, a Category 1 call is defined as a life-threatening condition, cardiac arrest, severe bleeding, unconsciousness, convulsions and fitting, amongst others. When these are taken into consideration, the waiting times are extremely concerning, not just for the casualty, but also for those that are generally attending them. As so often the case, where there's an issue with the statutory sector, the voluntary and community sector often step in. In this regard, I mention must also go to some of the agencies such as Slieve Croob First Responders, Mourne Mountain Rescue Team and the RNLI, who very often attend to a casualty if the ambulance service cannot. Mr. Speaker, we need to increase the workforce capacity within Northern Ireland Ambulance Service. The ambulance handover protocol needs to be finalised for Northern Ireland, improve measures to ensure a better flow of patients throughout A&E and out of our hospitals, and improved capacity within our communities and care system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I want to do a statement about Victor Hamilton, and I do so with the permission of his family. Victor Hamilton was originally from Carrickfergus, but in 2022 he was murdered in Ballymena. 4 people were involved in his murder. 3 of them were foreign nationals. The chief suspect in that murder escaped justice back to Portugal. A second man was given 6 years for manslaughter, 3 behind bars and 3 unlicensed, but because he was behind bars for 3 years, he should have been deported. He was not, and is now back out in the community. And the other foreign national was given 2 years for withholding information. Because of time served, however, after 1 year sentence, which should have been behind bars, he was released, and he should have been deported, but yet again he was allowed back out and is back out in society. Again, we failed the family in regards to this. A bit of good news, however, is that the individual who escaped to Portugal has now been arrested and faces deportation. How does the family know this? Because they read it in a newspaper. Read it in a newspaper. No victim's care whatsoever. Nobody went to him and said, this is what is happening with your family. Nobody went to them and saying, this is what is happening to the individual who got 6 years behind bars. This is what is happening to the individual who got 2 years and should have been deported but was not. Nobody has been to the family whatsoever. And I have long called for changes to the Victims Information Scheme, and I will continue to do so because it's letting people down. Read it in a newspaper. It's absolutely scandalous the way we treat victims of crime and their family. And this is not a one-off. This is another male who is largely forgotten, not spoken about in this chamber or anywhere else. And he joins the likes of Jim McFadden and his family who were let down by the system. Or Michael and Marjorie Caudry, whose family were let down as well. We really need to deal with how we look after victims of crime here in Northern Ireland, and right now we're not. So what's this statement about? Is this statement about foreign nationals not receiving the full weight of our criminal justice system, or is it about victims' care? Well, it's about both, because you can't have one without the other. The criminal justice system is there for a reason. It should act for a reason. Deportation is the responsibility of the Home Office. We know that. But it's our criminal justice system which must trigger that. And secondly, victims deserve to be treated with care, not read about somebody who may have murdered their loved one being arrested in the newspaper. But that's what's happening at this moment in time. It's failing, we're failing, and we need to deal with it.
It is an honour for me to speak today in celebration of a hugely significant milestone, the 30th anniversary of AWARE, an organisation that has played a crucial role in improving mental health awareness and understanding and in providing support, education and hope across the North. 30 years ago, the landscape around mental health looked very different. Conversations about depression, anxiety and bipolar disorder were avoided, and people who were suffering faced stigma, isolation and a lack of support. In 1996, at a time when services were underdeveloped and public understanding was limited, a small group gathered in a living room in Derry with a shared determination to help and support those living with mental illness. From that conversation grew an organisation built on a simple but powerful purpose: that no one should have to face mental ill health alone. From humble beginnings, AWARE was established as a charity grounded in lived experience, peer support and in hope. Over the past 3 decades, AWARE has grown to host 24 weekly volunteer-led support groups alongside educational and early intervention programmes that now reach thousands of people every year. It is impossible to mark this anniversary without paying tribute to the volunteers who are at the heart of AWARE. Individuals who give their time in evenings and at weekends, who listen without judgment, and who create safe spaces for people at some of the most difficult moments in their lives. Many bring their own lived experience. The fuel for their fire is often their own personal challenges that they have overcome, that enables them to be compassionate, to be empathetic, to be supportive, and to be bringers of light for others. I also wish to acknowledge the staff, the trustees, supporters and partners who have ensured that AWARE has continued to grow and respond to changing needs, particularly in recent years when demand for mental health support has increased significantly. Their work has helped ensure that mental health remains not just a health issue, but a societal priority. While progress has been made, challenges remain in ensuring timely access to services and in continuing to break down the stigma. Organisations such as AWARE are essential partners in that journey, strengthening communities through prevention, education, support and providing a lifeline, a lighted path in a safe and welcoming non-clinical environment. So today I place on record my sincere thanks, and that of my party, and I'm sure of every member in this House, to everyone who has contributed to AWARE's journey, its volunteers, its staff and all those who have had the courage to seek help and in doing so have helped others to do the same.
Alan Robinson.
Speaker, the magic of the cup, how many times have I heard that on football over the years? Well, that certainly was true at Korean Showgrounds on Friday evening when Limavady United defeated the current Premiership champions Linfield Football Club 1-0 to progress to the quarter-finals of the Irish Cup. I have watched Limavady play on several occasions in the Player Fit Championship this season, and going into the game I had a quiet confidence that they would give Linfield a serious contest, and that they did. I watched Limavady do similar last year when they knocked out the league champions Larne in the 5th round, winning again by a single goal. Linfield have won the Irish Cup a record 44 times, whereas Limavady never have, which makes this one all the more stunning, and one that I want to offer congratulations from this House to the Limavady team, their manager, backroom team and the Limavady board, who've invested really well in recent seasons. This now sets them up against their neighbours Coleraine, only 13 miles apart, in what will be a mouth-watering game that will draw out a large crowd from both towns. Mr. Speaker, I am what they call a crossbreed. I have a Limavady-born father, a Coleraine-born mum. I was schooled in Limavady, but lived in Coleraine for decades, I have a Korean-born wife, but I have an office in Limavady. My late grandfather took me to my first Korean match as a boy. I have a great affinity to both towns. I could go on and on. Given my ties to both towns and two teams that I watch and want to see do well, I find myself saying this: may the best team on the night win. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Nigel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's Internet Safety Day today, and the risk that children and young people face online is something I think about every day. And the latest research from the Cyber Safe Kids in the Republic of Ireland shows how children are navigating digital platforms with limited safeguards, limited parental oversight, and limited privacy protections. And I think that these findings sit within a wider societal reality. And the one thing I keep thinking, every day there's more news about the Epstein files, and there's more kind of discussion of the abuse and the salaciousness and this really awful, dark content. And it's such a reminder that when power goes unchecked and when children are not protected, then the darkest side of humanity really flourishes. And history has taught us time and time again that abuse is enabled by silence and environments where those with influence go unchecked, and also by deference. And what really worries me is that while it's good we're having these conversations and it's coming out more into the open about child abuse that has been happening, at the same time what's happening online is the monetization of it, so it's increasing. And there are certain things we can do. My party leader is doing what she can around deepfakes. I'm planning to bring forward an amendment to ban the notification apps. But we have to do so much more, and what we have to do is as a society, and that means empowering families. It means having these conversations, these difficult conversations about the reality of power, the reality of child abuse that exists, strengthening digital literacy, and promoting the tools that already exist to keep children safe. And there are two things that I want to highlight today that I actually wasn't aware of. And the first is there's a really important tool that every parent, every teacher, every youth worker, every politician needs to know about. And it's a tool that Childline and the Internet Watch Foundation have created, which is called the Report Remove tool. And it allows any child or young person to request the secure removal of an online image of themselves that they are worried about or didn't consent to. This is a really practical, accessible safeguard that every parent, as I said, and teacher and youth worker should be aware of. And then the second thing I want to talk about is I'm conscious that we talk about historical clerical abuse, and we are now looking at what's happening now, but I'm so conscious there are so many people who were maybe abused as children and are living in silence now. And I want to say to them that there is a charity that is victims-led called the National Association for People Abused in Childhood, because so much of the issue is the silence that people live with, and then coming forward and talking about what they experienced and not being treated the way they should. And there is a charity there to help those people. So Safer Internet Day is more than just a reminder about screens and apps. It's a reminder of our collective duty to challenge the systems that in place that put children at risk.
David Brooks. Speaker, today I want to recognise and welcome the establishment of a controlled schools unit within the Education Authority, because at its heart this is about equality for our controlled schools, and we should be honest about that. Controlled schools educate almost half of all pupils in Northern Ireland. They are the largest sector in our system, yet for years they have been the least coherently supported. It's not a claim made lightly, but it is the clear finding of the independent review of education and the lived experience of many of our controlled school leaders on the ground. The review could not have been clearer. The current system is failing our controlled schools, and the Education Authority, spread across every sector, has been unable to give them the focused and consistent support they need. It's not a criticism of EA staff, it's a criticism of the structure that asks one body to be everything to everyone and succeeds for some sectors better than others. The new unit is a direct response to that inequality. It is a modest but practical proposal and a dedicated unit within the EA to provide tailored support, clear accountability and strategic focus for our controlled schools. No more being an afterthought, no more being treated as the default sector that can simply be asked to make do. I struggle, Mr Speaker, to understand the opposition to this policy. Critics on the Sinn Féin and Alliance benches hide behind the review's aspiration for a single managing authority, but they know that this is making the perfect a certain enemy of the good. They know the chances of that in the short to medium term are slim to none, yet they are happy that the control system will live with inequality in the meantime. So let us be frank, if any other sector were in this position, if Catholic maintained schools, Irish medium schools or integrated schools were shown by independent evidence to be systematically undersupported, this Assembly would not hesitate to act. No one would tell them to wait. No one would suggest that equality could be deferred for the sake of administrative neatness. Yet when it comes to controlled schools, some suddenly argue that targeted support is unnecessary, inconvenient or even unfair. That position is not neutral, not technical. It's a choice, and it's a choice to tolerate inequality in the largest sector within our education system in a way that it would not be tolerated elsewhere. This unit does not take support away from anyone. It does not undermine collaboration. It simply recognises the reality that equity sometimes requires different structures, not identical ones. The Minister's approach is staged and sensible. It offers immediate improvement through this unit while preparing the ground for a future managing authority. It puts children and school leaders first, rather than asking them to wait years for perfection. Opposing this proposal is not about protecting the system. It is about defending a status quo that has already been judged to be failing our controlled schools. If we're serious about fairness, consistency and equal respect across our education system, then we cannot ask controlled schools to accept the level of support that no other sector would be asked to accept.
Well, Mr Speaker, in answer to my question yesterday, the Health Minister confirmed that he will not be legislating to provide a statutory basis for the support provided to our young people with SEN and with disabilities when they leave school in this mandate. His answer was direct and honest, but came as a hugely disappointing news to parents across Northern Ireland, desperately hoping for change in this mandate. Campaigners like Alma White, who has spearheaded the Caleb's Cause campaign since these institutions returned, and who has done so much to raise awareness of the cliff edge facing our young people with additional needs when they leave school, they will be understandably devastated by the news yesterday. I know their campaign will continue and that Alma and parents like her will keep fighting for legislation to ensure our young people continue to receive services and support that meet their needs when they leave school. But I would urge the Health Minister to look again at what can be done in this mandate. We all know the challenges in his department and they are well understood and should not be minimised. However, work needs to be done to address this issue now. And we should not forget, this is a programme for government commitment, and I quote, "The Department of Education will work with the Department for the Economy, the Department of Health and others, including the voluntary and community sector, to improve pathways to appropriate opportunities and, crucially, improve protections for young people with special educational needs when they leave school." The work done so far to deliver this has not been enough. It has tinkered and it has largely been warm words, not tangible action. And I have asked many questions to the First and Deputy First Minister to establish what they are doing to ensure that there is focus and commitment in all the relevant departments to deliver on this promise to improve protections for young people with SEN when they leave school. So far, I can identify no clear ambition on their part to take a hold of this issue and ensure that the coordination needed across departments is happening. We need to see leadership from them on this issue. Our young people need a plan. Time was against us on so many issues due to the irresponsible collapse of our institutions that lost us 2 years of this mandate, 2 years when the big issues in Northern Ireland were left with no interventions. But in the time we have left, all steps necessary must be taken. Can there not even be a commitment for the legislation to at least be drafted, ready to land on the desk of the next Health Minister? To simply kick this into the next mandate with no work delivered now would be to profoundly let parents down and let young people down who have campaigned so hard for change, and we must not let this happen.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Now that the Nationalist and Republican Alliance sanction to exclude me from this chamber has been served, I want to take this opportunity to put on record a number of things about Breathegate. First, I want the House to know that when the First Minister of No Alternative appeared before the Executive Office Committee last Wednesday, I again covered a number of the same questions which the Chairperson and our mates in Sinn Féin and the SDLP took great exception to and silenced me from these benches for. To be crystal clear, it was never out of scope to ask questions at the Executive Office Committee on behalf of victims about the sexual abuse they suffered at the hands of IRA men. For as long as Sinn Féin jointly heads that department, it will never be out of scope of the committee whose flagship is ending violence against women and girls. Scrutiny doesn't suddenly become misconduct simply because it makes a few in this chamber feel uncomfortable. Secondly, I want to turn to the public reaction to last Monday's vote. On the 12th of June last year, I wrote to the Committee for Standards stating, should the committee agree with the report and publish the same, I look forward to being vindicated by the only body which really matters, public opinion. Looking at the response online and in print, any objective observer must recognise that those words have proved to be prophetic. The supporting emails, the many messages, the phone calls, and well over 1,000 new followers on Facebook within the last 7 days shows me who the public support on this issue. More concerningly, the truth about what lies behind the continued refusal to release the contemporaneous note has not yet fully emerged. A step forward towards that truth would be the publication of the note taken during the private meeting between the First Minister and the committee chair, a meeting for which the TEO committee has no independent record, a meeting where the only minute produced was by the First Minister's own office, and a meeting whose note remains withheld from the public to this day. I welcome the fact that the Ulster Unionist Party have now called for the note to be published, and I asked a simple question. Will the Alliance Party and the SDLP follow them? If members have confidence in the standards process and confidence in the vote taken last week, then transparency should not frighten them.
Speaker, and I rise today with regret to lament the loss of McKillen's department store in Church Street, Ballymena, straight after the loss of Wise Buys, another family-run business in the heart of the town of Ballymena. This is serious times, Mr. Speaker, and I feel such a sense of shock, but also of gratitude to the family of the McKillens for serving the people of Ballymena for so long. Not only the town of Ballymena, but the hinterland and wider County Antrim people, but also the staff, some of which I know have worked in McKillens all their working life. And it will be such a blow to that family-run business that those people, those loyal staff members, have now or lose their jobs in the heart of a town in which they love so much. And I do think that this place, this Assembly, but more so this Executive, needs to take a good look at the cost of doing business, especially in the retail world. And I will say that I warned way back in 2020-21 about the damage that lockdown philosophy would do to our businesses and our employment. And alas, it has now come true. Lockdown philosophy caused inflation. It caused prices to go up, stock to go up. It also meant that people shopped online more because they couldn't get out to the shops. And people were paid 80% of their wages for doing nothing at home. And so there is a price to pay. And unfortunately, the Ballymena folk and the McKillen's store and Wise Buys have had to pay it, along with all the staff that now have to look for other employment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next item of business is a motion from the opposition on a breach of the Ministerial Code of Conduct. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly notes that the recent investigation report by the Assembly Commissioner for Standards found that the Minister for Communities breached the Ministerial Code of Conduct, acknowledges that this is the second occasion on which the Minister has been found to be in breach of the Ministerial Code, believes that as a result of this repeated failure to uphold the standards expected of public office holders, the Minister no longer commands the confidence of this Assembly, agrees that his refusal to accept responsibility for his actions represents a wider crisis of accountability in the Executive and a deeper cultural problem in our politics, recognises that the current arrangements for ministerial accountability, standards enforcement and institutional safeguards are inadequate and in need of reform, endorses a programme of institutional reform co-facilitated by the UK and Irish governments to strengthen stability, improve accountability and restore public confidence in the institutions, and agrees that this Assembly will write to the UK Secretary of State for Northern Ireland and the Tánaiste outlining this position.
Thank you. I call Matthew O'Toole to move the motion on behalf of the opposition.
Moved.
The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are just over 2 years on from the restoration of these institutions, and it is fair to say that the public has not been overwhelmed by the performance of our restored executive. It is also true to say that part of that lack of trust is a sense that people who take office here, particularly those in ministerial office, feel themselves to be immune or insulated from accountability. But in those 2 years, there has been a step change, an improvement in accountability through the creation and establishment of an official opposition. We have consistently used our time constructively but robustly to put ministers on notice that accountability starts here. I see the Minister for Communities is already laughing, an indication of how seriously he takes the matters before the Assembly today. A man found twice in breach of the Ministerial Code. But, Mr. Speaker, as part of that role in opposition, we have consistently put ministers on notice that we will hold them to account, but we will also try to effect a broader improvement in our political culture and trust in politics in Northern Ireland. Because, Mr. Speaker, far beyond Northern Ireland, revelations in recent weeks have illustrated that there is a broad crisis in trust in politics here and around the democratic world. Nearly everywhere, levels of trust in politics and politicians are at dangerous lows. Some, perhaps much of this, derives from misinformation and outright disinformation stirred up online on social media by malign and ill-intentioned actors at home and abroad with the connivance of social media platforms who have no interest in defending healthy democracy and democratic structures. Some of this crisis is legitimately born out of deep and widespread frustration with growing inequality, wages simply not delivering a decent life for so many in our society, and a frustration that the political system hasn't or won't respond to that frustration. But there is also a real sense that too many politicians give the impression that they believe themselves to be above accountability. Now, we in Northern Ireland often act as if our very specific history and very specific set of institutions mean that we are insulated from broader changes in democratic attitudes, as if our divided society and communal voting patterns render objective accountability and standards processes trivial and secondary, and that has certainly been the response of the DUP in recent years. Now, elections are, of course, the ultimate form of accountability, but we are also, at least we should be, accountable between elections. This is particularly the case for ministers who have legal powers to spend public money and instruct public servants, which is why the contemptuous attitude of Minister Gordon Lyons to two separate findings of standards breaches of the Ministerial Code is so disappointing and extraordinary. And it has to be said, it comes after the contemptuous response of his party colleague, Paul Givan, to a vote of no confidence in this chamber, brought under the relevant section of the Northern Ireland Act, following his indefensible use of official departmental resources in his visit to the occupied territories. Mr. Speaker, it is no exaggeration to say that in the top handful of issues with which my constituents have corresponded with me in my time in politics, those two separate breaches and public outrage, not just at the initial actions, but at the failure of those ministers even to express any self-awareness, let alone contrition, has been among, as I say, the most intense and overwhelming things that my constituents have communicated with me about, outraged. In June last year, at a time when migrants and vulnerable groups were in fear of their lives, Minister Lyons posted a notorious Facebook message in which he confirmed, this is important, I acknowledge he confirmed, he will say, no doubt in responses he has before, that it had been revealed elsewhere, but he confirmed that migrants had been moved to Larne Leisure Centre, which was a site at that point of growing protest. To repeat, this was at a time when migrant communities just up the road in Ballymena had been experiencing something approaching a pogrom. The Standards Commissioner felt that Minister Lyons, who was not only the local MLA for East Antrim, but the serving Housing Minister, had, quote, likely increased tensions and contributed to further unrest. A plain reading of the post, a plain reading, was not that the priority of the Minister was to strongly urge protesters to stay away from Larne Leisure Centre, but rather to distance himself and his party from knowledge of the location of the vulnerable people who had been rehoused. There was not one word of empathy or concern for the well-being of those families who had reason to fear for their safety, perhaps even their lives. So, no surprise that when the Standards Commissioner, no surprise then that the Standards Commissioner found the Minister to have been in breach of two different rules under the Ministerial Code. We know what Minister Lyons' response has been. Broadly speaking, I think it's fair to say contempt for the finding and dismissal of accountability, not entirely unlike his attitude in 2024 when he was found to have breached the code in relation to non-attendance at North-South Ministerial Council meetings. Of course, on this occasion, as with the no-confidence vote in Minister Given before Christmas, his party colleagues were able to nullify any accountability because the current rules gave the DUP, and indeed Sinn Féin, an effective veto on any kind of no-confidence vote or indeed a censure motion of any kind, unlike Mr Gaston, who is treated somewhat differently. I assume Mr Gaston will be outraged by the difference in treatment under the rules of him and ministers, because no sanction can be effected for a serving DUP minister. It is, of course, worth saying that in a healthy political culture, repeated breaches of the Ministerial Code would engage a sense of honour or shame. Sadly, not only has the Minister not resigned, the Minister has not seen fit to apologise or even utter one word of reflection or learning. And I genuinely think that lots of people would have viewed the Minister's reaction and his position differently had he at least acknowledged that things could have been done differently, or his words could have been used more appropriately. It's that failure to even acknowledge why others might have difficulty with his post that has infuriated so many. As I said, and this is the same minister who yesterday was calling other people petty for refusing to indulge the criminal authoritarian President Donald Trump. No wonder people say to me frequently, from all political backgrounds, you couldn't redden their necks. So, today, Mr Speaker, we're doing more than simply tabling a no-confidence motion under the Northern Ireland Act, because we know that the DUP would be able to nullify that. We are giving the Assembly an opportunity to register its condemnation of Minister Lyons' breach, to vote no confidence as a result of that, but also to take positive action going forward, because we know Minister Lyons is not, I can almost predict how he's going to respond, though I'll keep my fingers crossed. I want this Assembly to take positive action moving forward, because it is clear that our standard system is not fit for purpose and needs improved. I would assume Mr Gaston, who just a few moments ago was lambasting the standards system, would agree with that point. The outgoing Standards Commissioner herself has outlined a range of ways that the standard system could be improved, but this is part of a broader effort, Mr. Speaker, a broader effort of reform of our politics. Because one thing is clear for every single member of this chamber: the public has had enough of the way we do business, and we cannot go on like this. An executive which collapses at the drop of a hat, ministers who feel themselves to be immune from any kind of accountability, public services which are getting worse, not better, but a programme for government and an approach to government which simply treats the public with contempt when they ask for clear targets and delivery. We cannot go on like this. So collectively, as an Assembly today, we are asking not just for an improvement in standards processes, and there are specific proposals that we have around that, including changing the threshold for a veto of censure, but a broader programme of reform to make it harder to collapse the institutions, to ensure that we cannot have a vacuum in governance in this place that neither DUP or Sinn Féin can take advantage of, more broadly to improve that culture. To say to the British and Irish governments, we know we can't go on like this, we want to work with you to improve it and change it. We think that's doable and we think it's essential. A final word. I'm having laughs across the chamber from Mr Burrows, who has talked a lot in recent weeks about improvement in accountability. If the Ulster Unionist Party are serious about improving accountability, there is no reason at all they cannot vote for this motion. I won't because I don't have time, but I'll respond to him later in the debate. I'm happy to give way later on. He has talked a lot in broadcast outlets across Northern Ireland about the need to improve accountability. I agree with him. It starts now. Let's vote for this motion. Thank you.
Ceann Corlea, and I'd like to start by thanking the movers of the motion and to indicate that we will support the motion. I'm sure, Ceann Corlea, we all remember the disgraceful, hate-filled violence which erupted in towns and villages across the north last year. In Ballymena, a number of homes were shamefully attacked and the families were forced to flee the area, eventually finding shelter and safety in Larne Leisure Centre. The next day, Minister Lyons posted on Facebook complaining that neither he nor any of his East Antrim DUP colleagues had been consulted about the decision to bring those families to the leisure centre the night before. The Commissioner for Standards has ruled that Minister Lyons breached the code in two separate ways in his poorly judged Facebook post. One, by failing to demonstrate leadership in a sensitive and volatile situation, and two, by failing to operate in a way which was conducive to promoting good community relations and equality of treatment. At no point in his post did the Minister show any compassion or empathy for the victims of this hate-filled violence, nor did he use his platform to encourage the protesters to stay at home. To quote directly from the Commissioner's report in relation to Minister Lyons' message, it included no expression of empathy for those who had been harmed or forced to flee their homes. This was an omission that, whether intentional or not, carries real weight. Ministers are expected to lead with compassion, particularly in times of crisis. Demonstrating empathy is not a courtesy. It is a fundamental part of responsible leadership in moments of distress. The public looks to those in authority for reassurance and humanity. As a minister, his words carry significant weight. At a time when there was need for clear political leaders, the minister failed to show that leadership. In addition to failing to show empathy, the minister also appeared to criticise the decision by the Housing Executive to use the leisure centre in an attempt to distance himself from the decision and seemingly to deflect any anger from protesters away from himself and his party. To quote again from the Commissioner's report, by speaking as a minister, a local MLA and a party representative all at once, the post blurred the lines between public duty and party politics. This can make public statements appear politically motivated rather than focused on community welfare. Minister Lyons' blending of personal, political and official roles raises questions about the integrity of these actions. The minister put his own party political interests ahead of the public and what was expected of him as a minister. I won't. To add insult to injury, the minister has failed to show any regret or remorse for his actions and has instead attempted to deflect and evade responsibility by seeking to undermine the integrity of the office of the Commissioner for Standards and by painting himself as a victim of a political pile-on. In the aftermath of the minister's post relating to Larne Leisure Centre being used as a temporary refuge for those fleeing their homes last year, the Communities Committee voted no confidence in Minister Lyons. That position has been fully vindicated. As I have already said, we will support the motion and we will fully support institutional reform as we try to make our unusual political structures work better. Would the member give way? Yeah, go ahead.
Would the member agree with me that the economic consequences of Brexit and the underfunding of our public services are the major difficulties facing this Assembly and Executive? And while institutional reform is necessary, would he agree with me that constitutional reform and the ending of partition are absolutely essential? If we want to effectively address the fundamental issues of the fundamental problems of financial, political and constitutional issues that face these institutions.
I'm not sure what the intervention had to do with the actual debate, but it's done now, so Mr. Gilligan.
It's about reform. Well, and I do fully agree, that is actually the fundamental reform that's needed, so I fully agree with my party colleague. To be clear, Ceann Comhairle, the findings of the Commissioner is only the latest in a long line of poor decisions and failures by the Communities Minister. To date, he has failed with regards to development of an anti-poverty strategy, failed in delivering important social inclusion strategies, including gender and LGBTQ strategies, and failed to bring forward an Irish language strategy. Like those who were forced from their homes in Ballymena and seeking refuge in Larne Leisure Centre, it seems in the eye of the Minister these often marginalised people are invisible. But make no mistake, the public saw what Minister Lyons was doing with his social media post. And Ceann Comhairle, the public see what Minister Lyons continues to do by ignoring the needs of so many and often vulnerable sections of our community here in the north.
Pam Kelman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to oppose this motion and to place on record my support for the Minister of Communities, Gordon Lyons. Let me begin where there should be agreement across this House, Mr. Speaker. The scenes at Larne Leisure Centre on the night in question were unacceptable. Racism, intimidation or violence against anyone has no place in our society, and the Minister has been clear and consistent in condemning that behaviour from the outset. However, this motion is not about addressing racism. It's about political opportunism. At a time when people across Northern Ireland are struggling to access healthcare, when waiting lists continue to grow, when public services are under real strain, the official opposition has chosen to use valuable Assembly time on a motion they know will go nowhere. They know it will not remove a minister. They know it will not improve a single public service. So the question must be asked, why bring it forward at all?
Stop, please.
And the answer, we know, is because it's easier to attack than it is to deliver. The finding against the Minister does not relate to corruption, to misuse of office or dishonesty. It relates to an alleged failure to demonstrate a sufficient level of empathy in a social media post. That alone should concern the members across this chamber. Serious questions remain about the Commissioner's report, in particular the failure to properly consider whether the Minister was acting in his ministerial capacity at all. This was a constituency matter. Had that been correctly assessed, the complaint would never have been deemed admissible. The report also makes claims that the post may have heightened tensions, yet provides no evidence to support that assertion, no investigation, no factual assessment, just conjecture. If elected representatives can be sanctioned on the basis of subjective interpretation rather than evidence, we risk creating a chilling effect on the legitimate political speech and constituency representation. What makes this motion even more difficult to take seriously is the absolute hypocrisy. Some of the loudest voices lecturing this House about empathy have in the past attended the funerals of convicted terrorists or defended decades of violence as having no alternative. Mr. Speaker, the hypocrisy within this chamber is stark, but the public can see the double standards at play here. I will not, thank you. The latter part of this motion is equally troubling. It calls for the so-called institutional reform involving the Irish Government. And let me be clear, reform of these institutions is the responsibility of this Northern Ireland Assembly, not external actors. The appropriate forum for such discussion already exists through the Assembly and Executive Review Committee. Mr. Speaker, constantly running down these institutions does not restore public confidence. It undermines it. This motion is disproportionate, politically motivated and ultimately damaging to the credibility of this House. And for those reasons, Mr Speaker, I will be opposing it.
Samuel Holland.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I had a speech ready to talk about the lack of ability for us to hold ministers to account, but I have been asked to humanise. I received a text to be asked to humanise the crux of the context of this issue by those who were involved in the events in Ballymena. I have heard political opportunism, political point scoring and politically motivated mentioned in this chamber already. I can honestly, hand on heart, say there is not one bit of me that is politically motivated when I talk about this, because on the night of the Ballymena riots, I sat on the phone to people who were terrified. I received videos of children in attics. I received a text message that said, if they set fire to this house, Shan, the people in the attic will die. That's the reality of what we were facing on the Monday and Tuesday night. That's not politically motivated for me, and I don't think, and I would hope that most people in this chamber would know that there is nothing in what we did and what we tried to do around that time that was politically motivated, but that's the heart of this. 5 women, 4 men and 6 children who were aged between 1 and 14 years of age. Children who were vomiting on the floor of the police station once we were able to get them out of their house at 2 o'clock in the morning. And then a meeting set up to try and take them to wherever was going to be safe for them. Ballymena Leisure Centre was ruled out, it was too close. So Mid and East Antrim Council went to their nearest council provision, and that's where they were sent to. At 4 o'clock in the morning, that's where they were given shelter, with police offering the children yoghurts out of their own lunch boxes to try and sell them. That's the reality, that's the human element of this. So when I support this motion, this is not for me about a minister or a department. It is about the politics of empathy, the politics of compassion, and regardless of the intent, I don't think the intent of the minister, and I've talked to the minister about this, I don't think the intent was, I would hope that it wasn't to create any more tension. I really do. However, how it was read, how it was perceived by people, I think will be the lasting impact of this. And I use the words of a young Filipino man who I met on the Friday along with the ambassador to the Philippines for the UK, who said, does the Communities Minister not want us in our community? Because that's what it felt like. Again, that's not political opportunism, that's not me point scoring, but they are the words of someone who was deeply impacted by the events on the Monday and Tuesday and then the Wednesday in both Ballymena and Larne, and who are still feeling the impacts, who are still frightened to walk down the street because of the colour of their skin or because of the perceived nature. That still goes on, that's still reverberating through the town. Those people who are genuinely frightened that this would all happen all over again, that all it takes is a match to relight it again. And that's where the fear was on the Wednesday when that post went out. The fact that the minister said, I was not consulted, and I asked at the time, if the minister had been consulted, would there have been a different response? That wasn't brought forward. When accountability fails again and again, it exposes the current shape of our institutions, and yes, it was set up at a time when we were greatly divided. I think the overriding priority post-Good Friday Agreement was managing division, but I would hope that we have moved on as a society and as a chamber. But all too often in this place, compassion is misread for weakness or niceness or not being strong enough or get a thicker skin. Well, do you know what? There's plenty of us who don't want a thicker skin to be in politics, because people out there want the politics of empathy. They want to see their representatives who are in this chamber for their best interests. They want to see people care. And so often in this place, empathy is sacrificed for sound bites and playing to the crowd, and it has to stop because it does not serve anybody. So ultimately this debate is about whether our standards framework has practical authority or symbolic value alone. And a system that identifies failures but can't respond to them, for me, is not fair, is not consistent, and it does not provide and protect integrity. It all it does is expose its own vulnerability. So supporting this motion isn't about political achievement or political point scoring. It's not about punishment. It's about reaffirming the fact that we need a politics of empathy that is clear and compassionate and is unequivocal in coming out straight away and standing with those who are most impacted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This motion is wasteful self-indulgence by the opposition and reeks of double standards by those who support it. And it also does make the case for some reforms culturally, but not the sort that are being envisaged or for the same motive as Mr. O'Toole points out. Of course, this is wasteful when we have so many things to deal with in Northern Ireland. The Standards Commissioner costs £600 per day. It's why I wouldn't complain about being told to shut up on the radio, because frankly I'd rather that £600 a day is spent fixing potholes than litigating on words said. And it's wasteful because the pressing issues we have in Northern Ireland, and yes, the ministry that my colleague has in health, in justice, in infrastructure, right across the board, are huge, and we're spending more time debating this. If we're not dealing with non-binding motions, it seems we're dealing with litigating and arbitrating over words said or posts made. People in the real world will be wondering what on earth we're doing. And it reeks of double standards, and I'll come on to the conduct of Mr. Lyons in a moment. It reeks of double standards because Matthew O'Toole stood up and talked about accountability. In 2024, one of the senior members of the SDLP took part in an illegal parade through the middle of Londonderry. Willfully, knowingly, the SDLP took no disciplinary action whatsoever. That was a breach of the criminal law that was sent to court, and he has now accepted effectively a caution for that. No action was taken. I can see Mr. O'Toole doesn't want to look me in the eye. I'm not surprised. So we talk about standards breaking the law, then we'll turn to the Alliance Party, whose councillor, 2018, was drink driving. The reward to promote him, Mr. Patrick Brown, to MLA. Yeah, but he's still, since he was a councillor then, he was an MLA later. Sinn Féin. Well, we've seen Mr. Sheehan's conduct. This is the party that took part in the Bobby Story funeral that still says it is okay to murder people in the past and wants to litigate about a post. I'll come to the post in a second. Could the post, some might say, one of my colleagues said was clumsy? Could it have been drafted better? Did it leave something that some people went, what is the meaning of that? That is what something is for learning about after the incident. No one is here suggesting that the minister willfully tried to whip up any tension. But it was about, in the heat of a moment, in a difficult situation, looking at something and saying, could we collectively learn from how we communicate during a very difficult situation? That was the reasonable and proportionate thing to do. And the Standards Commissioner, whenever I read her reports, I'm deeply concerned. I did used to give expert evidence on reports. One, of course, that proved that Sinn Féin gave politically directed the former Chief Constable, who lost his job as a result. But there are really significant things about this report. First of all, conduct and misconduct is supposed to be looking at willful behaviour, dishonest behaviour, not innocent errors, if you call it an error. No, it won't give away. The second thing is it polices omissions, which is very difficult. Yes, we should be empathetic. But if every post is then interpreted that if you don't give factual information followed by empathy. So if I was tonight to say a road is closed in my constituency after a road traffic collision that was fatal, can I be policed for not saying, and I have empathy with the family affected? We're going down a very dangerous road. Confirmation bias is right throughout the Commissioner's report. She makes the classic error of saying X was said, and my interpretation of X is the following, but without giving objective supporting evidence. So, for example, she says the Minister, when he says he wasn't consulted about the decision, that is a criticism of not being consulted, or that the party wouldn't have went along with the decision that was made. There's no evidence for that. No, it won't give way. So we have a situation where a Standards Commissioner and subject, I think, at least to two pieces of legal advice since, to litigate a Facebook post that was sent at the request of the police. Now again we come back to, could it have been drafted better? Could it have been more precise? Is there any learning? I'm sure there is. But here's the reality. A lot worse has been done by those who are proposing the motion. And I note the Alliance Party now support reform of this place with a role for the Irish government, which even during the 1998 negotiations was a Strand 1 issue. And they're now going down the line of saying that that is now a Strand 2 issue, which reveals where their politics has drifted. There are many things for us to do in this place, and drive up high standards is one of them. But this is wasteful, it's self-indulgent, and it's unnecessary.
Call Paul Fruit.
Speaker, and I rise to oppose this motion because of what it is. It is absolutely nothing but political posturing. And I must say, this has been a very hypocritical session that we're having, and indeed continue to have. I, like Sean Mahon, was on the ground in that period, along with other representatives, elected representatives from most parties, and we seen the damage that was being done. We witnessed the violence that was being done, and we witnessed the pain and hurt and suffering that the victims received as they fled from their homes, and in many cases were concerned for their own safety and lives. And so I know what it was like over that period, and the pressurised period that it was. Very little sleep for most of the elected representatives were out on the ground. And so Gordon Lyons would have known that also. So when the PSNI contact his constituency office, one of his staff members, to tell them that they're really concerned about the intelligence about a riot, about a protest, about violence at the Larne Leisure Centre, I would expect Gordon Lyons to sit up and take notice and try and do all he can to prevent damage to life, to limb and to the built form. And that's exactly what Gordon Lyons did that day, when 2 hours later he put out the post, which was factual, to say that those people who had been sheltering the night before were no longer there, and so there would be no need to have a protest there at that focal point, because it was a leisure centre that was being occupied by people from Larne and the other areas that were utilising the facilities that Larne can offer. Now, what is wrong with that? He was acting as a local MLA for East Antrim. He even states it in his post. So the first issue that we need to deal with is, why then did the Commissioner decide to investigate him under the Ministerial Code? The question, a fundamental question here is, when is a minister acting in his professional capacity as a minister with regards to his office and his duties, and when is he acting as an MLA in his constituency office, helping his constituents, working for the people of East Antrim, working to provide the facilities to keep people safe, to work with the local police commander? Yes, I will. Yeah.
Would the member accept that it is also gross hypocrisy that the same Commissioner ruled that the Sinn Féin Ministerial team that attended Bobby Story's funeral did so in their capacity as what? MLAs, not ministers.
Exactly, and he makes a valid point. And that means that there's an inconsistency with this Commissioner around these issues. And that's why we do need reform of the standards process. And we need to ensure that ministers are afforded the same protection as MLAs, and they can be adjudicated by a panel of their peers, the same way as every single MLA can be here. And that's a loss, and that's a slight that we need to rectify, because what you have is a Commissioner who produces one person, no matter who that one person is, produces a deeply flawed report, and the only other place that that can be aired is in this chamber, a political arena. And that is wrong. That is unfair. It is not natural justice, and so I'll say so. And it is with complete hypocrisy that we hear people lining up to take a dig at Gordon Lyons for doing what the police had asked him to do, to try and calm people down, to try and put factual information out that there were nobody sheltering in that facility. Here we have a commissioner who believed Michelle O'Neill when she said she didn't see the sex offender in the Great Hall. She believed, but she didn't believe Gordon Lyons. We have Jerry Carroll, who was investigated as an MLA, who, whilst an MLA, stated victory to the Palestinian resistance with two clenched fists when? On the day of the Hamas attacks. She believed Jerry Carroll when Jerry Carroll says, "Oh, I just woke up, I was rubbing my eyes." The SDLP called for the sacking of nurses and healthcare workers in 2021 in complete breach of their human rights. And yet nothing is done. Their leader, the SDLP, breached the law when he walked down a street illegally and has accepted a caution for that. And then, of course, the only minister in this place who has been found guilty in a court of law for religious discrimination of a Protestant, for anyone for that matter, is Conor Murphy of Sinn Féin. So listen to the hypocrisy, and the people will know out there who's wasting time in this place when we should be fixing potholes or health service and everything else that goes with it.
Last June was a festival of wanton racist violence, with members of our ethnic minority community subject to what was a race-based pogrom on our streets. And I have to say, I take great exception to members who come to this chamber, including the leader of the Ulster Unionist Party, who said that this is effectively a trivial matter, that there are more important things that we should be getting on with. Tell that to the families who were hiding in their attic, fearful of being killed. Tell that to the pregnant mother who had to be removed from her home in the middle of the night. Tell that to the children in my constituency, Mr. Speaker, who were going into school and telling their teachers that their mummy and daddy were fearful that they would be killed when they went to bed that night. I am sick, sore and tired, Mr. Speaker, of members traipsing into this chamber and engaging in culture wars and scapegoating minorities for their failures, including the Communities Minister, who in the run-up to that festival of violence, when asked a question by me about the housing crisis, blamed migrants. So fearful of taking responsibility for the housing targets he had missed, so fearful of taking responsibility for the rent controls and regulation which he has not introduced. And our ethnic minority communities, all of our minority communities, deserve better. And when community tensions were at such a febrile level and at such fever pitch, and when families were displaced from their homes, the Minister's response was not to put his arm around those families, to work to get them appropriate accommodation as Housing Minister, to call on protesters not to attend protests, which we all knew would inevitably turn violent. No, far from it. His response was to distance himself and his party from the decision to place those people in that accommodation. His response was to amplify the location of that temporary accommodation, knowing the risks. And his response since has been nothing more than arrogance and contempt, blaming the Standards Commissioner, blaming the police, blaming the politicians who dare to call him to order or to question his motives. It is disgraceful and it is shameful. If the public are to have any trust and confidence in these institutions, we must show that there is integrity in this building. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I don't see much integrity around me in this chamber. What we see is dizzying levels of hypocrisy, dizzying levels of whataboutery, and no culture of accountability, no humility, or no preparedness to admit that you got it wrong. And the people that we represent deserve so much better than what goes on in this Toy Town Parliament. It is disgraceful. And, Mr. Speaker, there are solutions, and that's why we will be supporting the motion today. I believe in moving towards a culture of accountability, showing the public that when there are breaches of the rules, there are consequences, and that ministers will be held to account, rather than this circus of sectarian vetoes and mechanisms within this Assembly being used to protect party political interests and to shield people from accountability. It was said that this was a comment made in the heat of the moment. Well, the test of leadership is how you respond in the heat of the moment, how you respond when you're under pressure, and the Minister has utterly failed that test. The standards process that we have at the moment is a race to the bottom. It's a lowest common denominator approach, where ministers are held only to the standards that their leader can muster. And, Mr. Speaker, history tells us that the bar is pretty low for the DUP in that respect. So we will support the motion, and I would ask the Minister again to take the opportunity, even if he is not going to resign, even if he is going to treat members in this Assembly holding him to account with utter contempt, to at least apologise to those families who were so heavily affected by his failure to stand up and show leadership. It's the least those people deserve, Minister.
Maurice Bradley. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I say anything, can I welcome the Northampton representative back to his proper place? Mr. Speaker, let me be absolutely clear. This motion is not just flawed, it is selective, and that selectivity matters. Because when it comes to standards in this House, some parties appear to be judged on what they did and others on how someone might feel about what they said. During COVID, Sinn Féin breaches were ignored, latitude granted, ministers were represented attending large funerals, appeared at mass gatherings, participated in events that plainly breached public health regulations. Those were objective facts. Yet those cases were examined. The Commissioner focused on capacity and context. Party political settings were treated as non-ministerial, and ministers were given latitude for uncertainty, evolving guidance and judgment calls. No one was found in breach because the public might have lost confidence, or a photograph or video clip could have sent the wrong signal, or someone felt that the tone was inadequate. Evidence mattered, but was glossed over. In Mr. Lyon's case, evidence disappears, perception takes over. And now suddenly the test has changed. Here, a DUP minister issues a statement condemning violence, acknowledges lawful protest, and does so following a contact from the PSNI. Instead of asking what rules were broken, what evidence proves harm, we are told someone could reasonably conclude tensions may have been heightened, there may have been a risk. Mr. Speaker, that is not standards regime, that is a woke vibes test. Different rules for different parties, and let's be honest about what the public sees. Sinn Féin ministers break COVID rules, explanations accepted, mitigation applied, no invented standards. A DUP minister issues a lawful statement, hindsight applied, empathy graded and a breach found. That is not consistency, that is imbalance. And it gives the unavoidable impression that when Sinn Féin ministers act improperly, the bar is high. But when a unionist minister speaks imperfectly, the bar is suddenly very low. I asked this House when Sinn Féin ministers attended COVID-breaching events, were they assessed on emotional tone? Were they disciplined for not expressing sufficient remorse or empathy? Were they judged on compassion rather than compliance? No, they were judged on rules and evidence. Now we have a new elastic standard that applies only when convenient. The chilling effect, and let me be clear on one point, neither Minister Lyons nor any DUP minister will take lectures on empathy from Sinn Féin, Alliance or the SDLP. If this motion stands, the lesson to ministers from all parties is simple. Do not reassure the public. Do not relay police requests. Do not speak clearly in volatile situations. Silence becomes the safest option. And let's be honest, that silence benefits those who thrive in chaos and grievance politics. It's not good governance. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this House cannot defend a standard system where Sinn Féin ministers receive latitude for actions while DUP ministers are punished for interpretations. Evidence is demanded in some cases, but speculation is suffice in others. And where the rules appear to tighten or loosen depending on who is in the dock, so to speak, this is not about defending one minister. It is about defending fairness, consistency and credibility. Because if the standard system loses those, it loses the confidence of the public, and rightly so. At a time when people across Northern Ireland are waiting for years for hospital treatment, struggling to see a GP and driving on roads that are falling apart, the opposition have chosen to use their limited time in this chamber on yet another political stunt. The SDLP know this motion will not reform anything. So the only plausible explanation is that this is about headlines and press releases, not about helping people. Once again today, a DUP minister is criticised for not breaking a rule, not for causing harm, but for how a post might have been interpreted, even though the Commissioner found no evidence linking it to violence. The double standard will be obvious to the public. Sinn Féin, Alliance and the SDLP are using this motion to distract from their own failures in health, failures in infrastructure, failures in justice and failures in economic confidence. While they shout from the sidelines, DUP ministers are getting on with the business and getting on with the job of delivering for the people we represent. The people of Northern Ireland do not want theatre. They want leadership, stability and delivery. And that is what the DUP ministers are focused on providing. This is a nonsense debate on a nonsense report designed to attack a minister because he aided the PSNI by making a public statement through social media and a constituency MLA.
Time's up. Thank you. I call Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And I have to say, the scope of this SDLP motion is astonishing and indeed absurd. It's no surprise that the leader of the SDLP opposition wants to criticise the DUP Minister for Communities, seeing as he put out a public press release when he referred the Minister to the Commissioner for Standards, whereas any such complaint is meant to be a confidential process akin to a workplace complaint. Perhaps something will come from that. The motion travels from a complaint about a minister to calling for an entire renegotiation of our political arrangements, co-facilitated by the British and Irish governments. That's quite a leap of logic.
Would the member give way?
Yes, shortly. And then let me finish this sentence. Quite a leap of logic, and indeed would be a fundamental violation of previous agreements. And we've heard further political deviations from Sinn Féin during this debate, making clear that this is entirely a political matter. Somehow I can't see the Secretary of State or his Irish equivalent rushing to this SDLP cry that our institutions are in crisis. I'll give way.
Thank the member for giving way. He rightly states that this motion has consequences and actions, one of them being that the Assembly should write to the UK Secretary of State and the Irish Republic Government. Should we be reflected on that letter that this House was divided when it voted on this motion?
Yeah, thank you. And indeed, I agree that if there is to be an outcome of an action from this, it should reflect the reality of the divided wishes of this Assembly, that it is not unanimous in the outcome. The complaints raised with the Commissioner for Standards against Gordon Lyons last summer were treated by the Commissioner as potential breaches of the Ministerial Code of Conduct. We see no reason why these should have been dealt with under the Ministerial Code. The relevance of that is that the Committee for Standards and Privileges, of which my colleague Paul Frew and I are members, currently has no role in considering Commissioners' reports into breaches of the Ministerial Code. The report is just published without any comment from the Committee. If it had been treated as a complaint of a breach of the MLA Code of Conduct, then we would have deliberated the report at committee. But given that the committee has no further role in this matter, I wish to make very clear that we disagree with the former Commissioner's findings in her report.
Hear, hear.
At a time of widespread disorder, raised tension and violence on the streets, Gordon Lyons responded to a PSNI request to clarify that evacuated families were no longer in Larne Leisure Centre by making that factual point in his social media post. It is disgraceful that some people engaged in an arson attack on the leisure centre. They should be brought to justice for their thuggish behaviour, and I hope that will happen.
Hear, hear.
Clearly, information on the leisure centre having been used as an evacuation centre was already circulating. Otherwise, the police would not have made their request to elected representatives. So there is no justification for linking Gordon's factual post to the attack which occurred. That is entirely conjecture and would not stand up in a court of law.
Shameful.
Indeed, in his post, Gordon stated, and I quote, "Protest is a legitimate right, but violence is not, and I would encourage everyone to remain peaceful." End quote. So to be clear, we consider the scale of complaints against Gordon to amount to a politically motivated pile-on, and we reject the conclusion of the former Commissioner that his conduct in this matter was a breach of any code of conduct. Needless to say, we will be voting against this motion.
Thank you. I call Jonathan Buckley.
Principal Deputy Speaker, last June was a particularly difficult time for many people across Northern Ireland. There was never any justification for harm to any individual. I want to make that clear. I want to make that clear from these benches. There was no justification and indeed warranted attack on anybody that lives in Northern Ireland. My thoughts again at that time, as was the thoughts of the vast majority of people that it was expressing concerns, were with the young girl that had just been subject to some of the most brutal attacks. Not only her, but right across this country, there's huge concern about the level and wave of uncontrolled and illegal immigration and its impact that it has had on the people within our society. I hear gnashing of teeth from the Alliance Party. That is a statement of fact. But people like the Alliance Party, who have continued to bury their head in the sand on this issue, have given rise to a sinister and nasty element which must be called out. I, like the member for North Antrim, was on the ground during those days, trying to bring peace, calm and stability within my community in what were difficult times, as was the Community Minister. And to hear some of the political opportunism that has went on in this chamber today is nothing short of disgraceful. Because it's quite clear that you want to accept Commissioner's ruling when it suits your political school of thought. But you don't want to be consistent in ensuring that we as elected representatives can do our best to ensure our citizens are both protected, catered for and have a voice. Because when they don't have a voice, when you exclude those from political life to give ear to genuine and legitimate concerns within our community, you are giving rise for more sinister elements. I heard quite a bit from the Leader of the Opposition, quite a bit. There has been a lot of hypocrisy that has been called out in this chamber. And whether that is on numerous occasions, I can look to the Sinn Féin bench, and whether it is the cause of personal anguish that they've caused genuine victims of the Troubles in Northern Ireland, continually attending vigils to commemorate and celebrate those that took the lives of innocent people. I spoke one day recently to Mr. Alan Black, the sole survivor at Kingsmills. To this day, when he gets on a bus, he still has a comment made to him, "It would have only took one bullet if it had been me." These are the type of comments that are continuing to hurt members of our community. And whenever they look at whether it's a Sinn Féin member coming out to glorify a particular individual or attend commemorations, how does that make people feel? Where's the Commissioner's report and consistency in that level of empathy? I would argue it doesn't exist. And the same whenever we look at the examples for the SDLP. There has been no answer to the charge labelled against Mr Eastwood, no calls for Commissioner's investigation and indeed discipline. What about Claire Hanna, the current leader of the SDLP? I mean, this was a lady who put out commentary to say during the Brexit negotiations, when talking about political violence, she said, well, we could expect civil disobedience at a very minimum. Is that an incitement to hatred? Is that not a double standard from the Leader of the Opposition? There's a competition going on right now about reform in this Assembly. But what the reform that they want is a reform of exclusion, a reform of silencing, a reform of the very safeguards that nationalists put within the Belfast Agreement to ensure that there was no ganging up on a political member, only now to see them washed away because it's convenient for them to do so. And Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm sick, sore and tired of the jumped-up theatrics of the Alliance Deputy Leader. The Alliance Deputy Leader that talks about people engaging in culture war. Him, a chief architect of culture wars. Perhaps he should look in the mirror And when he talks about members in this party, about their actions and their discourse, I needn't remind him or go too far but to suggest that there is video circulating of himself which does not show him in a positive light when it comes to conduct in public life.
When I say order, take your seat. Right? This has gone well beyond the scope of this debate. Well beyond it. Okay? You're talking about MPs who have no responsibility. The Standards Commissioner has no responsibility for. Okay? Now, I'm letting it go as far as I can, but I'm encouraging everyone to stick to the scope of the motion, and if you won't, you'll take your seat.
Deputy Speaker, the hypocrisy is clear, and let me be very clear that if you're intent on going down a road of trying to censor and cancel culture members on this bench, be sure that your own record will be put up in lights for all to see. I welcome anybody's ability to come into this chamber and debate, but there should be no ability to cancel a member who quite rightly acted as any MLA would do, which is in the interest of his constituents.
Time's up. Thank you, Jonathan. I call Timothy Casson.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and from the get-go there are several major problems with this motion. The first, surprisingly giving the proposers, goes to the heart of the Belfast Agreement. It does not simply just call upon the United Kingdom Government to act, but it demands that the programme for institutional reform to be co-facilitated by the UK and Irish governments, and proposes, furthermore, that this Assembly write not only to the Secretary of State, but to the Taoiseach, who has no business in internal Northern Ireland affairs. I want to remind the SDLP that the three-strand approach was never intended to give Dublin a role in internal government of Northern Ireland. No, thank you. No one who respects the Belfast Agreement or the principle of consent could support this motion. The very wording of the motion has ensured that no unionist within this chamber could ever vote for it, regardless of the ministerial breach in question. Happy to give way to Mr O'Toole first of all.
Thank you, Mr Gaston, for giving way. I appreciate that. A very brief question. Since you are now a defender of the Good Friday Agreement, which is the most remarkable development we've seen in some time, I presume you're also disappointed and would agree that Minister Lyons was in breach of the Ministerial Code in 2024 when he refused to attend NSMC meetings.
You know, and I congratulate the Minister
Member has an extra minute.
For the stand they took, and they still shouldn't be going to North-South ministerial meetings. Let's be very clear about that. But you talk about the Good Friday Agreement, you're happy to roughshod over the principle of consent in December when there's 300 areas of law that you governed away to the EU. So let's look at what this motion rests upon. It attacks Minister Lyons on the basis of a report written by the former Commissioner of Standards, Melissa McCulloch. This is the same Commissioner who refused to investigate matters I lodged when I put in a complaint regarding the Michael McMonagle scandal. To remind this House, Michael McMonagle was a convicted paedophile on the payroll of the First Minister, supposedly for constituency work, when in reality he was operating as a Sinn Féin press officer. Was that ever properly investigated? No. Instead, it was left to the so-called report produced by the head of Legal Services. This Assembly itself passed judgment on that affair by agreeing a motion tabled by myself that either the report was fundamentally flawed or the First Minister misled this House. Yet, Mrs McCulloch wasn't interested, and the SDLP, it seems, are quite content to look the other way when it becomes uncomfortable for the Executive. This is also the same Commissioner who found no sanction for the First Minister of No Alternative when she attended the Bobby Story funeral in West Belfast during the height of the COVID lockdown regulations. This is the same Commissioner who found no breach when Mr Carroll tweeted, victory to the Palestinian resistance on the 7th of October in the aftermath of the biggest slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust. This is the same Commissioner who found Dr. Steve Aiken in breach of the MLA Code of Conduct when chairing a committee, but dismissed the complaint I lodged against the chairperson of the Executive Office, stating that she couldn't investigate those chairing committees. The SDLP, once again, were happy to look the other way. Indeed, we've seen it in this chamber last week again. Mr. O'Toole was very keen to name-drop me in his opening gambit, but where was he last Monday? Where was he to stand up for scrutiny? Where was he to stand up for the victims when they were trying to stop this MLA speaking out in committees? My goodness, his party was happy to censure this MLA over Breathegate. Accountability, it appears, is only demanded of unionists in this House. I trust, Mr. O'Toole, you have had a word with your councillor, Mr. De Fulcia, for trying to belittle unionists last week. Also, when you are the custodian and the guardians of what is the standards in public life. So let's put the SDLP standards in government to the test. Do they believe that committee chairs shouldn't hold private meetings with ministers before evidence sessions? Do they believe that when members seek the handwritten notes of such a meeting, that the author of those notes, the First Minister's principal private secretary, should then take control of the Freedom of Information process within the Executive Office? I haven't heard the SDLP pass any judgment or make any comment on that issue. Is that accountability, Mr. O'Toole? My goodness, we're not going to take any lectures from the SDLP. Last week it was all about hurty words. Oh dear goodness, we can't have hurty words. It was also about asking too many uncomfortable questions. We can't ask too many uncomfortable questions that would unease the Sinn Féin benches. This week, it's about what the minister didn't say. He showed no empathy. That is what the public see.
Time's up.
That's what the public are laughing about this place about.
Time's
this place needs to catch itself
I
on.
call Jerry Carroll.
Deputy Speaker, to thank the members for bringing this motion and commend them for doing it. It was almost 3 months ago in November where we debated a similar motion trying to hold ministers to account about a different minister of the same party, Paul Given, and today we're talking about the same shameless refusal for people to take responsibility. Deputy Speaker, the Commissioner found that the Communities Minister was in breach of the Ministerial Code not once but twice, but he still clings to office protected by a party that values tribal loyalty over public standards. I mean, the Labour Party defensive Keir Starmer in the last few days has been nauseating, but the DUP one really takes the biscuit in their defence of Gordon Lyons and Paul Given. There's a clear pattern here. Ministers shrink from responsibility because their own parties shield them from accountability. They close ranks, deflect criticism and wait for the news cycle to move on. They've made a cynical but unfortunately entirely correct calculation that there are no real consequences for breaking the rules maybe today, and this has resulted in an astounding arrogance from both Paul Given and Gordon Lyons, an arrogance that says you can breach the Ministerial Code repeatedly so many times, just sit tight and the public will forget. People won't forget, Minister, and through Deputy Speaker, people won't forget. They see through this circus, and many are asking, what has the Executive actually delivered? The big parties have delivered absolutely nothing for working class communities while they struggle. In this debate, the former Junior Minister, Cameron, says that there was no evidence that the Minister for Communities post increased tensions. I would remind the member that after the social media post from the Minister, a leisure centre housing people fleeing from racial violence was burnt down to the ground. If that doesn't meet the threshold of increasing tension, then I don't know what does. What are you saying? Ministers have a duty to act responsibly, Deputy Speaker, and be careful about the impact of their words at all times, but especially at a time when there was heightened racial victims. Go ahead.
Reflection on the time to breathe. Your comments about the 7th of October, were they right or were they wrong?
Yeah, I think I need to get a new playbook, mate. It's also worth remembering in that period that Unionist MLAs, I'll come on to you in a second, Mr. Frew. It's also worth remembering that Unionist MLAs, many of them last summer, were taking part in a strategy of whipping up anti-migrant sentiment, in particular, you may not like it, but I want to say it, in particular, anti-Roma comments. Sexual harassment and misogyny is always wrong and has to be condemned. But it's worth remembering last summer, after last summer's events, the 2 charges against 2 Romanian teenagers that sparked the riots were actually dropped, withdrawn. No apologies from any members in this House that gave a wink and a nod or stirred the pot. Paul Frew, Mr. Frew, Deputy Speaker, gave a blazing defence of his minister. Maybe he'll be rewarded with a ministerial position in the next mandate. But let's remember what he said last year. He disgracefully tried to tie sexual assault to immigration. That needs to be called out and that needs to be challenged. He talked about the problems of HMOs, not because, Deputy Speaker, HMOs and people in them are stuck in damp and mouldy housing, unsuitable housing, but because there might be a tiny increase in the number of black and brown faces in Larne, Ballymena or elsewhere. So did he backtrack? Has he apologised? Absolutely not. And some people in this debate have talked about this being a waste of time, this debate being a waste of time. If holding ministers to account is a waste of time, then it shows the depths of arrogance and entitlement that DUP ministers in particular have.
The Ulster Unionist Party who made that assertion. Would he agree with me that the Ulster Unionist Party has a councillor in Derry and Strabane with 3 drink driving convictions, and perhaps the member should get his own house in order first before casting aspersions on other parties?
I don't know about the circumstances that the member is talking about. Go on.
So it's quite obvious here that practically everybody is straying from the scope of the motion. In relation to councillors or MPs, the Standards Commissioner here has no jurisdiction or no remit. I accept the point you're making, you've got it in the record, but I want people to return. And could I also say that, see, when people have the floor, they need to be heard. Okay, Jerry, go ahead.
Deputy Speaker, so there's been a lot of derision and scorn poured on the fact that the Commissioner challenged the Communities Minister for not showing empathy. I mean, it's beyond farcical that the Minister and his backers think that empathy is a bad thing. That empathy is something that ministers shouldn't have while in office. It should be a bare minimum for ministers, for MLAs or for anybody in elected politics. And frankly, Deputy Speaker, I don't care whether it's written down or in the ministerial code or not, but ministers should, as a basic requirement, have empathy for being in office and acting as a minister. And if ministers don't think they should be empathetic or have empathy, then frankly they shouldn't be in office. And I quote from the Oxford Dictionary: empathy is the ability to understand or share the feelings of another. I said at the time last year, Deputy Speaker, that either the Communities Minister knew what he was doing and posted about the location of migrants at the Larne Leisure Centre and distanced his party from this decision in a wink, unsubtle wink and a nod to far-right and racist agitators in the town, or he is so clueless that he didn't think that mentioning the location of where migrants driven out of their homes in the context of racial violence will lead to racial violence. And either of these, or one of these, are true, and both of them, in my view and many people's view, are reason enough for him to be out of office. And this whole debate today does expose the fundamental hypocrisy of our institutions. So Stormont can't deliver housing whilst thousands of families are homeless. It can't deliver healthcare when waiting lists are the worst in these islands. It can't deliver education reform when children are still segregated at 11. Apparently, it can't even deliver basic ministerial
Time's
accountability.
Up, Jerry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, David.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Could I ask you to make a ruling as to whether the member who's just spoken was in order when he accused a member of this House directly of being racist against those with black and brown faces?
I'll certainly pass it on to the Speaker, but there's been a lot thrown here, and I certainly will be encouraging us all to look at Hansard and reflect on what's being said, but I'll certainly pass that on to the Speaker. So, without further ado, I'm going to call the Minister of Communities to respond to the debate, and you've got 15 minutes. Thank you.
Principal Deputy Speaker, this motion brought by the Leader of the Opposition is nothing more than a charade dressed up as a debate on standards in public life. Let me be clear from the outset that the report from the former Standards Commissioner was an attempt to denigrate my standing straight from the playbook of the woke brigade. I engaged in good faith and in full cooperation with the process, and yet the Commissioner, Melissa McCulloch, blatantly disregarded much of my evidence. As I will set out, the former Commissioner produced a ragbag report which fails to clear any objective threshold in her findings. I have to say, I think that the former Commissioner sits well with the increasing number of people who want to cancel out those with whom they disagree. Liberty, free speech and the exchange of different views should never be cancelled, and I will never be afraid to give leadership regardless of whether or not that comes with a cost. Principal Deputy Speaker, I reject the report, and I believe that all objective people should do the same. Because ultimately, this is not about whether you like me, whether you agree with what my post said after the events that disgracefully unfolded at Larne Leisure Centre that night. This should be about whether or not my actions constituted a breach of the Ministerial Code. Now, had I revealed the location of where those migrant families had been sheltering in real time, that would have been a failure of leadership. Had I encouraged protests, my actions may have been called into question. But I did neither of those things. And this report is not based on evidence but on conjecture. An opinion has triumphed fact. And what we have is the introduction of new standards, falsehoods and contradictions. In fact, the former Commissioner does a number of somersaults in this report. She found that there was coordination between my office and the PSNI, and then later laments the lack of coordination. She said that the post required more thoughtful communication, but also states that it was deliberate and considered. She states that I blended personal, political and official roles, but later says that I can't step in and out of those roles. She says that I did not prioritise public safety, but later concedes that it was my intention to calm tensions. Her report is a bucket full of biased contradictions, and when the evidence did not support her predetermined position, it was inevitable that she would tie herself up in knots. But, Principal Deputy Speaker, this report is not only laced with contradictions, but it contains falsehoods. For example, while there are many outrageous comments made by the Commissioner, I highlight and utterly reject her completely false allegation that I endorsed or encouraged protests. At no time did I do that. The former Commissioner also said that I criticised public bodies. At no time did I do that, and there is no evidence to support her claim. But even in the event that I had done so, that would not have been a breach of the Ministerial Code. Little wonder that with such shoddy work she got so much else wrong, when the report is based on what she thinks happened rather than what actually happened. She made no efforts to conduct a proper investigation, nor speak to a wide range of witnesses. It is therefore no surprise that she uses words like may have and appears and could reasonably conclude, because she can't be categorical. Worse, though, is the former Commissioner's presumption of the positions held by the people that I represent, by her use of the line, quote, aware of the views of many of Minister Lyon's constituents, end quote, that justifies conclusions in her report. This is as unprofessional as it is inaccurate, and she should know better than to indulge in such innuendo. But, Principal Deputy Speaker, I want to address the comments that have been made about my supposed lack of empathy. Although I have explained clearly that those vulnerable families that had been affected had been moved away from the leisure centre and therefore were not at risk from the awful events that later unfolded, I had then, and have now, a deep compassion for them and for anyone who would find themselves in such a position. What they experienced was wrong, and I have always stood against violence and intimidation. My record is not one of justifying or excusing violence, and I have consistently advocated support for the police, the courts and the rule of law. I have no truck with anyone who would seek to harm others, and it is particularly abhorrent when it is done because of the colour of someone's skin or their nationality. Now, I never set out to hurt or offend anyone. And anyone who knows me knows that is something that I would never want to do. But the omission of empathy cannot be a sufficient cause for a breach of the Ministerial Code. If this is applied consistently, it sets an alarming precedent that threatens our public discourse. If ministers are now required to infuse every statement with empathy, a term so subjective it could mean anything to anyone, then we are entering dangerous and anti-democratic territory. And here is the key question. Who determines whether something is empathetic enough? Whether it carries the requisite emotion? Who becomes the arbiter of such behaviour? Unelected commissioners, who dictate not just what we say, but how we say it, under the guise of standards and to chime with their own attitudes and personal bias. That will crush robust debate. It will discourage politicians from engaging directly with the public during crises and ultimately harm the communities that we serve. If the same standard were to be applied, we would have a future where every tweet, every post, every speech is parsed for emotional content rather than factual accuracy. And that is not accountability. That is political correctness and cancel culture masquerading as a virtue. And note what else the Commissioner had to say for herself. Minister Lyon's post appears to have been shaped by personal or political considerations, rather than a fully objective assessment of the situation. Look at the new test that she introduces. Our posts, our commentary, should not be influenced by political considerations. My post that day as a local MLA was shaped neither by my personal or political considerations. Yet here we have the former Commissioner stating that we cannot allow our personal or political convictions to shape our views and how we communicate them. What an incredible statement to make. But, Principal Deputy Speaker, I have a further point. The Commissioner has said that it is her view that stating that the migrant families had been in the leisure centre increased the likelihood of further unrest, irrespective of whether the group had already moved on. The PSNI, present on the ground, trained in managing protests, required that we let people know that the families were no longer there. Now let's play that out. The alternative option open to me, and it appears to be the view of the Commissioner and members on the other side of this House, was upon receipt of the request from the police not to comply. That would have been the wrong thing to do. A refusal to assist the police could well be constructed as a breach of the pledge of office. And when it comes to managing protests, which have the potential to turn violent, and the police take the view that getting the word out is likely to be helpful, and the Commissioner takes the view that getting the word out may lead to further unrest, well, I think that most people would place more weight on the assessment based on operational policing judgment rather than the musings of a Commissioner far removed from the events on the ground. Most would assume that this would be far outside her area of expertise, and they would be right.
Hear, hear.
And therein lies the problem with the former Commissioner. She thinks she knows better. She knows better than the people on the ground. She knows better than the police. She knows better about what I meant and in what capacity I was asking. And this, no, I won't. And this goes to the heart of the problem with this report. She believed it was not just her job to investigate and to produce a report, but to police the words and behaviour of members of this House. Well, some members of this House. It's hard to fathom how this Commissioner did not think it appropriate to investigate the conduct thoroughly of Mr. Jerry Carroll when he posted "Victory to the Palestinian resistance" as Israelis were being murdered, raped and kidnapped in their hundreds by Hamas. I will not give way. She took at face value his ludicrous assertions that he was not aware of what was really going on. She meekly
sorry. Look, same people are speaking. I know we're back and forth here, but at least have the manners to let them be heard. Go ahead.
She took at face value his ludicrous assertions that he was not aware of what was going on. She meekly accepted his pathetic excuse that he was simply referring to Palestinians destroying fences in an act of civil disobedience. Nobody believes that for a second. By her actions and judgments in that moment, the former Commissioner demonstrated the two-tier imbalance in the standards regime governing our arrangements. But for Unionists, a different, higher standard applies. But Principal Deputy Speaker, the reaction of some in this House has been completely over the top. It has not been grounded in reality. It is political pantomime. Some members have with glee repeated falsehoods. Some simply read out attack lines given to them by their party leadership. But I doubt there has been a more ludicrous response than that from some members of the Committee for Communities. Led by Kelly Armstrong, they resolved to write to the Secretary of State to get his opinion as to whether or not I may be in breach of Section 30 of the Northern Ireland Act. The committee think that this report could mean that I am not committed to pursuing my political goals by purely peaceful and democratic means. They claim to act in defence of democracy and accountability, yet they disregard the facts and themselves cuddle up together as so-called progressives. Very briefly.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Would he be aware of any such time when the Alliance Party have written to the Secretary of State in relation to Sinn Féin's conduct in public office?
I'm sure that's something that we could find out, but rather than taking the time to write the letters, I can assure him that that is probably a grand total of 0. But I would remind them that there was nothing progressive and democratic when the Sinn Féin movement was murdering and maiming people across Northern Ireland. So disagree with me. Say what you want about how you would have taken a different approach. That's fine. But the idea that I am in some way not a Democrat, or that I believe there is a role for violence in this society, is so ludicrous, it's laughable. So, Principal Deputy Speaker, we all know what way this vote will go today. But let me be unequivocal. My intent in posting was to de-escalate. It was done in an attempt to avert a repeat of what we had seen in Ballymena. It was done in the hope of a better outcome for everyone involved. It was done in good faith. But the outcome of today's vote will be immaterial, for it will not change the approach that I take in this job or as a public representative for East Antrim. I will be guided by what's in the best interest of those who elect me, and I will work for them. And they elected me, and they know that I am here because I have a genuine desire to make things better for the people of Northern Ireland. My job is to serve them, to represent them, and to get things done for the people of Northern Ireland. And that is what I'm going to keep doing.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matthew O'Toole to conclude and wind on the debate. Matthew, 10 minutes. Thank you.
Speaker, I'm afraid today's debate has been somewhat of a festival of whataboutery and deflection from the real issues, and it has been a challenge at times for you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, to not just keep order but to remind people of the terms of this debate. Let me say, first of all, in relation to what the Minister said, this motion is about more than Gordon Lyons. It's about more than the breach found in relation to the events in the Facebook post of June last year. It's about a broader question of accountability in our politics, improving our standards process and overhauling the way we do politics here, seeking to find some consensus that that needs to change and it needs to improve. I genuinely don't know how anybody who's an elected representative in Northern Ireland, who presumably walks around the streets of this jurisdiction, goes into shops, engages with constituents, could find anything else other than public trust in our politics is strikingly and remarkably low. Further to that, the Minister in his response, and he's entitled to make a response, part of the purpose of today's debate is to get Minister Lyons to give his response on the record to the points put in the Standards report. He had the opportunity to do that, and he did that, even if I disagree with it. He outlined an entire, from his perspective, indictment of the process that he was subject to. In 1 second, I will. He outlined his own indictment of that standards process, but I presume he and his colleagues will vote against a motion which is about improving and overhauling how we do standards here. I think that's ironic. I think it's ironic that people, including Mr Gaston, are standing up and lambasting the way we do standards in this place, but then saying it would be terrible to support any change. I'll give way briefly to the Minister and then Ms Dillon.
We may want to see change in that, but it means we also disagree with some of the other insinuations and accusations that are made about me, and also the fact that the Irish Government have no role in this process and shouldn't be involved in this process. So yes, we will be voting against for those reasons.
Well, if the purpose is to say that the Irish Government have no role in these institutions, I'm afraid I don't agree with that. Of course, we know about the previous standards breach the Minister was subject to because he refused to engage in the NSMC. I'll give way briefly to Ms Dillon because you do want to be generous in interventions where it can be.
Thank you very much for giving way. Would you agree with me that it is one thing to criticise a report and an entirely different thing to personally attack the previous Commissioner, or any independent Commissioner for that matter, because that entirely undermines the standards process and the standards themselves? I think I should be allowed to speak. You didn't give an intervention. Would you like to be quiet now?
I think it's reasonable for any member who is subject.
I give you, Minister, the respect to be heard. I ask that you and your colleagues give others the respect to be heard. Go ahead, Matthew.
Deputy Speaker, it is of course reasonable for any member who is subject to a standards process and an outcoming of a report, including Mr Gaston, to respond to it, to disagree with it, to challenge it. That's entirely legitimate. That's a legitimate part of this process. But Linda Dillon is right when she says that simply questioning the motivations of the Standards Commissioner, dismissing them as woke, is not an appropriate thing to do. The Minister, in his response, and I thought it was interesting, he at least in his response did something that he didn't do last June, which was to make an attempt to say, I think I'm quoting him correctly when he said, I would never set out to hurt or offend. He said, I would never set out to hurt or offend anybody. So he says that, okay, I acknowledge he's saying he said it before. He's saying that today. He's saying, trust me in my intentions when I did that post. But the Standards Commissioner, no, that's woke nonsense. Woke nonsense from the SDLP, the Alliance Party and Sinn Féin. The Minister nods to confirm that's his position. And this gets right to the crux of the problem. Rather than engage seriously and respectfully in this debate, the DUP consistently have sought to dismiss any criticism, any challenge, any accountability. That's not acceptable, I'm afraid. I, in relation to the Minister, have held him to the same standard that I and my party, as the official opposition, have held every other Minister in this Assembly and Executive. Yes, we have. Yes, we have. And I dismiss utterly the idea that we haven't. Go online, look at the challenges I get from supporters of all parties, including Sinn Féin and the Alliance Party, for the robust challenge I won't right now, I will in a second, I and my colleagues give to all ministers, whether DUP, Ulster Unionist, Alliance or Sinn Féin. But I need to make some progress in responding to comments made by others. This motion isn't just about Gordon Lyons, it's about building a culture of accountability in our politics, improving the way these institutions work, rebuilding trust in the public that we can actually deliver for them and their services. So when Mr John Burrows stands up and dismisses a debate that is fundamentally about accountability and calls this entire debate wasteful, I think it's deeply disappointing, and I think lots of people who have heard lots of words from Mr Burrows in recent weeks will wonder whether he's serious about it. A man who came in promising to be the new sheriff in town turns out to be deputy dog for the DUP, will not utter one syllable of criticism of the DUP. I will give way in a second. I will call out and consistently, in 1 second, and I will consistently criticise Sinn Féin ministers. Often I have to put up with more than glares in the chamber. I have to put up with response online. I will challenge the Justice Minister, the ERA Minister. So do my colleagues in the That's what opposition is about. Mr Burrows hasn't uttered one syllable of criticism of the DUP in his office. He is reinforcing the opinion that lots of people have, that the mission is simply to create 3 different versions of the DUP within unionist politics. I'll go away to Ms Ennis briefly and then Mr Buckley.
Given way on that point, would the member agree that Mr Burrows, now the leader of the Ulster Unionist Party, who spent the first weeks of his time in this chamber talking about koi carp and pandas falling out of trees, has no credibility when he lectures others on wasting time in this chamber?
Give way briefly to Mr Burrows, and then I'm going to finish my remarks.
Madam Deputy Speaker, a lot of the opponents are very rattled by some of my contributions. I've criticised every party in the chamber. If you had to listen to the interviews which you say you've listened to, I have pointed out issues I've had with the Democratic Unionist Party's judgment at times. I will go where the facts are and go where the evidence is. It is entirely possible to pose this motion and also to support high standards and also to condemn unequivocally the disgusting rioting that took place in my constituency and elsewhere, and I actually called for the police to be firmer, to release images quicker.
Excuse me, interventions are meant to be... No. Matthew, see, as soon as you take your feet, you're meant to sit down. Interventions are meant to be short.
I can't, I'm afraid, but I've only got 3 minutes left. There's been a festival of whataboutery today. The core of this motion is about standards in public life and about building a culture of accountability and reforming the way our politics works. It's disappointing to see so many people have ignored that and fell into the whataboutery trap, simply saying, what about using this, what about using that? Multiple members opposite mentioned the Bobby Story funeral. I and my colleagues on these benches at the time and subsequently have been robust in challenging Sinn Féin members. Yes, we have. I'm afraid the Minister for Education, this is a man who has ignored and spurned any form of accountability. I have held Sinn Féin robustly to account on that, held the Alliance Party robustly to account. I will do that to the DUP. The fact that your party is so immune or believes yourself to be immune to any criticism is ultimately what is damaging trust in our politics here. Your party, as the leader of unionism, should more than anybody else care about trust in politics here. But apparently you seem completely indifferent to generating contempt for our politics. I just want to briefly mention some of the comments that were made. Pam Cameron said, why bring forward this motion at all? It's accountability, I'm afraid. And she then went on to criticise, again, other parties for actions they'd taken. Accountability does matter. We've done it, I think, yes, we're all politicians. Of course, everything we do is political. There's nothing wrong with that. We're democratically elected people. But we have, without fear or favour, challenged different parties. As Shan Hall mentioned her own experience of being an elected representative in North Antrim last June, and I think that was sincere, and I think we shouldn't forget the gravity of the situation. That's why the report was made in the first place. That's why Mr Kingston, I think, should be mindful of the fact that I believe he was a member of the Standards Committee. He should be mindful about some of his utterances in this chamber that he made during his comments in relation to that. But the reason this was of such concern to the public was the gravity of the situation. The fact that people were sheltering in fear of their safety. So, Minister, your responsibility in County Antrim, but here's the point, Minister. Here's the point, Minister. We were in an extraordinarily serious situation. You are a holder of ministerial office. You are expected to reflect that. I don't have time, I'm afraid, Mr Buckley. I'm generally a generous conceder of time, as I've shown. There has been a consistent desire to talk up the provisions of the Good Friday Agreement. We believe, obviously, passionately in the Good Friday Agreement, but we also believe it can be reformed and improved. We believe it can be reformed and improved. Funny to hear Mr Lyons talk about the Good Friday Agreement. He was previously found in breach of the Ministerial Code because he refused to participate in Strand 2 and the North-South Ministerial Council. The purpose of our motion today is not simply about Minister Lyons, because he has said his piece. Today's motion, I hope, will pass. But more generally, what will happen out there is the public will continue to lose trust in our politics, in all of us, unionists, nationalists, other, socialist, green, whoever we are, because they don't believe that we can do politics properly and deliver accountability. We have an opportunity here today for passing this motion to begin a process, or to continue a process of pushing for reform and improvement in our politics. Genuinely, if you think that the public out there think that it's all grand and that we can go on like this, then I wonder what planet you're living on. We can't go on like this.
Time's up.
I commend the motion.
Okay, time's up. Thank you. So the question is that the motion and order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any noes. No. Okay. No. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order. Can you please resume your seats? Thank you. Thank you. Order. So the question is that the motion on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. Okay. Do we have tellers? Okay, members. Okay, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Colin McGrath and Daniel McCrossan. Tellers for the noes are Paul Given and Pam Cameron. Clear the lobbies. The House will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Okay, members, resume your seats. So, where am I? So the results are in. Clerk, could you please read the results?
80 members voted, 51 members voted aye, 29 members voted no. The motion is carried.
The motion's carried. The Business Committee has arranged to meet. Point of order.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Would the Speaker please rule if it is in order for personal attacks to be made on an independent commissioner in this place? I think it's entirely out of order, but I would like a ruling on that.
I'll pass that on to the Speaker. Okay. So the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 o'clock. So I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2. The Assembly is suspended.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Sitting is resumed. Time for questions to the Minister of Justice. Question number 1 and 2 have been withdrawn. I call Patsy Midlone.
With permission, Mr Speaker, I will address questions number 3 and 10 together as they speak to the same issue. I want to resolve the CBA dispute and I am continuing to engage. We've been engaged with the CBA since before the outset of their action in 2024. I made commitments and I have delivered, including the 16% uplift in fees that reached bank accounts at the start of the year and backdating that uplift to December 2024 at an overall cost of £6.15 million, £1.8 million of which went directly to barristers. I reprioritised my delivery plan, established a working group to consider other fees and appointed Judge Burgess to lead that work because that was what the professions wanted. We agreed a roadmap on the 8th of December to address the remaining issues, but the CBA withdrew services notwithstanding that they signed up to that agreement. It was in their interest that I proposed the accelerated independent review, investing additional funding and resources once again to address the remaining concerns of the CBA at pace. The proposed review was conditional on a full return to service to remove the intolerable impact on victims and witnesses. It was also to ensure additional unwarranted pressure was not brought to bear on those leading the review so they could proceed without fear or favour, without the added injection of victim suffering. Unfortunately, the CBA rejected that proposal, suggesting instead that an additional derogation to the service withdrawal, unclarified in number and scope, might be offered on a week-to-week basis subject to their assessment of progress. That was obviously untenable. The proposal offered no degree of certainty to victims and witnesses and no clarity as to the criteria used in determining which cases could go ahead and which would be delayed. And so with the CBA rejecting the review, I am moving on and have asked officials to consider other options. That work is ongoing and so I cannot say more at this stage, but please be assured that efforts and intensive progress is maintaining pace. It is time for the CBA, I believe, now to start acting in good faith to deliver an end to this impasse. In the interim, I'm also working at pace to increase tailored support for victims and witnesses affected by the withdrawal and to ensure that is provided at the greatest possible speed. I will, of course, keep the Chamber updated.
Mr Malone.
Thank the Minister for that answer.
As we know, the dispute's been going on for 14 months now without resolution, and the difficulties that there are for people who are victims, we know that and we accept that. But can I just ask to just tease this bit out? Has mediation been brought to a close now? Is it ended? Is that option not there?
Mediation has not been brought to a close. Mediation has not been started. There is no mediation of this process. It is about an evidence base, it is about openness, it is about transparency. This is not a dispute between an employer and employees. This is a dispute about the rates which the government will pay out of public money for particular services that are delivered through the legal aid system. So there is no, in my view, no room for mediation in this dispute. The suggestion was put forward, but given that we were already quite far down the road in terms of the work that Judge Burgess had done and in terms of resolution of the issues, in fact further progress has been made in the interim, I do not believe that mediation provides an opportunity to move this forward.
Oh, sorry, Dan Dodds first. Dan Dodds.
Thank you, Minister. It appears that this dispute is escalating in terms of its intolerance and intransigence. But in the meantime, victims are suffering. I am ever so glad that the McNally family will be able to see justice and that process started for their daughter. But there is a huge trauma for families in relation to this, and in particular in not knowing whether or not the trial may go ahead. Can you confirm for the Mitchell family in Ballymena whether there will be a derogation for this particular case and when they might hope to see justice for their daughter?
Minister.
Well, look, I concur with everything the member has said, and I'm sure that she would agree with me that there is something fundamentally distasteful and unethical about levering people's trauma in order to have personal benefit. And I believe that it is wrong to do so. I do not want victims to become bargaining chips in this exchange, and that is why I said that any suggestion that a derogation would be turned on and off like a tap, as in some way a means of moving this forward, was not acceptable to me. I can't have a situation where, for example, defence counsel in some of these cases are making decisions as to whether or not those cases will proceed to court. The derogations were sought by the Public Prosecution Service on the basis of their professional assessment of the urgency, and they took into account the feedback that they got from the Victims and Witnesses Service. So I believe that those derogations should happen. They are mitigations against the ongoing strike. They are not a resolution to it. In terms of the withdrawal of service, and specifically in terms of Chloe Mitchell's case, I'm due to meet the family shortly. I unfortunately cannot give them the certainty that they want. Indeed, neither would this idea of a tap being turned on and off on derogations give family that certainty. That's why my proposals were that they would return initially to the pre-January the 5th situation and then return to full service while negotiations continued. Only that will give the victims the certainty that they need in terms of when their cases will be scheduled. That's what I want to get to. I still believe that is possible, but it will require the CBA to be willing to meet me halfway.
Thank you. Minister, could you please clarify the position of the Solicitors Criminal Bar Association's position on the accelerated review?
So I was very clear that given that the Solicitors Criminal Bar, in contrast to the Criminal Bar, had been very proactive in terms of their engagement with the Burgess roadmap and with the review that was ongoing there, and without detriment to the service provided to their clients, that any accelerated review would also have to take account of the issues that were still outstanding in the roadmap for them. And so I wrote to them at the same time as the CBA to ask for a list of issues that they would like included in any accelerated review. They came back on the 23rd of January with a number of asks. Clearly, now that the CBA have rejected the terms of that offer, we're in a different space, and I'm sure members of the SCBA are, like me, incredibly disappointed, because ultimately it is their clients that are not getting service from the criminal bar. But look, despite that disappointment, we set it aside, we pick up the pieces, we continue with the roadmap process that's already in place, and we will continue, as we have done, to resolve issues for the SCBA based on the evidence which they very willingly and helpfully have provided.
Emma Sheeran.
Minister, following on from the member for Upper Ban's question, and we had a discussion about this at the committee last week, I know that there's concern across the board around the impact that this is having on victims, and I don't think any of us take that lightly. I'm also really concerned around the public discussions and conversations and the coverage of this in the media, some of which you've engaged in. And I think there is a feeling here that one cohort within society are being pitted against another, and I don't know how appropriate that is. What are you doing to ensure that there is confidence in the justice system, confidence for victims, and also confidence for our barristers and those who work in legal services?
There are a few things to say. First of all, when I'm asked questions about the situation which is of public interest, I will answer them, and I will not be curtailed by any of the legal professions or indeed members of this House in terms of answering to what are public interest questions. In the same way, you're asking me questions in here that are leading me into having a public conversation about the issue. So we can't have it both ways, Mr. Speaker. I'm answering the questions openly and honestly, but members will note that when we made the offer at the start of January, I did not make any public comment on it. I did not speak to the House other than to say an offer had been made. I did not go into the detail of it. I did not say anything further. Now, if others are going to engage in misrepresentation of what my department and I have been doing over the last 14 months, I will of course refute that and provide the evidence to show otherwise. This is not about pitting one group of people against another. To be clear, it is in the interest of justice and of the Northern Ireland public that these cases all proceed to conclusion, both for those who are accused, many of whom are being held on remand and have not been sentenced, and others in the community who have been grievously wounded and are not seeing justice for their loved ones being carried out in the courts. That has to be dealt with. I am not the one suggesting that they should become pawns in a game around how much people get paid.
Keith Buchanan. Speaker, question 4, please.
Minister.
Police Pension Regulations Northern Ireland 2015, the regulations, set out the PSNI ill health retirement process. Officials will continue to work with colleagues from PSNI and the Policing Board to determine if amendments to the ill health retirement scheme are required. However, a statutory rule effective from the 1st of February 2026 amended the regulations to permit the retrospective removal of ill health retirement exclusions from the 2015 police pension scheme. That statutory rule provides for police officers who were active members of the 2015 Police Pension Scheme on the 1st of April 2024, who were previously excluded from accessing ill health retirement for the period 1st of April 2015 to 31st of March 2024, with the option to elect to retire under ill health retirement if they satisfy the requirements for those benefits, subject to the full employee payment contributions for that period having been paid. It may be helpful to note that the prospective element of this reform was introduced through the Police Pension Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland in 2024, which removed ill health eligibility exclusions and reduced contribution rates for active members of the 2015 Police Pension Scheme with effect from the 1st of April 2024. It is unlikely that further amendments will be made during the current mandate.
Mr Buchanan. Mr Speaker, thank Minister. So far, Minister, no doubt you're aware the ill health retirement figure is climbing and continue to decline. Does that worry you based on the financial or the issue that's causing to the PSNI budget, that ill health retirement? And is your opinion that there could be some people misrepresenting that ill health and a degree of fraud? Sir.
Well, I am aware of the concerns that have been raised by the Chief Constable at the Policing Board about the steady growth over recent years in terms of the numbers of people who are retiring under ill health retirement. So, for example, if we look back at the numbers, they fell fairly consistently through the mid-2000s, but have started to rise again from around 2020, with the highest figure being in the last year. That is something, obviously, which is of concern because it is a significant pressure on public funds at a time when I'm sure the Chief Constable would want to use those resources to pay for officers who are active. But it is also important that those who are genuinely injured and do need to retire on ill health grounds have recourse to that option. We do not want to be in a situation where those who give dedicated public service and are too ill to continue are forced into a situation where they're at financial disadvantage or indeed forced to take on other work that they're not actually capable of doing.
And I agree with the Minister's last comments. I think that those who need to get injury on duty and ill health retirement should absolutely be able to do so. However, there are clearly many people who are taking advantage of the very unique circumstances and legislation around ill health retirement and injury on duty for PSNI officers. There is no other service across these islands that can avail of it. There is nobody else in the public service who can avail of it. It is absolutely unsustainable. It is something that I have been raising now over a number of years. The Policing Board have written to you on a number of occasions in relation to it, and I think it's time that we see legislation around ill health retirement and this issue addressed once and for all.
Well, I accept what the member says. In the end of the day, I'm aware also that the Policing Board has itself received a complaint concerning PSNI officer ill health retirement, and it would be inappropriate, I think, for me to be discussing those matters at this juncture. It is under consideration by the Policing Board as the appropriate authority, and I'm certainly happy on representation from the Board to act. One must also bear in mind, Mr Speaker, that this was brought to my attention and concerns were raised about it at a time when we had policing numbers at an all-time low, when we had no certainty about the ability to be able to stabilise and indeed increase policing numbers. And so it's important as we move through these things that we first of all try to ensure that we have a police service which is the right size, which avoids undue stress on those who work within the service and allows for people to be reprofiled and indeed repositioned within the service where that allows them to continue within the police without seeking ill health retirement. It is, I have to say, sad that we are having a conversation about those who may seek to abuse a system which is there ultimately to protect those who are there to protect us.
I call Justin McNulty.
I wish I can thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Notwithstanding previous answers, can the Minister fully explain the reasons for the delay in delivering the legislative changes to the police ill health retirement scheme that will hopefully prevent abuses to the system?
Well, in fairness, we have delivered changes to the regulations already, but it would require primary legislation to deal with some of the issues that the Chief Constable believes may be being exploited. He raised this with me, and obviously we are not the body responsible for determining ill health retirement. That falls to the Chief Constable and to the Board, and therefore we're working hard with the Board and the Chief to determine solutions to that. Once those solutions have been determined, we will then have to consult, because obviously these are statutory entitlements that people gained at the point where they got their contract. So we will have to engage in a consultation process to ensure that we're able to make those changes. And as the member will be well aware, given how little of this mandate remains, the opportunity to bring forward primary legislation in this space is limited. However, there are a number of areas where I believe that there are changes required around the frameworks in policing, and it is something that my officials are working on with a view to a potential policing bill in the next mandate, which would allow us essentially to bring these together and resolve them in one piece of legislation.
Alan Chambers.
Declare my membership of the Northern Ireland Policing Board. Can the Minister confirm if the Chief Constable of the PSNI would be willing to accept responsibility for completely administering the ill health retirement scheme in the future?
I believe, subject to news reporting, that he did indicate that to the board last week. Again, that is something that will need to be considered, first of all, by the board and then subsequently by my department to ensure that there are no conflicts of interest around the administration of the scheme, because of course one needs to bear in mind that a Chief Constable themselves may be due for ill health retirement, so that could be an issue. And also I would not want any perception, certainly not with rank and file members, that a Chief Constable will be making those decisions potentially based on the cost of the organisation. So we would have to bottom all of that out, do a proper consultation and make sure that the right tramlines are in place to ensure that when this is administered, it is administered fairly, that those who benefit from it are able to justify that benefit. And I think crucially that if somebody goes on later to make a full recovery, that they are obligated rather than simply advised that they may inform of change of circumstance.
Neil McAllister.
The Minister for her answers so far. Minister, this morning I met with members of Blue Lights who assist officers who are going through the ill health retirement scheme. Would the Minister acknowledge that in order for any legislative changes, that it would actually be members of this House who are currently advocating for restrictions on officers who currently seek ill health retirement? It will be those members who will have to vote to change that legislation and restrict it for those who are in need.
That is absolutely correct. At the end of the day, I can't legislate by myself. I will require the Justice Committee to have input. I will require the various people who are impacted by any changes to have input. The Chief Constable and his senior management team and the Policing Board will all have input. But ultimately, the final decision will be taken in this House. And so those who are suggesting that there should be significant changes, be those prospective or retrospective, will ultimately have to decide on whether that scheme is appropriate or not.
Owen Tennyson.
Question number 5, Mr. Speaker.
I have been unable to progress an increase to the minimum age of criminal responsibility despite considerable support shown in a public consultation. This would bring Northern Ireland into line with the international standards, including directives from the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child. At 10 years of age, our current minimum is the lowest in Europe, along with England and Wales. I shared a paper with executive colleagues which highlighted the strong public support for an increase, 83.5% of respondents, and it was clear from the very limited number of responses received that there continues to be insufficient support to enable the necessary legislative change to be progressed. That is why it was not included in the Justice Bill, as I did not want to risk holding up its introduction through a lack of agreement on content. I'm fully supportive of removing the defence of reasonable chastisement from the law here, as the effects of physical punishment of children are consistently associated with a wide variety of negative health and developmental consequences for children, as any such amendment, however, will require executive agreement, which again has not been forthcoming. I circulated a draft executive paper in October 2024, but despite my efforts, have not been able to secure executive agreement to deliver change in the law in the current Justice Bill. I will continue to work with ministerial colleagues to seek their approval to repeal the defence of reasonable chastisement and move forward towards a position of equal protection for children in Northern Ireland. In a draft paper to executive colleagues in November 2025, I also sought agreement for the drafting and inclusion of vacancy repeal provisions in the Justice Bill. This too was unsuccessful and so has been paused to allow for further consideration. Finally, I sought the agreement of colleagues to include transgender in the list of protected groups under the hate crime provisions in the Sentencing Bill. Regrettably, there has been a lack of consensus in supporting this measure, so I've had to remove transgender from the list of protected groups identified in the bill. I will proceed to seek executive agreement to introduce the bill with this omitted.
Mr. Tennyson.
I thank the Minister for her answer, and she references the minimum age of criminal responsibility. Can I ask the Minister, if the minimum age of criminal responsibility was changed, how children's offending behaviour would be dealt with?
Well, in seeking to raise MACR, we're not saying children's offending behaviour should be ignored or that they get away with bad behaviour. Changes would need to be accompanied by the development of new arrangements to identify underlying causes of concerning behaviour in younger children and to provide support, guidance and help to those children and their families. Often children who display very challenging behaviour have themselves been victims or have experienced multiple levels of adversity and trauma with multiple unmet needs. Some have been groomed, some coerced, some exploited. We know, however, that the provision of targeted support to address those underlying issues at the earliest opportunity is an effective way of addressing offending behaviour, reducing future victims and preventing lives being blighted by a criminal record. Currently, there is a concern over a child's offending behaviour. They can be referred to multi-agency panels called Children's Diversion Forums. These or similar partnerships could be considered as a model to work with under the new age of criminal responsibility if we increase the minimum age. That would reinforce the message that young children who offend need help and support to desist.
Matthew Till.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, let me just say, to be clear, many of the issues that you have raised are issues that our party agrees with, and we would want to work with you on them. However, it is clear that before you took this office, an office that in effect you and your party campaigned for you to have before the executive was restored, it was clear the positions of your executive parties. You have been on the record about the track record of your executive partners. Why then did you not seek explicit in-writing guarantees about what you could deliver as Justice Minister before you went into the executive? To be clear, Minister, that would not have prevented an executive to be formed, so it was an entirely different position to the First and Deputy First Minister's question. Parties, can I ask, why did you go in without those guarantees, and isn't it a bit rich to complain about it now?
Well, what I find a bit rich is that the member whose party sat in the executive for many years and never had any written guarantees about anything is now holding others to a different standard of accountability. And to say that we campaigned to be Justice Minister, let's be really clear. The reason that I'm standing here as Justice Minister, and I'm under no illusions, is that nobody else could get the required cross-community support to do the job. So no one is blocked from doing the job. You need to get cross-community support, and perhaps if you engage more constructively with your unionist colleagues, you might get it.
Johnny Buckley.
Speaker, it's not often I agree with the Justice Minister, but in that case I certainly do. It's a new dawn. Minister, in relation to your earlier comments in relation to young children that go on to offend and sometimes the difficult circumstances which has led to that offending and often re-offending, Minister, you will know that quite often our teachers face some of the brunts of this when it comes to behaviour in classrooms and how that can affect upon other teachers, or other teachers and indeed children. Has the Minister had any proactive conversations with her ministerial colleagues, particularly that of the Education Minister, about how teachers can share their experiences and hope for better outcomes?
The issue of MACR was actually consulted in the last mandate, and we had very positive responses from those who work with young people. I wrote to all executive colleagues about the plans that we had. We responded, for example, to some concerns about very serious offending, so for example things like rape, serious sexual offences, murder and so on, and we're willing to consider derogations in those cases, in those exceptional cases, given how low they are. We already have a really positive working relationship with the Department of Education through the diversionary forums and the other panels that are there, in order that we are actually able to deliver the best outcomes for young people. So it is important that everybody has a part in this conversation. But if other European countries can effectively manage this well, and what we had said was that we would review it after a period of time, so if it wasn't successful, we could then look again at that. But if other European countries can manage young people, divert them away from criminal behaviour and give them a better start in life, I see no good reason, with the quality of our own education system, with the quality of our youth justice system, with the quality of our health and social services, why we wouldn't be able to do likewise.
Cheryl Brunley.
Question 6.
Suitable accommodation for convicted sex offenders is an important constituent of managing the risk in the community. The Public Protection Arrangements Northern Ireland, PAPANI, bring together agencies including police, probation, health and social care trusts and the housing executive to manage risk posed by certain sexual offenders. A designated risk manager, DRM, which is either a police officer, probation officer or social worker, holds responsibility on behalf of the respective agency for implementing a risk management plan. Accommodation is an important component of the risk management plan, and guidance is in place to ensure all agencies deploy a consistent approach to approving accommodation. Risk management plans are routinely reviewed at local area public protection panels, LAPs, and amended as necessary to maintain optimal risk management of the individuals concerned. PBNI also manages allocation of places for the most serious offenders leaving prison into approved premises or hostels across Northern Ireland. Approved premises help manage risk, support resettlement and rehabilitation. The criteria for making referral to approved premises includes offenders designated as Category 2 and 3 under PAPANI.
Ms Brown-Knight.
Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for her answer. And the reason I asked that question is I've been contacted by a number of parents who are extremely concerned about a sex offender being relocated close to a child's play park. It is extremely concerning. So my question really is, what safeguards are actually in place to ensure convicted sex offenders are not placed in places close to play parks or vulnerable residents? And what can you do as Minister of Justice to commit to this and put in public safety first?
Well, public safety must always come first in this space, and so that is why Probation Board and others work very closely with the Housing Executive and other accommodation providers to ensure that when there is approved accommodation in those circumstances, that it is suitable, that it meets the requirements, for example, of any offender restrictions that person may be under when they exit prison. It's also important to say that if any parent has concerns about any individual and their conduct around their children, whether that person be a registered sex offender or not, they should raise it immediately with the police. And where that person is a serious sex offender, PSNI have the right to tell parents where they believe that they're a risk, and parents also have the right to ask. That disclosure is governed obviously by proportionality and need, but it is possible to do, and I would encourage any parent who may be concerned to raise it in the first instance with the PSNI.
Peter McReynolds.
Minister, can you advise what action your department is taking to address sexual-related offending?
Well, there are a number of actions that we're taking. First of all, I'm proposing to strengthen and streamline notification requirements further by extending the relevant provisions of the Crime and Policing Bill, which is making its way through Westminster. I tabled a legislative consent motion to the bill in the Assembly with a debate scheduled for next week on that matter. The provisions of that include the requirement for a registered sex offender to notify police of a new name no less than 7 days before using it, rather than within 3 days, which is the current requirement. A requirement for registered sex offenders to notify of entering premises where children may be present, a power to allow RSOs to notify virtually in certain circumstances, but only where it is appropriate and fully risk assessed, a power to enable the police to review and, if suitable, remove of their own motion the indefinite notification requirements of a registered sex offender, again, only where it's been risk assessed and considered appropriate, and only where it is a Category 1 offender, i.e. the lowest risk. The own motion review will run in tandem with an almost identical scheme already in place to review and discharge RSOs subject to indefinite notification requirements under Schedule 3 of the Sexual Offences Act 2003, but where an application by the RSO would be required. And finally, there will be a restriction on the ability for a registered sex offender to apply for a prescribed replacement identity document in a new name. This will address concerns about sex offenders changing their name in order to avoid detection. Those documents prescribed are an immigration document, a UK passport and a driving licence.
Luke Biddy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I go back to the original question, I think it's a natural response for people to be concerned when a convicted sex offender is rehoused in their area. So can I ask the Minister how the community disclosure scheme can work to address those concerns?
Well, as I outlined in my response to Cheryl, it is actually a matter of the PSNI. There are two schemes. One is that where the PSNI have concerns about the behaviours of an individual, and their interaction with a particular family or children, they can raise that directly with the parents, and they are free to disclose that under certain circumstances. And the second is that parents who have concerns about the conduct of an individual around children, be that their own or someone else's, have the right to raise that and seek disclosure from the PSNI. It does have to be carefully guarded, because simply giving out all of that information, as I've described here previously, can lead to unintended consequences in terms of people either being driven underground or people being attacked by vigilantes, or indeed a breakdown in the overall monitoring, which is the thing that keeps people safe. It also, it has to be said, isn't a complete solution, because we do not know every sex offender who lives in our community. Many of them are hiding in plain sight, and we would never suspect them of sexual offences, and yet time will tell, and history shows that they are engaged in some of the most heinous crimes. And therefore, the only real protection for children is for their parents to ensure that they understand the risks of not just stranger danger, but of friend danger, of family danger, and know where their boundaries and autonomy are, and that parents uphold and defend that at all times, even with people that they may implicitly trust, but they never should trust the welfare of their children to, without undergoing proper checks and oversight.
Moving on to topicals, Mr McGlone.
Minister, at the recent Nexus NI conference, you talked about the need for long-term cultural change around sexual abuse. What specific initiatives will you introduce this year to strengthen prevention and ensure survivor-centred practice across the entire justice system, please?
Well, there are a number of issues that we have been raising, not just this year, but every year, and many of those will span more than a single year, single calendar year or financial year. It is important that we change the culture, not just in the justice system, but that we change the culture in our society. So, for example, the work that I am doing to ensure that things like strangulation and suffocation pornography will not be available and will be banned is one way that we can start to shift the dial on the expectations both of young men about what normal sexual behaviour looks like, but also protect young women from abuse. I gave the figures here before in the chamber, where young boys as young as 10 were asking teachers how they could safely strangle their girlfriend during sex. 10 years old, and it's already being normalised. Young girls at 14 were saying that they had already experienced that. Those who were sexually active had already experienced that. So I think that is a real concern for us, and that's one, not a complete answer, but it's one significant piece of work that we want to see done in this mandate.
Mr McGlone.
On that point, Minister, could you clarify which of the proposed measures you intend to prioritise, what budget has been allocated to that work, and how progress can or will be measured so that survivors can actually see that change is happening for them?
Well, I can hold up, for example, the work that we did with both the SOLAs and the CSOLAs, so the Sexual Offences Legal Advisors. And that is something that this time last year I was able to roll out to children as well as to adults. We set aside a budget for that. It is a pilot which will be assessed. I can't talk about next year's budget because it has not been set, but I do have draft allocations, and as a member of the Justice Committee you'll be discussing those in detail with our Director of Finance in due course, and we'll see the prioritisation that I've given to this work.
Speaker. Minister, the independent review of the Policing Board reported back over a year ago. When are we likely to see a department response to that?
Well, the department has already been responding to it. We have had a series of tripartite meetings over the last year where a number of the matters that were raised in that have already been resolved between the board, the Chief Constable and ourselves. Some of that was for the board to take forward, some of it was for the department and some of it was for the Chief Constable. Ultimately, I think the board gave a rather good rating, or the review gave a rather good rating, but suggested some areas for improvement, and I think the tripartite meetings that we've been having and that more regular and ongoing contact has certainly addressed one of the issues, which was about relationships and communication.
Thank you. And interesting, Minister, you talk about the tripartite arrangements, because the independent review described them as being like a two-legged stool or a parent-child relationship. But your department said that they had a dedicated resource to look at a new partnership agreement, and that it would report back in 2025. Are we anywhere closer to having that new partnership agreement as opposed to just regular meetings of the present tripartite arrangement?
Well, the new agreement will obviously be the three legs of the stool. We will all have to agree to it, so we are doing that work. There have been, as the member will recognise, and chuckle as you will, but there have been real pressures within the policing sector. I have a small team of people in support branch to take forward all of this work, whether that be work around dealing with the data breach, whether that be work around the review, whether that be the sponsorship work that they do in terms of policing and policing structures more widely. And so we are working through these issues at the best pace we can, but we are constrained in terms of resource, Mr. Speaker, and I've been very honest that some of the things that I would like to do will have to happen more slowly than I would like them to happen, but I have to prioritise those things which matter most, and we've just been talking about some of those in terms of child protection, in terms of serious sexual offences.
Jonathan Buckley.
The public is very well aware of the difficult budget position that the Northern Ireland Executive finds itself in, and the key need for ministers to prioritise, as the Minister has outlined, that which is in the national interest. But there is a fear that efficiency is just a buzzword for the Minister rather than actual tangible action. Could I ask the Minister to use this opportunity to explain to the House where efficiencies have been made in the justice system?
Minister.
I can give one example, if that would be helpful, in that our complement of staff in our ALBs has dropped significantly over the last 4 to 5 years. I could contrast that with, for example, the Department of Education, where their complement of officials has risen almost exponentially in the same period. So we are actually doing more with fewer and fewer people. That is the simple reality of it, and if Mr Buckley would like to take the opportunity to come and chat to me and my officials about the number of vacancies that we carry and why, about the challenges that we have in terms of making positions permanent, about the extra work that officials are having to do in order to meet the demands that the public expect of us and that I expect of the department, then I'd be more than happy for him to do it, because I think we can show real progress. We've been very successful, for example, in bidding for transformation funding, because we're able to evidence the change that we can make where we do have the resources to make a genuine difference.
Mr Buckley.
What the public expect is the appropriate use of public money, and with efficiency in mind, can the Minister confirm or deny that the prison service, which is under her remit as Justice Minister, is spending up to £3,000 per day to fly in from England external psychiatrists to assess prisoners? Does the Minister think that's an appropriate use of public money? And in a time when parents with special educational needs children are waiting years for assessment, should they not have priority and access to these particular services over that of prisoners to that tune and that regard of money?
Let me say a couple of things. First of all, the care of prisoners in terms of their health is not a matter for Northern Ireland Prison Service. It is a matter for the South Eastern Health and Social Care Trust, who take care of prisoners in terms of their health. Maybe the member would prefer that instead of ensuring that those people are getting the right psychological and psychiatric interventions, that we simply turn them loose at the end of their sentence, unmedicated, on an unprotected public, because that is the alternative to us doing the job properly. I have already been clear. Northern Ireland Prison Service are not responsible for the health care of those in our care.
Eva Finnegan.
Minister, we've seen a rise in the use of e-scooters on our roads. Given e-scooters are not legally permitted for road use, can I ask if you have had any discussions with the Chief Constable of the PSNI regarding the use of e-scooters on main roads?
Well, the policy issue is one for the Department of Infrastructure, not for the Department of Justice. Roads legislation is not a matter for me, and it is, of course, entirely appropriate that if the Minister for Infrastructure wishes to talk to the Chief Constable about these issues, she can. I am aware that with all roads enforcement, PSNI will, where the law is clear, enforce it, and they've been clear that when it comes to e-scooters, when it comes to off-road vehicles being driven on the road or other dangerous practices, they both engage with young people to make them aware of the difference, of the dangers, but they will also enforce where that is appropriate, but ultimately the legislative controls lie elsewhere.
Ms Finnegan.
the Minister for her answer. Minister, would you have concern that there is a lack of awareness more generally that e-scooters are not legally permitted for road use in the north?
Well, there may well be, but it wouldn't be for me to tell the Minister for Infrastructure what she would need to do to raise that awareness. That is not a role for me as Minister of Justice.
Mr Speaker, Minister, could you provide us with an update on the reform of vagrancy laws here in Northern Ireland?
So, as I stated earlier, I had written to executive colleagues because we had drafted the repeal of vagrancy laws as part of the sentencing bill. I initially received reasonably positive responses, but towards the end of the process received a negative response from the members' colleagues. It was agreed at executive that in order to allow the bill to proceed through the process, that we would withdraw the vagrancy amendment, but I have requested that the committee would continue to consider those matters, as it wasn't a hard no, it was simply that there was more information required, and so I think the best place for that information to be debated and discussed is the committee, and I'm sure the Chairman will be more than happy to do that effectively, efficiently, and with the interest of ensuring that we do not criminalise poverty in a society now. That is a Dickensian approach to what we're trying to achieve as a society, and I'm sure that the committee members would agree.
Mr. Forsyth.
Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her response, and I would agree with the Minister. Nobody wants to see criminalisation of poverty, and that's absolutely not anyone's intention here. But I just want to ask the Minister, what would her plans be as we move forward from this? It's very old legislation as to what it looks like in our town centres to ensure that the protection of business owners is at the fore of her mind.
Minister.
I set out, I think, in more detail, if you want to read some of the stuff I said at the committee last week, but basically PSNI have informed us that there are no gaps in legislation as a result of the repeal of vagrancy other than simple begging. So where somebody is simply asking for money, that would be the only thing that we would be removing a criminal penalty. If somebody is causing an obstruction, a breach of the peace, if they're harassing or causing alarm or fear, there is already legislation in terms of public order and other legislation that would allow the police to deal with those situations. So to be clear, the only thing that we continue to criminalise if we don't repeal the old-fashioned vagrancy laws is simple begging. I don't believe that that is appropriate. I do not believe that if someone is hungry and asks for food, that should be a criminal offence.
Ciara Ferguson.
Back in November, you advised me that officials were developing a final options paper to present to you for consideration regarding the Barnacus model. Can you confirm if you've received this? And maybe if not, when it's likely to be received?
I'll have to revert to the member about the detailed timeline for that. I haven't received it as yet, but I am aware that officials have been working on it. As I said earlier, there are significant challenges in terms of the work being done with the team who have been involved with the Gillen Review. We have made significant progress, and we are engaging with our partners who would be part of delivery of the Barnahus model, because I believe that much of what is required by a Barnahus model is already in place. What we need to do is find ways that we can bring it together in a single place where that is appropriate. And also how we do that in terms of resourcing. That will be a conversation, obviously not just for me, but also very handily for the Health Minister, who's just arrived in a timely fashion. And we will have to continue to have those conversations. We did have a joint visit. We did actually have a joint visit to the Rowan Centre, and they were showing us a piece of land where indeed perhaps a Barnahus-style model would be able to be accommodated, and that's something we'll work on together.
Mrs. Ferguson.
For the update, Minister, the benefits of the Barnacus model, which is multidisciplinary to prevent the re-traumatisation of children and to deliver a justice model which upholds the best interests of a child, are really clear. So that's my next question. I was going to ask, when have you most recently discussed this with our Health Minister? And you have answered it inadvertently, but if you want to continue just to give us the latest update.
Well, our officials obviously are on ongoing contact on the issue, but we did a joint visit actually to the Rowan Centre and had a conversation about the potential for Barnahus. Obviously the Rowan Centre gives an example of that kind of wraparound care for adults, but there would be other therapeutic interventions that would be required, I think, for Barnahus. Many of the pieces of this, remember, are in place. There are some debates as to whether or not, for example, we're better to keep the REC, the Remote Evidence Centre, separate from the consulting rooms where people would go for counselling, because we don't want children to become confused about those who are questioning them for therapeutic reasons and those who are questioning them in the course of a criminal investigation. But I think with that aside, both of us would be very committed, where the resources permit, to actually see this move forward, because we know that early intervention, when someone experiences trauma or an adverse childhood experience of this magnitude, early intervention, which is positive, can actually undo and mitigate much of the harm that has been caused, allow that child to go on and thrive, and I think that's what both I and, if I may speak for the Health Minister, Mike, would want to see too.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for her answers so far, and I'd like to ask her if she can provide an update on her plans to address knife crime.
Briefly, Minister.
Yes, I plan to introduce legislation later this year to commence Section 46 of the Offensive Weapons Act 2019, which will amend Section 114 of the Criminal Justice Act 1988 to make it an offence to possess in private any weapon listed in the Criminal Justice Act Offensive Weapons Order 1988. Possession of such weapons in public is already an offence. Aligned to that, my department also plans to introduce a voluntary surrender scheme for a fixed period of time, which will allow individuals who possess weapons that will be made illegal by these new provisions to dispose of them safely. The provision in the Westminster Crime and Policing Bill relating to the duty to report remote sale of knives, etc. in bulk will be extended to Northern Ireland via an LCM. This new clause would place a duty on a seller making any reportable sales of bladed articles to notify a person to be specified in regulations made by DOJ of those sales, and failure to do so would be an offence.
That brings to conclusion questions to the Ministers. We have no time for a second question. Mr Blair, but I commend you on how sprightly you leapt out of your seat there. It's Mr Blair's birthday today, and I'm sure you all agree with me, he doesn't look a day over 40. Point of order, Ms.
Speaker, I wanted to place on record my disgust at comments made by the Alliance Member for Lagan Valley, Mr Honeyford, yesterday in the EU customs debate. Mr Honeyford referred to me, and I quote, as the little sister of the DUP. This comment was distasteful, was dismissive and deeply misogynistic, and I am no one's little sister. I am my own woman, and I will not be lectured by this person in this manner. And I would ask you, Mr Speaker, to review Mr Honeyford's comments and make a ruling on this. Thank you.
I thank the member for bringing that to my attention. I always encourage people to be forthright in their views, but to stick to the subject or to play the ball and not the man, in this case, not the woman. So I'd always encourage people to engage in that way. Point of order, Mr O'Toole.
I'll be brief in Justice questions, I believe, but I will double check with answer. The Justice Minister said we're discussing the exclusion of nationalists from the Dahant process not applying to the Justice Ministry. She said, I believe, and I'll check, that if we, meaning I presume designated nationalists, engaged more constructively with unionists, then the Justice Ministry would not be excluded from Dahant. Just wanted to put it on the record. I don't think that's an acceptable position for anybody in this chamber to have. I think particularly when a party is very clear about consequences of designation.
On a point of order, Mr O'Toole.
I don't think it's acceptable. But I put my point on the record.
Secretaries.
Okay, members, the next item of business is a motion from the opposition on the delivery of a 24/7 thrombectomy service. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly notes that thrombectomy is a proven life-changing stroke treatment which, when delivered promptly, reduces death and disability and delivers significant long-term savings for health and social care services. Regrets that access to thrombectomy in Northern Ireland remains limited to between the hours of 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. Recognises that the Stroke Action Plan, published in June 2022, committed to the delivery of a 24/7 thrombectomy service by the end of 2024. Is concerned that the continued absence of 24/7 provision means eligible patients are being denied access to this intervention. Further notes the commitment to deliver 24/7 thrombectomy access in England by April 2026. Believes that a 24/7 thrombectomy service would represent a high-impact, outcome-focused reform aligned with the Health and Social Care MI Reset Plan, and calls on the Minister of Health to set out a clear, time-bound plan to deliver a fully operational 24/7 thrombectomy service in Northern Ireland.
Thank you. And I call on Colin McGrath to move the motion on behalf of the opposition.
Speaker.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Mr McGrath, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And before I begin my contribution today, I want to acknowledge the stroke survivors and families and representatives of the Stroke Association who are with us in the viewing gallery today and watching this debate. You are not statistics, you are not case studies, and you are people who know in your bodies and in your lives just how suddenly everything can change and the importance of having 24/7 thrombectomy service. Today we are here for you. A stroke is something that will undoubtedly touch all of our lives, whether having experienced one ourselves or through family or friendship circles. A stroke does not announce itself politely or time itself around service provision, and it is devastating and incredibly frightening. One moment you are yourself, and the next moment words won't come. Your arm won't move. The room tilts, and fear takes over. And from that moment on, time becomes everything. Every minute, brain cells die. Every delay steals a part of you that may never come back. Yet here in Northern Ireland, whether you get the most effective stroke treatment available can still depend on what time of day you collapse. So in framing today's debate, I think there is a strong moral argument to be made for 24/7 thrombectomy. We already have the clinical evidence. Thrombectomy is one of the most effective medical interventions developed. A doctor physically removes the clot that is killing the brain, restores the blood flow, and in many cases restores a future. When it is delivered quickly, it can prevent severe disability and allow people to walk, talk, work, parent, and live independently again. It can mean the difference between coming home or never truly coming back at all. And yet, despite this, access in Northern Ireland is still limited to 8 a.m. until 5 p.m. And that means, in reality, over 100 people every year are denied thrombectomy simply because their stroke happened at the wrong time of day. Not because the treatment doesn't exist, not because it wouldn't work, but because the service is just not there when they need it. And that seems wrong to us. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to put a very human face on this debate and talk about Paul. Paul was 41 years old, an English and drama teacher, working, active, planning a future like the rest of us do without ever imagining that one ordinary day would split his life in two. When he had his stroke, his wife Suzanne recognised the signs immediately and called for help. The ambulance crew made a critical decision to bypass the local hospital and bring him straight to the Royal Victoria Hospital, and Paul received a thrombectomy. Doctors had warned Suzanne that he only had a 10% chance of surviving the procedure, but the clot was removed on the first attempt. Paul lived, is with us today, and while Paul still lives with the impact of the stroke, that thrombectomy saved his life. And since then, he has achieved one of his life's ambition and walked the Camino de Santiago de Compostela. That is what access can do. Paul was lucky, but luck should never be the organising principle of a health service. In 2022, the Stroke Action Plan committed to delivering a 24/7 thrombectomy service by the end of 2024. Well, it's 2026 and that commitment was not delivered, and no replacement timeline has been put in place. And every day that passes, people continue to lose chances which they will never get back. The motivation today in our debate is not about blame. It's not about blaming the Minister or blaming clinicians, because I genuinely believe that the Minister wants to do all that he can for stroke victims and survivors. And stroke teams based in our hospitals here have gone above and beyond. They have expanded access, they have embraced innovation and improved outcomes wherever they have been given the tools to do so. But goodwill cannot carry a system forever. Thrombectomy is not just life-changing, it is highly cost-effective, saving around £47,000 per patient over 5 years by reducing long-term disability, hospital stays and social care costs, and is exactly the kind of reform that aligns with the Health and Social Care Reset Plan. And crucially, we do not have to guess what works. In the south, 24/7 thrombectomy operates in Dublin and Cork. Dublin moved straight to round-the-clock model. It did not wait for a perfect workforce. It started, it learned, and then it scaled. The culture in the south was one which said, we are going to do this because it is the right thing to do. Their thrombectomy rate is around 10%, which is far higher than anywhere in the UK. There is much that we can learn from this, and given the complexity of our geography and the constraints on the health budget, I wonder if the Health Minister would consider the exploration of emulating the current process in Dublin and Cork, but for the Ulster region, to encapsulate places such as Cavan, Donegal and Monaghan, who have to travel all the way round a service that could be provided in Belfast to try to get down in time to Dublin. And I am sure that if approaches were made to the Dublin Government to assist in some of the funding for that, that it might help us to be able to provide the service with some finance. And I hope that the Minister could look at this as being a positive north-south health arrangement which might deliver services, be there for people when they need it, and not put the strain on purely the budget of our health service. So this debate is not asking for miracles. It is asking for transparent and achievable goals, a clear time-bound delivery plan, defined milestones, transparency on costs and savings, and serious consideration of a phased or pilot approach, learning directly from the South and, if possible, working in partnership with them. Mr. Deputy Speaker, even today in 2026, stroke kills, but it doesn't always have to. We have a moral obligation to those survivors and those yet to have a stroke to ensure that they do not lose their future simply because their stroke happened at the wrong time. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Philip McGuigan.
We all know the FAST campaign: face, arms, speech, time. and we all understand how vital it is to recognise the signs of a stroke quickly. But fast is only the beginning, because once a stroke is suspected, every single minute matters. We know that 1.9 million brain cells are lost every minute a stroke gets untreated, which means delays which are devastating for the patients and for their families. Rapid access to specialist care dramatically increases the chances of survival, recovery and long-term independence. Modern AI tools are helping clinicians interpret scans faster, but technology alone isn't enough. For these decisions to save lives and prevent disability, they must be followed immediately by the right intervention. And that is what services here in the North, and that's why services here in the North require improvement. Despite a commitment in the 2022 Stroke Action Plan to deliver a 24/7 thrombectomy service by the end of 2024, we're standing here in 2026 with a service still only available between 8 and 5 p.m. That means around 100 patients every year in the North miss out on thrombectomy simply because their stroke occurs outside the available hours. That is despite thrombectomy being described repeatedly by stroke experts as a game-changing treatment that saves lives, preserves brain function and significantly reduces disability. Here in the North, according to 24-25 figures, we currently deliver thrombectomy to just 5.2% of stroke patients, even though the evidence shows that at least 10% could be eligible. So every one of those missed opportunities matters. They certainly matter to patients. Around a quarter of patients who receive thrombectomy experience reduced long-term disability, and a fifth regain functional independence. The financial argument is equally compelling. Each patient who receives thrombectomy saves the health service an estimated $47,000 over 5 years due to reduced demand for rehabilitation, long-term care and social support. That is why stroke charities and clinicians consistently describe thrombectomy as a clear case of investing to save. And the wider context here in the North makes this even more urgent. According to the Public Health Agency, there are approximately 39,000 stroke survivors living in the North, with around 2,800 new strokes each year, with up to 1,000 people losing their lives as a result of stroke. We know that timely thrombectomy can prevent many of these long-term disabilities. We also know that stroke services are currently too thinly spread to meet best practice standards without reform, and that consolidating into hyperacute centres is widely recognised as essential to expanding thrombectomy to 24/7 service. Despite these structural pressures, the success of our teams here in the North within the health service, within the current limitations, should give us confidence. Analysis shows that around 45 to 55% of patients treated with thrombectomy regain functional independence, whether they arrived directly or were transferred from another hospital. Imagine the outcomes we could achieve with full 24/7 availability, equitable access and reduced transfer delays. I want to commend the dedication of our stroke clinicians, neuroradiologists, rehabilitation teams and community support organisations, including the Stroke Association and NI Chest, Heart and Stroke, who continue to innovate and advocate for stroke survivors across the North. And I too want to welcome stroke survivors and campaigners to the Chamber today to listen to this debate and acknowledge their efforts to try and achieve progress within this issue. I also want to acknowledge initiatives like Pit Stop Pilot at Altnagalvin, designed to minimise transfer delays by keeping the ambulance on site until thrombectomy eligibility is confirmed. This kind of innovation shows what is possible when we design services around patients' needs. Yes.
Would you agree that the pit stop pilot at Altnagalvin, with regards to pre-alert by the NI ambulance, rapid multidisciplinary assessments, which does optimise the number of patients who can avail of thrombectomy and reduces the time from arrival from Altnagalvin until the transfer to the Royal Victoria Hospital, should be extended indefinitely whilst phasing in the commencement of a 24/7 thrombectomy service?
Next minute.
Absolutely. I thank the member for the intervention. And I mean, at the Health Committee, we often talk about the success of pilots, but in many cases, they stop at pilots and don't become actual services. So I absolutely commend the pit stop service and want to see it becoming initiated further and fully integrated into our health service. The Department of Health has already costed the move to 24/7 thrombectomy at just over $5 million per year, which would enable not only the additional procedures to be carried out, but also, as I've said earlier, allow equitable access. This investment is modest when set against the human impact, the financial savings and the urgent need identified by clinicians, stroke charities and stroke survivors themselves. And we hope to hear potentially good news from the Minister when he's making his contribution.
Alan Robbins.
Deputy Speaker, very content to support the motion today, and we thank the proposer of the motion for bringing it to the House. We all know that this service can be a life-changing treatment for patients suffering the most severe forms of stroke. When delivered promptly, especially in the first 6 hours, it can dramatically reduce death and long-term disability. It can allow people to do many of the things that they once loved to do and live independently again. And at a time of a challenging financial landscape, evidence points to it providing long-term savings for our health and social care system by reducing the need for lifelong support. We will know time in stroke care is everything. We all know the phrase "time is brain." I can testify to this, having had a family member who had a rapid intervention and now, as a result, lives independently alone at age 85 without the need for carers. Every minute a large vessel stroke goes untreated, millions of brain cells are lost. Yet despite this, access to thrombectomy in Northern Ireland remains limited to office hours. And we all know that stroke does not and never will respect working hours. It does not pause overnight or at weekends, and yet for patients who suffer a devastating stroke at 6 p.m, at 2 a.m. or on a Sunday morning, 24/7 access to this life-saving treatment does not exist. The Health Minister has very kindly told the Health Committee in a letter just in recent days that there is a considerable volume of evidence that shows that the expected net savings from treating a patient with thrombectomy and thrombolysis at £35,000 per patient over 5 years in comparison to thrombolysis alone, and that is driven by reduced hospital stay and the requirements of long-term care. While we have to recognise that there is a significant recurrent cost to establishing such a 24/7 service, I do, and we all do, look forward to progress being made to the ongoing strategic outlaying case, which will provide further evidence of the savings to be had by introducing a 24/7 service. It is so important to say that rapid ambulance transfer to the Regional Thrombectomy Centre at the Royal Victoria hinges upon the more brain tissue that can be saved. Therefore, a rolled-out 24/7 thrombectomy service is only one part of the overall jigsaw. So too, having a workforce plan, given that strokes are projected to increase by 60% across the UK by 2035. We have dedicated stroke teams, OTs, physios and speech therapists who are at their brilliant best and could realise the potential of this treatment. I want to say that I have met with the stroke team at Causeway Hospital, and I cannot speak highly enough of the work that they do. A 24/7 thrombectomy service with rapid access and appropriately resourced really would represent exactly the kind of high-impact, outcome-focused reform envisioned by the Health and Social Care Reset Plan. It is targeted, it is evidence-based, and it focuses relentlessly on improving patient outcomes, something all of us in this House calls for. Can I just conclude? The Minister had previously highlighted how the thrombectomy rate in Northern Ireland in 24-25 was at 5.2%. This is higher than the regional rates in England, Scotland and Wales, and that is something we should all acknowledge. But we do need to strive for further improvements and better outcomes for patients. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Call Danny Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the opposition first for bringing this motion today. It is incredibly important, and I suspect we will be hearing the same arguments from across parties and across the floor here. During my career as a nurse in the health service, I've been very aware of the horrendous impact that stroke can cause: death, disability, suffering, inability to work, inability to communicate, requirements for long-term care. And since becoming an MLA in 2022, I've been very keen to see the extension of the thrombectomy service to the 24-hour-7 service. We have heard the benefits of this relayed time and time again in this chamber, in the Health Committee, at the All-Party Group on Stroke, or at events put on by the Stroke Association or the Northern Ireland Chest, Heart and Stroke Association. It's been my privilege to have met with stroke survivors and to hear about their experience and what this procedure and care has meant to them. Two of them I've been speaking to again today. Clodagh Dunlop, a police officer who suffered a huge stroke in April 2015, leaving her unable to move or to speak for nearly 3 months. Clodagh had a mechanical thrombectomy with which she is very clear it has saved her life. Paul McLean, who was mentioned earlier, is also very clear that getting a thrombectomy enabled his recovery and highlighted the importance of the speed of the intervention when it comes to being able to regain functions. And glad to hear now that Paul is a very proud parent. Yep, certainly.
The member agree with me that the benefits, not only in terms of obviously health, but the fact that Clodagh was actually able to return to her job and has been very successful in terms of her job. So and works in public service. So I think that this is an extremely important issue in terms of our economic benefits around ensuring that people get access to 24/7 thrombectomy.
Members next.
Yes, and I would agree, absolutely. There is an economic argument for that as well. And I would like to commend these people for being so active in sharing their experiences. And it's helped us, myself, and I know other members as well, to understand the impact of that on their lives. So thank you. I know the Minister is very keen to address health inequalities, and it doesn't get more unequal than having access or not to a potentially life-saving procedure due to the time of day that you become ill. Strokes do not occur conveniently during office hours. The 2022 Stroke Action Plan highlighted thrombectomy in its third priority and committed to moving to a 24/7 thrombectomy service by the end of 2024. This has not been delivered and no new time frame has been established. The motion asks for this time-bound plan, noting that England aims to deliver 24/7 thrombectomy by April this year, and the Republic of Ireland, as mentioned by Colin, is already delivering that service. The other priorities in the plan: prevention, things like picking up hypertension and AF in our communities, which are both major risk factors for stroke, are very important. Thrombolysis, rehab, hyperacute stroke treatment and workforce are all vitally important elements of stroke services. I just want to highlight one other thing, and it should be noted that suspected stroke is a Category 2 call in the ambulance service triage system. And that means the target response for a suspected stroke is 18 minutes, and just 18.5% of Category 2 calls were responded to within that 18-minute target between April 2025 and January 2026. The main issue with this, and we've heard this time and time again, I'm sure a lot of us are very aware of what goes on within our A&Es and hospitals, is the lack of patient flow within our hospitals. This makes ambulances stack up outside or full and overcrowded A&E departments and brings that response time on up. So unless we actually fix patient flow within our hospitals, people will continue to suffer and continue to wait too long for ambulances. Dr. Peter Keston, a neuroradiologist from NHS Lothian in Edinburgh, has said that research shows you need to treat fewer than 3 stroke patients with a mechanical thrombectomy to save one person from being left with a severe disability. 3,000 people in Northern Ireland suffer a stroke each year, and there are 39,000 stroke survivors living in our communities. The impact: death, disability, suffering, inability to work or to care for others, and requiring long-term care. These are all real-life consequences. We have a fantastic thrombectomy service that is currently working 8 to 5, 7 days a week, and over 100 people every year in Northern Ireland miss access to thrombectomy because of these restricted hours, resulting in avoidable harm for patients and avoidable pressure on the health and social care services. For every 100 patients that miss out, 42 suffer significant disability, 28 need care, and some will die. And the cost of this, improving this to a 24/7 service, has been calculated at £5 million a year. There are benefits to the patients, benefits to the system. Thrombectomy is one of the most cost-effective interventions within the system, saving around £47,000 per patient over 5 years, as we have heard. It also has an economic benefit, as was raised by Linda there, preventing people from having to give up work, allowing them to continue to care for others and continue to be parents. It is a truly transformative treatment, preventing disability and the impact that this could have on someone's life, on their physical health or mental health. So 150 patients get a thrombectomy every year, 100 more could benefit. You can have a stroke at any age, and we also know that increasing age is a factor, and we know that Northern Ireland's ageing population will mean that we will have doubled the amount of people over 85 by 2047. So while stroke can strike at any age, it clearly will be an increased demand for services. Receiving a mechanical thrombectomy could mean the difference between walking out of a hospital and not being able to.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Alan Chambers.
I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion. Stroke remains one of the most serious medical emergencies we face, and for many people it is life-changing in a matter of minutes. The impact is not just clinical, but personal, social and long-term. It is right that this debate also recognises the progress that has been made in stroke care in recent years. No longer is a stroke a death sentence that it was in earlier generations. Indeed, there has been a clear shift towards a more evidence-led and coordinated stroke pathway, from prevention and rapid recognition through to acute treatment, rehabilitation and ongoing support. That progress reflects the work of dedicated clinicians who are continuing to save many lives every week right across Northern Ireland. One of the most important advances in modern stroke medicine has been the rollout of thrombectomy, and its significance cannot be overstated. For the group of patients who are eligible, it can mean the difference between severe, life-limiting disability and a meaningful recovery. It is a highly effective intervention that directly treats the cause of some of the most serious strokes. As clinicians repeatedly emphasise, time is critical. Every minute saved preserves brain tissue, protects function and improves the chances of a patient returning home and regaining their independence. I want to pay tribute to the stroke teams here in Northern Ireland who have worked hard to maximise access to thrombectomy within the current service. The previous move to a 7-day service at the Royal Victoria Hospital, delivered by my party colleague Robin Swan in the last mandate, was a significant step forward. And I know the current Minister is working assiduously to try to make that 7-day service now a 24/7 service. The introduction of artificial intelligence in stroke imaging across stroke receiving units is also a particularly positive development. Faster and more accurate interpretation supports better decision making and help ensure that specialist capacity is focused where it can have the greatest impact. Improvements in out-of-hours assessment, early morning transfers and repatriation processes may be less visible, but they make a real difference to patient experience and system flow. Of course, while thrombectomy is critically important for some patients, it sits within a wider stroke pathway that must function well as a whole. Prevention, public awareness, rapid diagnosis, thrombolysis, rehabilitation and community-based recovery services are all essential. Continued progress in areas such as TIA services and thrombolysis rates will benefit a much larger proportion of stroke patients, and we must keep that broader picture firmly in view. Public understanding also matters. If time-critical treatment is to reach those who need it, people must recognise the signs of stroke and seek help immediately. Faster presentation to hospital, quicker scanning and coordinated clinical teams are all form part of the same chain of care, Mr Deputy Speaker. While debates like this calling upon a minister to do something he's already trying to achieve may provide the Chamber something to discuss, ultimately it's progress on the ground and within our stroke services that matters most. One of Minister Nesbitt's most commonly used phrases at present is better outcomes. Little else delivers better outcomes than getting the right care in the right place at the right time. So I'm supportive of the direction of travel that has been set and of building on the real progress already achieved in stroke care. I pay tribute to the staff who deliver these services day in and day out, and also those stroke survivors and associate charities who educate us all by sharing their stories. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Nicole Orlea Flynn.
And I also welcome the opportunity to speak on this very important motion, because at its heart this is about saving lives. It's about improving recovery outcomes and ending unacceptable inequality in access to stroke care. In June 2022, the Stroke Action Plan committed to the delivery of a 24/7 thrombectomy service by the end of 2024, and this was not a vague aspiration, it was a policy commitment. We're now past that deadline, and access to this treatment still depends on the time of day that a person has a stroke. So, to put that reality plainly, I know, as Colin and others outlined when they were speaking, but a person who has a severe stroke at 2 p.m. may recover their independence. The same person with the same stroke at 2 a.m. may not. And that is the human consequence of having an 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. service. We're often told that funding is the barrier, but the figures also make clear that the estimated cost of moving to a 24/7 provision is just over £5 million recurrently. A modest sum when set against the lifelong costs of disability, residential care and lost independence when someone's treatment is delayed or denied. So this is not simply a question of affordability, but it's also a question of we'll have to make it a priority. And as Alan Robinson had pointed out earlier, it's also important to note that despite not having a 24/7 service, the thrombectomy rates here are higher than those in England, Scotland and Wales, and that is a credit to the skill and the commitment of our staff, but it also underlines how much more could be achieved if access was based on need rather than limited hours. There is also a growing issue of fairness. England has committed to full 24/7 thrombectomy access by April 2026, and patients here are entitled to ask why their access to care should depend on where they live rather than on clinical need. Yeah, I will.
Would the member agree with me that people in the south of Ireland are also, in the 26 counties, are also able to avail of 24/7 service, whilst it is only in Dublin and Cork, Dublin Beaumont Hospital and Cork University Hospital, and you would certainly like to see more access? That maybe if the Minister could enlighten us if any conversations have been had with the Minister in the south about how that has been delivered and how successful it has been.
There's an extra minute.
Thank the member for the intervention. I know that the mover of the motion, he mentioned that in some detail in his speaking remarks also, and if there is options there that we can look at, we should definitely explore that, and I've no doubt the Minister will be happy to do that and might update us when he's responding. But so the reset plan speaks about excuse me, high impact outcome focused reform. Few interventions meet that test as clearly as thrombectomy. Better survival, better outcomes and reduced long-term pressure on the health and social care system. Thrombectomy is one of the rare interventions that is clinically transformative and economically rational at the same time. There is also an uncomfortable truth here about equality of access. A stroke does not respect geography or time of day, but our service does. If you live closer to Belfast, or if your stroke happens during daytime hours, your chances are better. And that is not a health service designed around need, it's one designed around convenience. Sinn Féin believes that health reform must be patient-centred, not system-centred. The reset plan speaks about outcomes prevention and reducing long-term demand, yet we continue to delay one of the clearest examples of that approach in action. Sinn Féin also recognises the immense pressures that are facing the health system, that are facing our health workforce, and I think everyone in the Chamber also recognises and has spoke previously around the obvious budgetary constraints that the Minister has repeatedly outlined to us all. But transformation cannot be delayed endlessly. So I do think that the Assembly is right to make the call today on the Department, on the Minister, to try and move beyond commitment and hopefully into delivery. And the last speaker, Alan, from the Minister's party, obviously was outlining all the progress that we've seen from Robin Swan and over the previous years, and that is also so welcome. And you do have to celebrate all the improvements that we've made, because undoubtedly it has saved people's lives and it has helped many people. But let's then just, if we can, push this forward to try and get the 24/7 service.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the opposition, because I do think that this is a really important debate, and it is an opportunity, Minister, that we can change people's lives, and we can change people's lives by providing a service on that 24/7 basis, and it makes sense in every single way that we would want to do it. It makes sense because of the amazing outcomes that can happen, but it also makes sense because someone who has a major disability for a stroke will have, their quality of life will be much poorer, and their dependence on the health service will be much greater. So it makes an enormous amount of sense. Can I, like others, welcome folks from the Stroke Association and also the Chest, Heart and Stroke Association. I was over in Craigavon Hospital a few months ago where the Chest, Heart and Stroke were opening patients' room. And I had an opportunity to talk to the consultant and the multidisciplinary team who deal with stroke patients there. And the consultant, when we were talking about the issue of thrombectomy, and I asked him what was the #1 issue that he wanted resolved in relation to stroke, and he said a 24/7 thrombectomy service. And he said that it was like a miracle. So patients left Craigavon Hospital in a terrible state and often came back even after that with their functions restored and their outcomes much better. So I think that it is so important to recognise that with the thrombectomy, different outcomes are possible, and really it's up to us to try to do it. And I was talking to the ever-present Pam Tilson outside in the hall, and she reminded me that really what we have is, and what we want, is a stroke action plan, not really a stroke aspiration plan, and that we need to actually move to actually get ahead with this, because it makes so much sense on every single level. The national clinical guidelines for stroke are clear, and that those patients who have access to a thrombectomy centre 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, will benefit and will be able to have much better outcomes. Minister, a lot has been said here about the cost of a 24/7 thrombectomy service, and this figure of £5 million seems to have gotten all into our heads. And I would like you to confirm the actual cost that you think it would be. But I was actually up at the Royal talking to Jennifer Welch, the new Chief Executive of the Belfast Trust, and I asked her specifically about the introduction of a 24/7 thrombectomy service, and she said that they were preparing a business plan for that. Now, as far as I can see, the Stroke Action Plan came about in 2022, and we're only preparing a business plan in 2026 for a 24/7 service. We would really like to see that plan, and really it would be such good news for a relative. If we think of the extent of the health budget of over 8 billion, if it is 5 million that saves lives, that transforms patient outcomes, and that actually in the long run will also save the health service, it is a good day if we can confirm that this is in the offing. I will, of course.
As well as the cost, would the member agree with me that the lack of a 24/7 thrombectomy service results in a moral injury on the staff who enter their professions in order to save lives, not to see preventable, life-changing harm happening to their patients because of the time of day that they took a stroke?
Thank you. Yes, I am absolutely struck by that point, because I was talking to some of the staff on the ward in Craigavon where they made the point that it is dreadful to see patients who could benefit but cannot benefit because of the lack of access to this life-changing service. And many of those staff work with patients over a very long period of time. They get to know them, they get to know their family very, very well, and it is really important that they are able to offer the best service available. Minister, we long for good news on this one.
Paula Bradshaw.
Deputy Speaker, I would like to thank the proposers for bringing forward this motion today. And I think it is worth emphasising at the outset that those who work in health and social care provide stroke treatment and care during extremely difficult and complex hours. They do so because, as others have contributed so far, because they care so much about the well-being and the prognosis of their patients. We are so grateful to them and for all the subsequent support that they provide. I am also aware that they receive complementary and vital support through the likes of Stroke Association, NI and the Northern Ireland Chest, Heart and Stroke. I know they're here today, and I think we're all very grateful for keeping this issue high on the agenda for us and providing a voice to those people who have suffered from a stroke and are now living with the consequences. However, I think that the clinicians, the healthcare workers and the campaigners are all doing this with one hand tied behind their back. It is incredibly frustrating to be standing in this chamber again today calling for a 24-hour, 24/7 thrombectomy service for Northern Ireland. 18 months ago, when I was chair of the All-Party Group on Stroke, I presented a petition in this chamber on behalf of the Stroke Association for this 24/7 service, as it was promised in the action plan, as others have alluded to today, by the end of 2024. And here we are again now in 2026, reinforcing the point that treatment for patients who've suffered from a stroke must be a priority. Failing to deliver on this pledge will have already had devastating consequences for so many lives, and it could be any of us at any time in the future. We do need to recognise, Mr Deputy Speaker, the fundamental cost of inaction here. Thrombectomy is time critical. It is literally a matter of life or death. People are being left with serious disabilities or sadly dying well before time because a service which could have been introduced to them saved their lives, and they were not able to avail of it because of the time of day that they entered the health service. In my past capacity as health spokesperson for the Alliance Party, I have met many survivors and clinicians who have spoken of the huge relief that thrombectomy can bring to those people who are able to avail of it, but also the appalling consequences of delay, including brain damage, loss of independence, difficulty with rehabilitation and so on. And I would like to speak up for those clinicians I've engaged with in the past on this issue of 24/7 and office hours. Many of them do come in on their days off, days when they should be at home resting or spending quality time with their families because they recognise that there's a patient who has entered the health service who needs their help. We cannot put such a huge burden on such few numbers of healthcare professionals, and I would like the Health Minister today to possibly outline how he is working with the trusts to develop a robust workforce for this area. Indeed, unfortunately, I know in my own family that stroke does not keep office hours. My mother-in-law was found on the floor having had a stroke sometime between midnight and 7 a.m. on a Saturday morning. The ambulance arrived within 10 minutes. However, the service could not have saved her from severe disability because of the duration that she lay unattended. She was left paralysed, immobile and with severe and accelerated cognitive decline. Mr Deputy Speaker, it did not have to be this way. So I know that there is a severe inequity at the heart of the system. We need to be clear that the difference between having a stroke in the wee hours of a Saturday morning or having it midday on a Thursday should not be the difference in survival prospects and potential rehabilitation. The human case should, of course, be enough. Yet it is also worth emphasising that by not providing thrombectomy on a 24/7 service clearly costs the system more money in providing follow-up services than providing it would. Fundamentally, this is a test of whether the system simply exists for its sake or whether it really needs to be reformed to put patients first today. So I do want to hear from the Minister about what obstacles are in the way of preventing the delivery of this key part of the action plan from 2022. When will we see 24/7 thrombectomy here, and what action is being taken to ensure patient dignity in the meantime? Thank you.
Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I first of all start out by thanking the Leader of the Opposition for bringing this vitally important matter to the floor of the House this afternoon. Some months ago, I had the privilege of meeting with Kim, one of my constituents and a thrombectomy service campaigner. I heard firsthand the benefit that access to thrombectomy services had in her life in the days following her stroke 5 years ago. Kim is now back to work and leading a full and fulfilling life. Without thrombectomy access, Kim's story may have been very different, which highlights the importance in delivering a 24/7 service to ensure that everyone in Northern Ireland who is eligible can avail of timely medical interventions following strokes, heart attacks and other medical emergencies. The 6-hour window following a stroke is critical to a patient's rehabilitation. There shouldn't be a lottery involved with the quality of care depending on what time of the week an individual suffers from a stroke. Thrombectomy should be as readily available an option for patients presenting at 12 midnight as it is for patients presenting at 12 noon. The Department has a duty to the people, circa 100 people who every year miss out on access to thrombectomy because of restricted hours. This results in avoidable harm for patients and pressure on our health and social care service. So I would call on the Minister to move to implement 24/7 thrombectomy services without delay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I call Patsy McGlone.
And I would particularly like to welcome those members of the Stroke Association, Chest, Heart and Stroke NI, who are with us here today, but particularly Clodagh Dunlop, who has been a true champion and an advocate for those thrombectomy services, truly and very much so. However, here today, one of the elements is, yes, we need those services 24/7, but like so many other cases, it's having access or getting access to those services is the other part of the equation. I'm here today to speak about Michael. Michael took a stroke on Tuesday the 27th of January, and the call was made to the emergency services at 11:30, followed by at least 2 more calls, and indeed I made representations through the Minister's own office. No first responders were available, no ambulance was available, and from 11:30 till approximately 2:30 the ambulance did arrive. The ambulance left his address at approximately 3:30. This is rural Tyrone, and on its way to Antrim Area Hospital, which is another 35-40 minutes, which would leave an estimated time of arrival at Antrim Area Hospital at 4 o'clock, 4:15. The ambulance mean target for Category 2 calls is 18 minutes. A recent analysis reported that less than 1 in 5 suspected stroke or heart attack calls were reached within the 18-minute target. In this case, it was 3+ hours. And when admitted, the care at Antrim Area Hospital by the stroke team was excellent, and the family told me that themselves, and they wanted to pay tribute to the staff at Antrim Area Hospital. However, by the time he was admitted, that was 5 hours approximately from he had taken the stroke, and those of us here, and including those in the gallery, know how important those hours are to at least some form of recovery and treatment of the patient. Regrettably, Michael passed away on the 2nd of February. And the reason, and I have permission from the family to raise this case here, is that the importance of access to an ambulance, access to those services, access to the importance of those thrombectomy services to deal with stroke victims is crucially important. And the deployment of extra resources to the ambulance services and the first responders is complementary to the provision of thrombectomy services in the hospital carried out by those excellent staff. So that, Minister, is an example of real life. It's particularly an example of real life in many of our rural areas. And so all I can conclude with is today, about Michael, may God rest his gentle soul, ar yesje garo anam shev. And my sincere sympathies to the McLernan, O'Neill and extended families on the passing of what was a true gentleman. Gurumina Maidit.
Thank you. I now call on the Minister of Health to respond to the debate. Minister, you have up to 15 minutes.
Deputy Speaker, thank you, and thank you to the opposition for bringing the debate and to everybody who has contributed to these discussions. Stroke is a major health issue. Approximately 3,000 people are admitted to hospital every year, and more than 40,000 survivors of stroke are living in our community. As members have noted, my department's Reshaping Stroke Care Action Plan was published in June of 2022. It sets out a range of commitments to improve services across the entire pathway from prevention to rehabilitation. At the time it was published, it was clear that we can and must do better, and I want to provide an assurance that I and my department remain committed so to doing. Now, with regards to thrombectomy, I'm aware of the benefits. It's a life-saving treatment for some. The evidence is clear. Thrombectomy significantly reduces the impact of a large disabling stroke. Evidence also suggests thrombectomy is highly cost-effective. The savings as a result of thrombectomy are realised through reductions in hospital length of stay, demand for rehabilitation, and longer-term care, either at home or in a residential or nursing home setting. There will also be wider savings at a societal level with, for example, improved outcomes, reducing economic inactivity as a result of a stroke. And as members have noted, it's estimated that up to 10% of stroke patients could benefit from thrombectomy, and our current rate is just over 5%. So while a service can be provided up to 24 hours after stroke symptoms, it's clear the benefit is maximised if it's provided within 6 hours of having a stroke. And in 2020, my predecessor, Robin Swan, took the important step of extending provision to a 7-day-a-week service. As such, thrombectomy is now available at the Royal Victoria Hospital from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m, 7 days a week. But I acknowledge there is more to be done, especially as the absence of a 24/7 service means that not everyone who could benefit from thrombectomy in Northern Ireland currently has access to it. And I agree with Mr Donnelly, it is an inequality and an inequity that does need to be addressed. It's important to recognise in the absence of a 24/7 service, innovative solutions have been put in place to maximise equitable access to thrombectomy within the current hours of operation, but it doesn't close that gap. But it does include the introduction of artificial intelligence in stroke imaging in all stroke receiving units, and this helps identify patients who are suitable for thrombectomy, and it avoids futile transfer of patients from any of the other 7 stroke receiving units. An out-of-hours thrombectomy assessment protocol has also been developed that will ensure patients who present out of hours have the appropriate assessments in their local stroke receiving hospital, and steps are taken to facilitate an early morning transfer to the Royal Victoria Hospital for treatment where appropriate. In addition, a revised repatriation protocol has been introduced to ensure repatriation from the Royal Victoria takes place as soon as possible. The time frame for repatriation moved from 24 hours to some patients who are now eligible for repatriation from 6 hours post-procedure. And this, of course, improves patient flow and increases bed capacity at the Royal. So I'd like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to the team here in Northern Ireland for their achievements in maximising access to thrombectomy. Priority 4 in the action plan makes a specific commitment to expand the current thrombectomy service in Northern Ireland to 24/7 by the end of 2024, as members have noted. And I understand the frustration that the timescale has not been met. The subsequent collapse of the institution shortly after the action plan was published, combined with the unprecedented budgetary position, regrettably had an impact on that delivery. But let me be clear, the implementation of a 24/7 service remains a key focus for me and for my department. The case for investment in services like thrombectomy to support a 24/7 service is compelling. The cost effectiveness and the potential savings as a result of the intervention is well recognised. Expansion of the current service will require significant additional investment. A costed model has been completed. The estimate is that it is costing just over £5 million in recurrent funding to deliver a 24/7 service. This funding could achieve a 10% thrombectomy rate and deliver up to 160 additional procedures per year. As members will know, it's 5 million, but it's 5 million I do not have. That does not mean necessarily it will not happen. The investment would also address pressures in other areas such as diagnostic radiology and aesthetics and stroke TIA services, and as such, my officials are currently working to refine this estimate further and quantify what additional system capacity would be achieved with this investment. Consideration is also being given to phasing a 24/7 service. We're aware it will take time to reach 10% activity once a 24/7 service commences, and a phasing of costs might be possible. I've been advised that a 24/7 service could be delivered within months of funding being made available, and the Belfast Trust, I am glad to say, has expressed strong interest in making this happen as soon as the funding is approved, and will make every effort to support the adoption of any new service. And work is ongoing to draft that business case, which reflects the costs, the phasing and the capacity, in addition to thrombectomy, which will be generated by the investment. And this should be completed in a number of months. I give way to Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Minister. The Minister has highlighted the cost being 5 million. Is the Minister any idea of the figure of the savings and the potential for these savings then to be reinvested into other areas in the health service?
Well, I believe the savings are more stark in terms of societal savings, in terms of people not being economically inactive. But it's also about the quality of people's lives, and I think that should be the priority over the money. Now, I have to say, as members should know, we started the year with a deficit in the health service budget of some 600 million. It's unprecedented, and as I warned, it has turned out to be unmanageable. And I know Paula Bradshaw asked, what is the obstacle? Well, the obstacle is money. And I'm surprised no member does not recognise that it is the funds. And yes, I'm the Minister, but I'm not master of the money. The Permanent Secretary is the accounting officer. And he has legal obligations. He has a duty, apart from anything else, not to endorse a spend that he knows the Department cannot afford. But I will return to the money in a moment. I think it's important to recognise that while potentially life-saving for the 10% of patients who could benefit from thrombectomy, the Stroke Action Plan sets out a range of commitments to improve services across the pathway for the benefit of all. And while capacity and funding constraints have impacted the pace of delivery, progress in key areas has been made. In terms of prevention, this includes the development of a regional model for TIA or mini-stroke services. There's also an ongoing focus on improving thrombolysis treatment rates with the aim of achieving a rate of 16%. And to that end, Altnagelvin has been selected as one of a number of sites in the UK to to participate in the Thrombectomy and Thrombolysis in Acute Stroke Collaborative. That's an NHS-elect quality improvement initiative to improve thrombectomy and thrombolysis rates. In terms of support for stroke survivors, models have been developed for community integrated stroke services and spasticity services. Analysis is also ongoing on the sustainability of our current stroke units. That includes consideration of future demand up to the year 2040. This will be informed by a stroke workforce review, which is now underway and is currently focused on the hyperacute and acute stroke workforce. I return to funding constraints, the £600 million gap. The health and social care system as it stands is financially unsustainable. So people are waiting too long to access vital services, and we've been unable to take forward all of the developments we would want, including in relation to thrombectomy. Well, I'm clear that the way to address this is to work differently and to try and deliver services and improve health outcomes with the resources we have available. I've taken a number of decisive steps to progress this. The Reset Plan focuses on a new model of care, one that is a neighbourhood-centred, preventative and integrated service, prioritising investment in primary and community care where we can deliver better outcomes at lower costs. And within my department, a system financial management programme has been established. That programme contains a series of projects which are intended to reduce costs and drive value across all aspects of our system. Now, a number of members referenced cooperation with the Republic of Ireland, and Deputy Speaker, I want to touch on that. And I begin by repeating what I've said from the get-go. I have no ideological or political objection to cross-border cooperation on health. In fact, quite the opposite, where it makes sense. And so we have begun conversations with the Department of Health in Dublin on 24/7 thrombectomy. In fact, on the 16th of September of last year, officials commenced discussions, and this was on opportunities for all sorts of cross-border collaboration. But the potential for a 24/7 thrombectomy service at the Royal Victoria Hospital serving some residents of the Republic of Ireland was on that agenda, and we're currently waiting for the assessment of those potential opportunities. What I would say to Mr McGrath is that I think if you look at the history of these cross-border cooperations, the history would suggest that the Government of Ireland, while they will invest, will tend to wait until the service is up and running and proven before they'll get involved, rather than investing in the establishment of the service. I don't think Mr McGrath mentioned Shared Island, but just so it's not an elephant in the room, I don't believe it would be an appropriate vehicle because that would require recurrent resource funding, which is not really something the Shared Island Fund do. So it would be more of a service level agreement between the two departments of health.
Is there even an opportunity of exploring a graduated implementation of the service? Because every time you help somebody, you're saving the health service £50,000, £60,000, £70,000. It could be reinvested back in, and it could grow as the years progress.
Well, I absolutely agree that in principle we would be looking at a graduated or an involving rollout of the service. I am very keen on that. And I think it makes sense in the current financial situation because it's either, it's not all or nothing. Let's see if we can find something in between that is manageable and affordable and sets the direction of travel. And I think the member knows in the months remaining to me, hopefully, as Minister through to the 6th of May 2027, I'm hoping to set directions of travel which the next Minister of Health will feel that they want to follow over the 5 years of the next mandate. And that's where we really should see some significant improvements.
Just in regard to the access to services, the point that I was making, important though those thrombectomy services are, the rurality of major sects of Northern Ireland are such that ambulances and access to those ambulance services to transport people to the necessary thrombectomy provision that is so necessary too in their treatment. Are you intent on addressing that deficiency?
I am intent on trying to address rurality where it does become an issue, and it becomes an issue right across health and social care delivery, absolutely. But I get back to the point that you cannot have an acute hospital at the end of every street. And so there has to be a bit of common sense, I think, a bit of pragmatism in terms of how we deal with this. But I certainly don't want any disadvantage to fall on somebody who chooses to live in a rural community. And there shouldn't be a particular advantage given to somebody just because they're living in an urban area close to an acute hospital that is providing those stroke services.
The length of time you've left. Just in relation to that, I think that following on from Mr McGlone's point, the access, we don't expect to have every service in every hospital. What we expect is that people can access it, so we need to address the ambulance issue if we're not going to address where the service is.
Well, my plan would be to look at hospitals as a network, and the big issue then becomes not that people are not prepared to travel, but the people who need to travel who don't have easy access to transportation. And that would be a significant minority. I would say at least 10%, possibly significantly higher than that. So it does need to be addressed. So in conclusion, I want to recognise how impactful thrombectomy can be. For our stroke patients, the impact on outcomes is profound. That's clearly demonstrated in all the documentary evidence. And I also recognise the impact of the lack of a 24/7 service on our dedicated and committed workforce, that sense of moral injury that Mr Donnelly referred to. I absolutely get that. I see it when I'm out and about every week. Engagement with stroke clinicians has highlighted the concerns of the workforce in relation to the inability to deliver time-critical treatments for stroke patients. I had a very good meeting this morning looking at clinical priorities for next financial year. Thrombectomy was on it. If I turned that into a mental wish list of my own, a 24/7 thrombectomy service does not come out badly.
Thank you, Minister. I now call on Matthew Toole to conclude and wind up the debate. The motion, you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm promoting you there to Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm sure it won't be too long. Thank you to everybody who spoke in today's debate. Thank you to the Minister for responding. I think we got some positive progress from the Minister there, which I appreciate. And obviously, our job, something Mr Chambers said earlier on, is to hold the Minister positively and constructively to account, because I do know he wants to make progress in this area, and I welcome some of the progress that he alluded to and that he wants to make in the weeks and months ahead. We, those of us in the Chamber and the Opposition, and I'm sure in other parties too, and indeed the Stroke Association, will be working to hear more about that and to hopefully make progress on the specifics of the work that's going on internally in the department in terms of the business case, particular areas for North-South cooperation and the costing. Thank you everybody who participated in today's debate, but thank you more than I suppose anybody to Clodagh Dunlop and Paul McLean, who came here to Parliament buildings today to share their stories with us and all their colleagues and friends in the Stroke Association who have helped us put together this motion, and indeed their counterparts in chest, heart and stroke who work very hard in this area too. As Paul and Clodagh will testify, as they've testified to us here in this building today, stroke is not an event. It's not a binary, you have a stroke, like for a sprain or a fracture. Stroke is a life-changing event, and it changes lives. It changes the lives of individuals, their families, and all who work with them and who care about them. It also has a repercussive effect on, to put it bluntly, the public purse, because the more severe your stroke outcomes, the most severe outcome of all, of course, is death, and thrombectomy is a key part of reducing mortality. But for those who survive, the level of disability is reduced dramatically, dare I say it, Mr Deputy Speaker, almost miraculously, if they can get access to speedy thrombectomy. Particularly people who are earlier or in middle age have the opportunity to live something like the life that they would otherwise have led were they not to have had a stroke. And that is just such a special and profound thing. Danny talked about moral injury. The most profound thing that anybody who works in the health service will say is the ability to heal, to make better, or to at least minimise the damage is ultimately the vocation of people who work in the health service. Thrombectomy is this remarkable procedure which allows people to continue to work, to be active physical parents, to drive their car, to do all sorts of things, sometimes to talk, to retain certain cognitive facilities they wouldn't otherwise have. It really is remarkable. So there's a profound moral case for us delivering this on a 24/7 basis. It isn't a huge number of people who will avail of thrombectomy, but it is. But the effect for those people who do require and avail of thrombectomy, as Paul and Clodagh have told us today, can be quite transformational and remarkable. So, how do we get there? How do we get to a 24/7 thrombectomy service here in Northern Ireland? I'm pleased that the Minister has indicated he wants to move in that direction. We're often very oppositional here, and we're holding ministers to account for one thing and another. We are holding you to account for it, Minister, but we're also welcome the fact that you want to move in that direction. It is true that when the Stroke Action Plan was published in 2022 and given an indicative date of 2024 for introduction of those 24/7 services, not long after that the institutions collapsed. A quick reminder of why we shouldn't ever collapse institutions here, but also it means that we now need to be, I think, realistic about delivering these. But I think it's realistic to do this and do this relatively quickly. The Minister said that cost is a significant pressure. Of course it is. And of course he, as other ministers in particular, he is operating in an extremely pressured cost-pressured environment. The number of £5 million has been quoted. Not to cavil at that, because I'm sure it's been arrived at very seriously. Anything that can happen to make that more achievable, whether that's around whether every option has been looked at in terms of staffing, we would encourage. I really welcome the fact that the Minister's officials are already engaging with the Irish Government. Whether that phasing is before or after it's a 24/7 service, clearly if we are able to save lives in Donegal and Monaghan, and the Irish Government can reduce the overall cost for you delivering a 24-hour thrombectomy service to the Royal, that's a good thing. That's win-win. Lastly is the point, not to sound too much like a wonky economist, about dynamic scoring, i.e. don't just score necessarily the upfront cost, but the saving. We have 48,000 people in Northern Ireland living with stroke. Those people at the more acute end will be living with care of one kind or another on an everyday basis. Number one, they will. Number two, often be lost to the workforce or be working less than they otherwise would. They may have a family member in receipt of carers allowance. All of those things mean that we can perhaps think about dynamically scoring 24/7 thrombectomy here in Northern Ireland. I just want to touch on a few of the comments made because it was an extremely constructive, thoughtful debate. Thank you to all members who participated in it. Orlaith Flynn talked about, I think she used the phrase, if I'm quoting her correctly, that it's clinically transformative, and I think economically rational was the phrase used. And that's completely true, very well put. This isn't there are many instances where we'll be asking for an innovation in healthcare or a new service which is experimental and perhaps the cost saving isn't entirely clear, even if there's a strong moral and medical case for doing it. This is both clinically and economically rational. This will save the public purse money because it'll make people's lives better and improve outcomes. Diane Dodds made some similar points and talked about what she had seen at Craigavon. Philip McGuigan talked about it as an invest to save project, which I think it is. Danny Donnelly, as I said earlier on, talked about his own experience, as we've heard about from Danny before, as a healthcare professional and the moral injury, knowing that an individual may or may not be able to improve their care because, or may not, a healthcare professional knowing that a person's outcome could have been better and a worse outcome was entirely preventable. This is an instance where we can prevent that. Now, we often talk about Northern Ireland missing targets profoundly. This isn't an area where we are dramatically far behind other jurisdictions. At the minute, we are ever so slightly, I believe, ahead of England in terms of provision of thrombectomy on a percentage basis. But that's, in a sense, doesn't mean that's what we should rest there. We should be getting everybody who is eligible for a thrombectomy, whether they live in the most rural area, and Patsy McGlone and Linda Dillon made very strong points about ambulance availability. I'll come on to that if I have time later on. Whatever time of day or night they have their stroke, they should have that access to the thrombectomy, ideally at the Royal Victoria Hospital, and those things can be achievable. And as I said on the cross-border point, if we can get people in Dunfanaghy or Donegal Town to Belfast quicker and get a thrombectomy for them quicker, or Ballybay or Clontibbert or wherever in Monaghan, to the Royal quicker to get there, thrombectomy, let's do that too. That'll improve outcomes for them and it'll also reduce the cost for the health service up here. This is something that we can do. It's an achievable thing, and I welcome the fact that the Minister is engaged in this. The Minister has been very clear and consistent in his priorities around reformulating services and shifting left. This can be a profound shift left for those people who get thrombectomy, people like Paul McLean, whose lives can be, first of all, their lives can be saved. And in Paul's case, as he said earlier on, his life was saved, and all of this is about timing. About 18 years ago, I was with my dad down the road in the Ulster Hospital, who got glass rights, and he wasn't a stroke patient who was eligible for thrombectomy, but he very nearly died, but for having been with some friends who spotted the signs of stroke, and he had an extremely serious bleed. But he's alive. His life changed. He couldn't do lots of the things that he would have liked to have done and the things that he did before, but he met his grandkids. This is extremely important. So I just commend the Minister for the progress he wants to make in this area, and I hope we can make progress, and I look forward to hearing more about it in the months ahead. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
And thank you. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, I no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Point of order, Mr. Honeyford.
Deputy Speaker, there was a previous point of order brought to this House by a member which referenced me, and since then I've reviewed my language, which was clumsy and made in the heat of a debate, but any offence was absolutely unintentional. We've worked really well together on Economy Committee, and I hope that continues, but my comments were directed at the party and their serious lack of challenge to the DUP, and they weren't made to the individual, but I apologise for any offence that was caused. Thank you.
Mr. Honeyford, thank you. That point of order is noted and your comments are on the record. Could members take the reins before we move to the next item on the order paper?
Okay, members. The next item of business is a motion from the opposition on social media restrictions for children and young people. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly recognises the growing body of evidence linking social media use as a cause of harm to the mental health, well-being and development of children and young people, notes the increasing concern around exposure to harmful content, addictive design features and online abuse, is aware that several countries are now moving towards stronger age-based restrictions on social media platforms, acknowledges that restrictions alone are not sufficient and that a holistic approach is required, including stronger platform regulation, digital literacy, parental support and effective enforcement. Further notes the British Government's consultation on online harms and child safety, believes that proportionate restrictions should be introduced to prohibit children under the age of 16 from accessing social media platforms alongside wider reforms to make online spaces safer, and calls on the Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology to introduce these measures at the earliest opportunity.
Thank you. I call Cara Hunter to move the motion.
Moved.
Thanks, Cara. So the Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 5 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the marshal list, the Business Committee has agreed that 8 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Cara, could you please open the debate on the motion? Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to raise this today. I believe firmly it is time to have a conversation about the next steps on this important issue. The evidence is growing, public concern is rising, and our children are growing up in a world navigating a complex online environment that was not designed with either their safety or their development in mind. Today, we will debate the issue that this Assembly recognises a growing body of evidence linking social media use with harm to the mental health, well-being and development of our children and our young people. Our motion notes the increasing concern around exposure to harmful content, addictive design and life-ruining and, sadly, sometimes life-ending online abuse. Today recognises the countries are now moving towards stronger age-based restrictions, and already on this island, conversations are taking place in the south. And I fear if we don't move now to have these discussions, will our children be left behind? And let me be clear from the outset. I know and the SDLP know an instant ban is not a perfect fix. It must not be made prematurely. It is not a silver bullet, but I firmly believe it is a proportionate step, one of many, in the right direction. Children are seeing harmful content each and every single day. We cannot debate this honestly until we recognise what children are seeing and experiencing. Ofcom's recent research revealed 7 in 10 11 to 17-year-olds have either seen or heard harmful content online. That could be pornography, graphic murders like beheadings, suicides and more. That's not odd or occasional exposure. That is routine, that is day and daily, day and night. Children have access to phones around the clock, a new generation, tech literate, and often much so more than their parents. I know today will not be popular with under 16s, and I know when I was 16, if you told me you were taking away my social media, I would detest someone like me thinking I know better, and I'm a little older and further removed. But I think today is an important conversation to have as adults where we make tough decisions to protect our children. It is a day, out of the interest of time, but I look forward to our discussion later. It is a day about recognising that we don't let our kids gamble, we don't let them smoke or drink, so why do we give them access to social media platforms that have a plethora of harms at the touch of their fingertips? Today we are here to have a tough conversation, perhaps an uncomfortable one. Stances like this may make us unpopular, might even cost us a few votes, but I think it is important that we have it. Years ago, as a child or teenager, if you made a silly mistake, it was assigned to the past. Now, due to phones and social media and the rise of smartphone-enabled surveillance culture, mistakes that you make live forever online. This isn't right, and it is certainly a lot for our children to bear. Many will rightfully see this as a parenting issue, but we know that parents are often in the dark. A new UK government campaign launched today. Research reveals that around half of parents have never spoken with their children about toxic online content. And Mr. Becker will agree with me on this. Many parents don't know what a VPN is, you're right. They don't know what incognito mode is. They don't understand that images and text messages can disappear, and thus no trail or footprints can be left behind when chatting on online platforms. These platforms and social media sites are sadly a dream for predators, such as the deeply sad, horrific Alexander McCartney case, which sadly led to 2 suicides and many victims scarred for life. Unthinkable, but yet happening every day. And just yesterday, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, a young woman, after enduring horrific abuse on social media and also the gossip platform Tattle, Pryn May Dixon, had died by suicide on the 9th of February 2026. She was just 16 years old. Today I think of her family, and it is a poignant reminder of how we must act appropriately when it comes to social media platforms and our young people. This motion also rightfully highlights the addictive design features that matter, because these systems are engineered to maximise time on platform engagement and data extraction from our young people. Endless scroll, autoplay, push notification and algorithmic feeds are not neutral features. They are behavioural shaping mechanisms, and for our young people and their brains which are developing, I think it's really important to note that here today. I acknowledge we cannot pass one simple vote, make one simple change and declare the job done. That's why this motion explicitly acknowledges that restrictions alone are not sufficient. We need a holistic approach, stronger regulation, digital literacy, parental support and effective enforcement, and this speaks in union with the Sinn Féin amendment here today. To finish, we need robust age assurance, we need safety by design requirements for our children's experiences, we need clear enforcement, we need digital literacy, and we need to support our young people to keep them safe on and offline every day.
Thank you, Cara.
Thank you.
I call on Emma Sheeran to move the amendment.
Okay.
Thank you, Emma. So you'll have 5 minutes to propose the amendment, and there'll be 3 minutes to wind on the amendment. All other speakers will have 3 minutes. So please open the debate on the amendment.
Guramagat, Prielash Concordia, and I thank the previous Speaker for bringing this motion today. We, as you've sort of referred to in your opening remarks, have brought this amendment not because we're in a position where we're completely opposed to a ban for under-16s for social media in the long term, but because we want to have a conversation and a debate about this. And I think these technologies are moving incredibly fast. That things are developing quicker than a lot of governments across the world are able to respond to them, and we don't have the empirical evidence yet to tell us what the result of a ban would be. All of us around this House and across the North want very clearly for our children and our young people to be protected. As MLAs, we engage day and daily with parents, with schools, with young people themselves who can't get access to transport to school, who can't get SEN provision that they need, who need better services in their areas, and we're here to work for them, and we want to see things improve for our young people. And that's whether it's in the real world or online. And I suppose our fear about jumping into a ban without understanding the full repercussions of that is the risk that these things end up being forced underground, that we end up with VPNs and other technologies that, I'll admit I'm far too old to understand, becoming the norm, and you end up then with it even more difficult to deal with. And I suppose what we in Sinn Féin would be saying very clearly when it comes to the issue of online abuse, particularly for our young people and children, is that what we do need to ban very clearly is Elon Musk's Grok tool, undressing people without their consent, robbing people of their dignity, robbing people of their bodily autonomy. That's a very basic decency question that shouldn't need any government intervention. That should be banned outright, and anybody accessing those platforms should know that. These multi-millionaires are making money off people's misery, and we know that. They can access the information that are being shared on these platforms, and they can monitor it, and they know what is going online. The same with Mark Zuckerberg's misinformation, Facebook feeds full of hatred, misinformation, far-right fear-mongering, and who ends up suffering? Our minority communities being attacked. That's what we want to see a ban of. That's what we want to see action of very clearly, and the British government need to respond to that. Instagram, the same. Multi-millionaires, billionaires making advertising revenue off unattainable beauty standards, pushing an algorithm into the feeds of our young people, particularly our young girls, who are telling them that they're not good enough and this is what they need to do to change. And that's what we need to see action on. So all of the societal problems that we have in terms of bullying and mistreatment of people, and particularly mistreatment of young people and other vulnerable groups within society, are amplified online, and we want to see regulation of these big tech companies. We need to engage with our young people who are telling us very clearly that they want to see better reporting functions, they want to see better regulation of the content that is online, and we want to see these problems being dealt with, not a jump to removing the provision from our young people before we've assessed what the implications of that would be.
Thank you, Emma. Call David Brooks.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I'll start by saying I welcome the motion and thank the proposers for bringing it to the floor. I think we're likely, we're giving consideration, but I think we're likely to probably prefer the original text to the amendment. But I think, regardless of that, I think there's going to be an awful lot of commonality around what we're speaking to, and everyone wants to be pushing in the same direction around this. We all wish to protect the next generation online. Social media is now a part of everyday life. Yet while it presents risks to users of all ages, those risks fall most heavily on our children. Additional workable protections should be a welcome step as we strive to make the online world a safer place. Young people today face challenges and pressures that are very different to the generations before them, and we should not be blind to the harm that social media plays in this. As Professor Jonathan Hyatt argues in The Anxious Generation, the design of our digital environment is shaping behaviour and mental health. If we are serious about tackling poor mental health, we must take every opportunity to do so. We know large numbers of our children encounter harmful content on self-harm, eating disorders and bullying, pushing them by recommendation systems. As the Children's Commissioner has noted, adult content still reaches children through major platforms despite their own stated policies. And it is clear the first exposure to such content can occur shockingly young, and sadly the online bullying is widespread. These are not abstract risks, they are lived experiences of families and young people and children within our own constituencies. Age-based proportionate restrictions deserve serious consideration as part of that package. Other countries are moving in this direction, and the British Government's consultation on children's social media use is an opportunity we should take to press protections on age assurance, addictive design features, and yes, perhaps even giving consideration to the prohibition of under-16s from access to some platforms. But I think that's something we should keep a watching review on, as we know that other jurisdictions have introduced it, and we should watch that carefully. Here at home, our own Education Minister has led by opening conversations on mobile phone use in schools and by supporting practical resources like the Smartphone-Free Childhood Parent Pack for families who wish to delay smartphones. This is exactly the sort of parent-first pragmatic support we need alongside the regulation we've talked about. These harms, of course, do not fall evenly, and the education spokesperson for the opposition and some of my own colleagues have spoken eloquently in the past of their own experiences and being made victims of AI in that regard. And I'm not going to speak too much on that because they have done so in the past. But in this chamber, when we discuss violence against women and girls, we understand that social media impacts girls' well-being and
that's time's up. I know. I see the 3 minutes. I know the 3 minutes just goes in too quickly. Sorry about that. Michelle Guy, please.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I want to thank the proposers of the motion. I know colleagues across this chamber genuinely care about online safety, and that matters because parents, teachers and young people want to see us working together on this. The reality is this: childhood has changed. Every generation faces new risks, but the pressures created by smartphones, constant connectivity and social media are unlike anything we have ever seen. These platforms are highly addictive by design and engineered to maximise time online because that is how profit is made, through advertising and data extraction. A 2019 King's College London study found that almost a quarter of children using their smartphones in a way consistent with behavioural addiction. A Cambridge University cohort study tracking almost 19,000 young people found that nearly half believe they are addicted to social media. It is no wonder families feel they have been left to navigate this alone. Companies worth billions with enormous lobbying power dominate this space, and governments have failed to act decisively or effectively. But now there is an ever-growing evidence base of the harms young people face on social media. Therefore, Alliance supports this motion and believes government should act in the best interest of children and families and not be swayed by the power wielded by huge corporations. We also need to be honest. This debate cannot start and end with a simple age ban. It also can't be about saying all social media or technology is harmful. It's not. In fact, there's evidence of real positives for young people using digital spaces. So let me be clear. We are content to shut the door to social media when it is unsafe, but to open it when it is safe. Restrictions alone will not fix the problem. We are not against age bans, but we need to be going further and give this issue the focus and detailed solutions it deserves. They must sit within a wider system of regulation, enforcement, digital literacy and support for parents. Alliance supports a stronger, more considered approach. For example, a tiered, risk-based system of age restrictions up to 18. This would regulate access to specific platforms and high-risk functions. Failure to comply must have consequences, significant fines and persistent offenders, suspension of services in the UK also. Time caps should be considered because prolonged chronic exposure is most clearly linked with harm. Turning to the Sinn Féin amendment, it does raise legitimate concerns, but it does remove the vital recognition of the harms caused by addictive design and harmful content. The original motion for us strikes a better balance, calling for proportionate restrictions alongside robust regulation. Children and young people deserve online spaces that are safe, healthy and designed around their well-being. That requires real restrictions, real accountability and real enforcement. So we're happy to support the motion.
Thank you, Michelle. I call Robbie Butler.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I forgot about the 3-minute rule, so I'm going to read through this quick, so pin your ears back. At the outset, it's worth acknowledging an uncomfortable truth for us in this chamber, because many of us, if we were to log into our own daily screen time and honestly reflect, there's a degree of hypocrisy, I suppose, what we're talking about today when we're talking about children and social media use, but maybe we're bringing a bit of our own wisdom to it. Digital technology brings real benefits, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, connection, creativity, learning, and it would be disingenuous for any of us to deny that. But recognising value does not absolve us from responsibility, particularly when evidence of harm is now so abundantly clear. This debate must be grounded in one guiding principle, and that is the best interests of the child. That's not a slogan, it's a legal, moral and human obligation rooted in the UNCRC. Children have a right to protection, to healthy development, to dignity and to be heard. And when those rights come into conflict with the business models of multinational tech platforms, it should not be the children who lose. The evidence before us is no longer anecdotal, nor is it isolated. We see clear links between social media use and harm, whether that's mental health, emotional well-being and development, particularly amongst younger users. Children are being exposed to content which is wholly inappropriate, and in any other context would be considered to be wholly unacceptable. They're being exposed, sadly, to pornography, self-harm material, bullying and misogynistic abuse, and the algorithms do not merely host the content, they actively promote it. Crucially, children and young people themselves are telling us that things aren't working. Young people across Northern Ireland have called for greater protections online, for clearer boundaries, for adults to take responsibility. But that advocacy means more than listening, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, because we are meant to protect those young people and to speak clearly about the harms that are posed. At the same time, we must be honest about the complexity. An outright ban, used prematurely or in isolation, risks unintended consequences. I need not remind many people in this room about the ban on alcohol for under 18s and smoking for under 16s. Didn't work that particularly well because whilst it might have been morally right, the application of it wasn't good. And we also know that the proliferation of VPNs, there's a 1,800% rise in the use of VPNs. And unfortunately, a lot of this stuff can be driven underground because age-based restrictions, if introduced, cannot stand alone. They must be part of a holistic response. What I would like to point out is that in Northern Ireland, for once, probably we're in a slightly better position than some of the other regions where we have the Safer Schools app. Safer Schools app is already in around 85% of the schools around Northern Ireland. But what I don't think is missing from that is parental awareness for the use of that app. Thank you, Ms. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Robbie, thank you. I call Cheryl Brownlee.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, so last night in preparation for this debate I tried to do a wee bit of market research with my teenage daughter, and I asked her if she'd ever witnessed any bullying, seen anything dangerous or harmful content or anything that made her feel concerned or sad, and her answer to me was no. So that's for two reasons. One, probably because she knows it will be raised in the Assembly at some point, but also two, I'm her parent and she might not feel comfortable telling that information to me. But I have no doubt whatsoever she has seen some very dangerous things online, but she might not fully realise it yet. But what she sees online has a huge effect on her life, from her inspiration to her clothes, to the influence on makeup, to the constant rap music that she listens to. Social media has so much control over her world, as do many other children. As parents, we obviously try to monitor as much as possible. We open up conversations and warn of the dangers, but the reality is it's a very dark and wild space that many of us know would be almost impossible to tame, never mind control. And when you add exposure to harmful content, addictive design features and online abuse, it becomes clear that we cannot ignore the risks of these platforms. Research shows that young adults actually regret the time that they spend on their phones, describing it as brain rot or doom scrolling, and Robbie was right. I think if we're all honest here, we do that ourselves. Yeah. A 10-minute scroll can often turn into 2 hours, leaving time lost and nothing gained. And endless hours online, comparing ourselves to others, our bodies, our clothes, our homes, our family life, and it can have significant, serious impacts on our mental health
leaving us never feeling fully content. And we've discussed in this chamber many times the horrific abuse received online, often from faceless trolls with very little, if any, recourse and no consideration whatsoever for mental well-being. It's addictive, persuasive and difficult to manage. And these big tech companies really do need to have accountability and responsibility for the damage that they cause. And as a member of the Policing Board as well, we've often talked about the lack of collaboration between these big companies and PSNI investigations and the struggles that they have to try and get the required evidence to get cases over the line, and that definitely needs consideration. But at the same time, we do know that screen time does have some real benefits, supporting education, interaction and access to support, but only if it's balanced with good sleep, exercise and offline play. So early intervention programmes, guidance on a healthy digital use of our course critical components in any restriction. So I welcome the Education Minister, of course, with his parent packs and pouches, but of the importance of physical education as well. So the evidence is clear. Social media is linked to anxiety, depression and sleep. And to add to this, there's many difficult things in relation to it. 3 minutes is definitely not enough time to talk about such an important subject, but I will end on saying that we are supportive of this, and we will hopefully do anything we can to address social media usage in young people.
Thank you, Cheryl. I call Jerry Carroll.
Limitations, but social media has been largely self-regulated. In practice, that means very little regulation, or at least none that threatens the bottom line of these companies, which is profit and wealth. Recommender algorithms are bombarding children and young people with harmful material that promotes self-harm, eating disorders and suicide, as has been alluded to by the member opposite already. Our young people are being shown a relentless stream of toxic content that promotes misogyny, racism and transphobia, and social media companies keep us in the dark about the parameters of their toxic algorithms and don't even disclose that detail to the government for scrutiny. They routinely prioritise trade secrets and commercial confidentiality over children's health and well-being. And the Centre for Countering Digital Hate looks at the videos YouTube recommends to a 13-year-old Irish girl who watches one video about eating disorders. 1 in 3 future recommendations were for harmful eating disorder content. 2 in 3 were related to eating disorders or weight loss, and 1 in 20 involved self-harm or suicidal content. So the algorithms are clearly a public health issue, Deputy Speaker. A UCL and University of Kent study found a 4-fold increase in the level of misogynistic content suggests a big tic-tac over a 5-day period, and this is obviously pushed on our young people because it's presumed that extreme content will keep them online and on the apps for longer. So in other words, these companies are, Deputy Speaker, pushing extreme content to children and young people and encourage them into screen addiction, and so they can monetize them and see them as consumers and customers. In the Dáil, my party colleagues are introducing a bill to tackle toxic recommender algorithms. They have no choice to bring this legislation in because social media companies are essentially failing to protect children. And an outright ban isn't the answer. Social media, for often a lot of people, can be a lifeline for young people, for LGBTQ+ people and neurodivergent communities as well. And I think cutting them off from friends and access to vital support can leave many vulnerable people feeling disconnected. 2 months, Deputy Speaker, into Australia's social media ban for under 16, young people are already finding ways to circumvent the ban. They're pivoting to alternative apps that don't require an account, re-emerging on platforms with fake birthdays, which was all entirely predictable. And similar to other prohibitionist policies, consumption doesn't end, it's just forced underground. And young people are already feeling increasingly isolated, and this is a problem that a ban doesn't and cannot address. Just move on in the interest of time. Do you have an extra minute? Sorry, it's okay, my lord. So it also, I think we need to have a focus on the multinational platforms and holding them to account for allowing this toxic content to thrive on their platforms. They've been running the show for too long. So I don't think we should be blaming children and young people for a system created by profit and wealthy focused adults. And so support the amendment and hopefully the motion as
Brilliant.
Amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on Donny Baker to weigh in on the amendment, and if I should only get 3 minutes, thank you.
And the focus today, I think, really needs to be on those big social media companies. Like when we have this conversation, and everyone wants the best for our young people, but it very quickly delves into social media and smartphones. So what is the definition of social media? And if you have that conversation with young people, they will tell you that that is Snapchat, it's also WhatsApp, it's also playing the PlayStation, Roblox, Fortnite. All these have interactions in the wider world and all have their dangers with it. Our young people do want protections, but they also want that right to participation. They want to be connected to their peers, and outright bans now and restrictions in isolation will cause unforeseen consequences. And our young people all know about these. All our young people know about VPNs. They know how to access them. They're a quick 30-second download. And when you have a VPN, if anyone doesn't know what that is, that allows you to dip into a server anywhere else in this world, and that exposes your smartphone to unforeseen consequences of downloading different data. Maybe that country doesn't have as good regulations, and that could expose you to a darker side of the web, and that could really open up corridors into really graphic pornography, and all that's wrong with the internet can be exposed there. Do you know who doesn't know about VPNs? Parents. And it's very easy to test that. Last week, in participation for this motion, I went down to our youth club and we done the workshops, and that was with that age group, our 11 to 16-year-olds. Every single one of them identified that they do need protections, but it should come from the companies. They should not be talking down to, they should be talking with and supported and get our way through this. Now, they all know about the VPNs. I done a quick questionnaire into my own WhatsApps with my own parents and their friends. Very, very few of them knew what a VPN was. And then when you started to ask them what social media was, everything done a full circle. Everyone wanted to go back to nostalgia, back to the day when there was no phone, was it way better back then? You know, that's the problem with this. And if you don't do it right, you end up putting our young people in greater dangers. It's so important that we have these conversations, but we'll have to be very realistic about it. If we don't understand it, then there's a wider implication there. And I thought I had a good handle on our young people and social media in general. And this is why WhatsApp's important. We don't even know the meaning of emojis. And that was very evident in the show that Netflix done around adolescence, and even the meaning of a kidney bean and that masculine toxicity, the violence against women and girls, all of that. And I guarantee you none of us would have known that there, but our young people do. So let's not be pushing them down that path. We need education and we need to work together, and at this point let's keep the focus on those who are responsible, and that's the big firms. That's your Elon Musk, that's the billionaires, not our young people. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on Sinead McLaughlin to wind on the motion. Sinead, you've got 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, and can I thank all of the members that have contributed to this debate this afternoon. Look, I honestly believe we're all really on the same page. We're using different maybe emphasis on words, etc. There's a lot of evidence still evolving around this, but really basically at the heart of this motion is about simple responsibility. Our responsibility as legislators to begin this conversation. This is not the end of this conversation. This conversation will go on every single day in our constituencies, in our schools and in our homes, and with the big multi-tech billionaires that are creating these platforms that are damaging our families and our people. Our responsibility is to protect children, and our responsibility is to keep them from harm. Social media is now part of everyday life for our young people. It shapes how they communicate, how they learn and how they see themselves. It is not all bad. There is some good in there. It influences how they measure success, how they judge their own worth and how they understand relationships. But the fact that something is normal does not mean it is harmless. As a mother and now as a grandmother, and I thank my lucky stars that I did not have to contend with the social platforms as a mother. I had Bebo and it was sitting in the middle of my kitchen and we were looking over it and they were only speaking to their friends. So that's going back a little bit. But I am deeply concerned about the type of world that our children and grandchildren are growing up in. Technology has moved faster than our protections, and too often young people are left alone in digital spaces that were never designed for their well-being of their mind. For many parents and grandparents, that creates a constant anxiety that we are playing catch-up while the damage is already being done. We wouldn't put a child in a car without a seatbelt, but in a report just released today in the Republic of Ireland, Cyber Safe Kids, 51% of children have no parental restrictions around online contact. I mean, it's a scary, scary figure. Just 39% of 8 to 12-year-olds say their parents can check, monitor, control what they do and see online. So we do have a problem. There is now a growing and credible body of evidence linking excessive social media use to anxiety, depression, poor sleep, poor body image issues and attention problems in children and young people. These are not abstract risks. They are real harms that parents see at home, teachers see in the classroom and mental health professionals see every single day. We are not dealing with neutral platforms. We are dealing with systems deliberately designed to be addictive, and many members talked about that addiction in their contributions this afternoon. Algorithms that monetise attention, business models that profit when young people stay online longer. These platforms do not just host content, they shape behaviour and they shape expectations and how young people see themselves and others. It's also worth noting that many of the people who design and profit from these platforms do not allow their own children to use them. That should give us pause. Across families, schools and communities, people are sounding the alarm. Teachers are reporting increased distraction and anxiety. Parents are struggling to set boundaries in an online world that never switches off. And mental health professionals are warning that the pressures facing young people today are fundamentally different from those faced by previous generations. Yet for far too long, we have hoped that the tech industry would regulate itself. It has not. Other countries have recognised that doing nothing is no longer an option. Governments across the world are beginning to step in because the cost of inaction is simply too high. There are multiple levels to this complex subject, and I accept and agree with all of the contributions and from the angles that you've all made them from. The subject will not be solved just through legislation, and nor indeed banning, because it is multi-level. But we must listen to the evidence, and we must make interventions across all of these. We in the SDLP didn't put this motion up and said that there was one solution and one solution only. We need to work at multiple levels, and we accept that. The British Government's consultation reflects the growing recognition that stronger protections are needed and the status quo cannot continue. This debate has rightly recognised that no single intervention is sufficient on its own. Restrictions alone are not enough. We want you to support our motion. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Sinead. So the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Sharon and Danny Baker be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. So the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Members, take your ease.
Order, members. Order. Item 5 in the order paper, the adjournment in question is Assembly now adjourn, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Pam Cameron to raise the matter of access to GP service in South Antrim. I call Pam Cameron. You'll have up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This adjournment debate focuses specifically on GP access in South Antrim, but every member of this House will recognise this is an issue affecting the whole of Northern Ireland. No constituency is untouched by the pressures facing general practice, and no family is unaffected by the growing difficulty in securing timely GP care. Mr Speaker, the recent report from the Public Accounts Committee has laid bare the scale of public concern. More than 15,000 people responded to its call for evidence, and over half rated their experience of accessing GP services as poor. Many described spending long periods on hold, repeatedly calling, or being advised to try again the next day. Some patients turned to private provision or emergency departments not out of choice, but because they felt they had nowhere else to go. The committee also heard that the department does not hold complete full-time equivalent GP workforce data, a basic requirement for any modern health system seeking to plan sustainably. At the same time, we know the number of GP practices has fallen over the last decade, while demand has risen. As of March 2025, Northern Ireland had just over 305 GP practices, supporting just over 2 million people. A 13% reduction in practice numbers, despite a significant increase in population. Average list sizes have risen by more than 23%, and this imbalance between capacity and demand is the foundation of the many difficulties that we do see today. These pressures are even more evident in rapidly developing areas. In Ballyclare, the population has grown by around 8.5% in 10 years, and in Antrim by around 9%. And that was the Census 2021 data, Mr Speaker. These growth patterns reflect extensive new housing and expanding commuter communities, yet GP capacity has not increased in tandem. Surgery teams are now attempting to support thousands more residents without the corresponding infrastructure, staffing or investment. Mr Speaker, behind these figures are of course real people, and one constituent shared that after hospital clinicians advised that they urgently needed medication, their GP practice did not have the staffing capacity to issue the prescription, and they had to return to hospital simply to obtain those medications. Others described being unable to access their practice because they couldn't sit on hold at 8:30 a.m. in the morning. Teachers who cannot leave classrooms, and carers who cannot abandon those they support, shift workers who cannot walk away from their duties. And one parent told me that they spent an entire morning phoning repeatedly for their unwell child with no queue system and no callback function. After losing a day's pay, they ended up out of hours. Others described delays in follow-up after photo-based assessments, with at least one person's condition worsening significantly overnight. We know that extended waits for specialist consultants are also pushing patients back into the general practice for interim reviews, pain management, sick lines and monitoring that should be taking place in secondary care. Long delays in key areas, including pain services, hips and knee replacements, forcing people to return repeatedly to their GP while living in significant discomfort and pain, with reduced mobility and a loss of independence. And these prolonged waits are also driving economic inactivity, as people remain unable to work at times while they wait for their procedures and treatments. Mr Speaker, it is important to recognise that not all feedback was negative. Some patients have shared very positive experiences of being seen promptly and treated with genuine compassion by their GP practice. And these examples remind us that despite immense pressure, many GP teams continue to provide excellent care every single day. Mr Speaker, I also wanted to be very clear about the perception around these issues, and the concerns that people have shared with me about access are of course real. They're valid and they're deeply felt. But it's equally true that when people do succeed in getting through and are seen, they describe the care they receive as professional, compassionate and of a very high standard. My point is not to minimise anyone's frustration, far from it, but it's simply to say that if the wider conversation continually paints general practice as beyond repair, we risk discouraging some people from seeking the help that they genuinely need in the first place. We must address the problems in terms of access, whilst also recognising the dedication of the staff who continue to deliver high quality care under immense pressure. Goodwill alone cannot sustain a system under this level of strain. Much of the GP workload is unseen. Reviewing blood tests and imaging, chronic disease management, follow-up hospital letters, safeguarding responsibilities, palliative care support, supervising trainees, visiting care homes, supporting social care teams, dealing with prescription shortages and liaising with pharmacists, district nurses and allied health professionals. This is the clinical engine room of the NHS and it is running beyond capacity. Mr. Speaker, I also wanted to touch as well on community pharmacy because it's clearly a vital part of primary care system, and pharmacies remained accessible throughout COVID and the successive winter pressures, and with the appropriate support they can relieve pressure from GPs by expanding Pharmacy First, supporting repeat prescription management and continuing their important vaccination and prevention work. But pharmacy itself must be stabilised if it is to take on more, particularly in light of the medicine supply pressures and financial challenges that are being faced. One of the gravest ongoing risks is the rise in GP contract handbacks. When a practice reaches the point where it cannot continue, patients are dispersed into neighbouring practices whose lists are already overstretched. This is deeply destabilising and can create a domino effect across an entire locality. Although South Antrim has not yet seen the same level of contract collapse as other areas, the pressures are very similar and the risk is very real. We also can't, of course, ignore the age profile of our GP workforce. While GPs are of a similar generation and are approaching retirement around the same time, while others are burning out under the weight of the current workload, the pipeline coming behind them is perhaps not large enough to replace those who will leave the service, and without urgent stabilisation, contract handbacks could escalate sharply as practices lose the experienced clinicians who have held the system together for years. And Mr. Speaker, we must remember that the GPs and their staff are human, just like the rest of us. They have lives, they have families, they have good health, ill health, mental health issues, and the same pressures that we all face on a day-to-day basis, and they're really doing their best under immense pressure. I've also heard of completely unacceptable instances of verbal abuse directed at GPs and their practice staff. An abuse that it may be born out of frustration, but it's wrong and it's harmful nonetheless. No workforce can withstand that level of strain without consequences for morale, retention and well-being. And this challenge is made more concerning by the fact that the future recruitment is also at risk. And during my discussions with GPs and the BMA, I was told that they'd held a round table with medical students at Queen's University, and those students were asked whether they would consider a career in general practice, and a large percentage said that they would not. I think that should alarm us all. So I'm very glad to see the Minister of Health with us this evening. I very much appreciate his time. He's a very busy man. But I would ask the Minister directly if he believes we do have the sufficient numbers of new GPs to come forward to replace those who are due to retire or leave the service, and if not, what plans are in place to address that gap. Mr. Speaker, the emerging neighbourhood model aims to provide more care within the community and reduce unnecessary hospital reliance. And that, of course, is the right direction of travel, but it is only achievable if GP practices are supported to deliver more neighbourhood level work, including in care and residential homes. Trusts may need to redirect parts of their budgets into community-based services, and if so, this must be done clearly, fairly and consistently. If resourced properly, the shift-left model would help reduce avoidable attendances at emergency departments by ensuring more people are treated safely and earlier and within the community. Multidisciplinary teams have also shown real value where they exist, bringing physios, mental health practitioners, pharmacists and social prescribing link workers directly into practices, but MDT rollout has been unequal, and some areas benefit from full coverage while others have little or no MDT provision, and this inequality must be resolved. Funding, Mr. Speaker, sits at the heart of all of this, and health receives more than half of the entire executive budget, yet general practice receives the lowest share of any UK nation, around 5.4%, or roughly £450 million. GP representatives asked for an additional 1% of the health budget, around £80 million, to stabilise the service. Instead, practices received an uplift equivalent to roughly 50 pence per patient. Understandably, this was deeply frustrating for GPs, and particularly when negotiations stalled and the contract was ultimately imposed. And I'm encouraged that GP representatives and the department have since returned to discussions, and while we're not privy to those conversations, I do hope that they lead to a fair and timely resolution that restores stability to general practice. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the single greatest source of frustration for many patients remains at the 8:30 a.m. bottleneck. People want a system that does not require them to sit on hold, to lose wages or rearrange caring responsibilities just to secure a GP appointment. Modern telephony, queuing systems, callbacks, digital pathways with non-digital alternatives and staggered appointment releases are all essential steps forward. Practices stand ready, of course, to play their part, but they do need the tools, the workforce and the investment to deliver change. Mr. Speaker, this debate is not about blame. It's about acknowledging the pressures, recognising the experiences of the public and supporting the work needed to build a fair, sustainable and patient-centred primary care system. General practice is the foundation of our health service. If it is strengthened and stabilised, every other part of the system benefits. If it continues to be stretched beyond safe limits, every part of the system then suffers. So finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to place on record my thanks to all of the constituents who did get in touch with me with their feedback and their experiences of GP access within South Antrim, and also to the GPs and the BMA representatives who met with me ahead of this debate to share their insights and concerns. Their contributions have been invaluable with this debate. Thank you.
Blair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and as I start, I wish to thank Pam Cameron, MLA, my South Antrim colleague, for bringing this important issue to the Assembly this evening, and I'm sure I'm grateful that the Minister is here to hear us and to respond. Firstly, I must also record my sincere thanks to the doctors, nurses and wider staff who provide GP services across South Antrim with such care and compassion. Their dedication often goes unrecognised, yet they work under immense pressure with rising demand and limited resources, and they deserve our stated respect and support. Our population in South Antrim is growing with new housing, an ageing population and more people living with long-term conditions. Our health service must keep pace or our constituents will pay the price through increased frustration and pressure. It is for the Health Minister and his department, of course, to ensure that access to GP services in South Antrim and across Northern Ireland is improved and sustained. And the Minister, it must be said, and the department need our support in delivering this. As MLAs, however, we hear directly from those affected when that access is not there or falls short. Like South Antrim colleagues at the Assembly and indeed local council level, I am routinely contacted by constituents who struggle to get a GP appointment or who are stuck on waiting lists for what they describe as an eternity. People phone at 8 a.m, they dial repeatedly, only to be told that all the appointments are gone, and we're all of us as MLAs familiar with that story. Others wait weeks to be seen for issues causing real distress. Too often people are left in pain or anxiety, unsure about where to turn. GP practices are the front door to our health service and central to prevention and early intervention. They deliver initial cancer testing, antenatal and postnatal care, vaccinations, chronic disease management and mental health support, among many other services. When people cannot access these services promptly and consistently, we miss chances to diagnose earlier, intervene sooner and prevent conditions from worsening. Access to such care is not a luxury. It is fundamental to safe and effective healthcare. We need GP services that are accessible and sustainable, regardless of where in South Antrim someone lives. That means timely appointments, well-staffed practices, and clear, consistent systems for contacting surgeries and the management of those systems. Avoiding unnecessary hospital admissions, Mr. Speaker, is key to relieving pressure on the wider health service. When people cannot get a GP appointment, many end up in overstretched emergency departments or out-of-hours services, often with conditions that could have been managed in primary care if the capacity existed and was available initially. That is not good for patients, nor staff, or the public purse. There are wider structural issues, of course, that we cannot ignore. For example, across Northern Ireland, fewer people are entering or remaining in the medical profession, including in general practice. Pay workload and burnout all contribute to this, and we as elected representatives should, and I believe do, take this seriously. We know that the NHS is vital to our society, and my party, the Alliance Party, remains committed to prioritising it. I look forward to the Minister providing an update on efforts to improve GP access in South Antrim. I think my colleague who's brought this has made clear that it's brought in the spirit of constructive conversation. I hope that continues, and I hope we can assist the Minister in his part in that constructive conversation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We'll call the Minister to clarify. Mr. McNulty, you don't want to speak now? Thank you. You're sitting in. Good, ma'am. Minister, you've got up to 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Mrs. Cameron and welcome the opportunity to outline my thoughts on primary care. Mrs. Cameron mentioned the Public Accounts Committee report on access to general practice. I did welcome that. We have considered the findings and the recommendations in full, and we will now work in partnership with general practice, their representative bodies, and patients and service users, importantly, to address those recommendations. That said, a number of them made in the committee's report are being addressed in work that's already in train and set out in my reset plan, which was published in July last. I'm very aware of the enormous demands on general medical services and the impact this has had on both patients and general practitioners. And in that context, I fully recognise the dedication and the tremendous efforts of all GPs and the practice staff in working to meet the needs of their patients. And in South Antrim, there are 11 practices. There are 59 GPs, partners and salaries, and they have a patient list combined of some 85,000 plus patients, so it is no small commitment. And on commitment, I can assure you my department is committed to addressing the issues right across Northern Ireland and to ensuring that patients will be able to continue to access high-quality, sustainable GP services now and in the future. And to achieve that, my officials are continuing to take forward a wide range of work, both in the short and longer term, with stakeholders across the system to help achieve that. Now, regrettably, there have been 16 contract handbacks since financial year 23-24, 11 in that year, 5 in financial year 24-25. However, there have been no contracts handed back since February last year. Now, I believe Mrs. Cameron said there was not the same level of handbacks in South Antrim as in elsewhere. Actually, there have been no handbacks in South Antrim at all. So despite the pressures on general practice and the number of practices that have handed back contracts, we have been able to ensure that only one of these contract handbacks has resulted in practice closure. I give way to the member. I have no confidence this will have anything to do with South Antrim.
I thank the Minister. You very graciously have given way. Minister, you mentioned pressures on GP practice and Arthritis APG last week. They mentioned that long waiting lists are factories for disability. Frighteningly so. And in terms of the waiting lists, obviously GP practice have a major part to play in relieving those waiting lists. What's your assessment of where some GP practices are not allowing scheduled appointments until March at the earliest?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am not aware of GP practices denying people access until March. What I would say is to the member is a more general point. I think we're now at the position where, after a hiatus, negotiations can begin between the Department and the BMA General Practitioner Committee on the 26-27 contract, and that is absolutely critical because every year's contract is really important, but this year has to be a really consequential year for health and social care delivery. because we have to shift left into the neighbourhood model, and while that will include community pharmacies, as Mr Cameron mentioned, also ophthalmists and dentists, GPs are at the heart of it. We need them all, but above all we need GPs. So I'm not going to say anything that would be critical, particularly of something you're stating that is news to me, but I'll certainly take it away and ask officials to examine that. In terms of short-term measures, the General Practice Improvement and Crisis Response Team supports practices at risk. That's been important in providing stability, but more sustainable options are required in the longer term. Now, I note none of the 11 practices are receiving support from the Crisis Response Team, never mind handing back contracts. We're also working with the GP federations to explore how they can play a role in the longer-term sustainability of general medical services. And my department has, over the last number of years, made available significant funding to help GPs meet the growing demand for primary care services and enable practices to improve their telephony systems, improve accessibility and increase staffing levels to ensure telephony demand is managed effectively. A best practice guide called Making All Contacts Count has also been developed and shared with all practices, supporting the management of patient demand and optimising workflow with the aim of improving experience for both patients and practices. My priority is always to ensure patients can continue to access safe, high-quality, sustainable GP services when they need to, including those in Southampton. My desire has always been to work constructively with GPs to help achieve that outcome. And I've stated many times, I regret it was not possible to reach agreement for the GMS contract for financial year 25-26. And my department has remained engaged with GP representatives over the last year with a view to finding a way forward to re-establish normal relations and re-enter negotiations for 26-27. I'm pleased to say we've made really good progress on this area recently, and I'm optimistic we'll be able to re-engage in substantive contractual discussions in the coming weeks. In terms of investment, the 25-26 GMS contract included an additional $9.5 million invested in general practice. I also made a ministerial direction in line with the recommendations of the pay review bodies, which the Executive has agreed. And this has enabled my department to implement the pay award for independent general medical practitioners in full in 25-26. This was at a value of $11.7 million of additional investment, and this payment is due to be made to GPs and their teams in the February pay run. To help primary care to deliver and grow, it's critical we train, develop, support and retain the GP workforce. My department has funded a number of initiatives to recruit and retain GPs. Training places are at an all-time high of 121. That's an increase of no less than 86% since 2015-16. And my officials are currently progressing work to project the number of GP training places required over the next 5 years. So I hope that answers, in some part at least, members' questions about how we supply a workforce going forward. We're working with key stakeholders to increase the exposure of undergraduates to general practice. We're encouraging more GP trainees and ensuring there are sufficient GP training practices to meet demand and support GPs in training. We've introduced a number of other schemes to support the GP workforce. That includes Attract, Recruit, Retain, and that's designed to support the recruitment of GPs in hard-to-recruit areas. Since it was established in January 2023, 110 GP practices have applied and received approval in principle for funding under the scheme. 70 practices have applied and received final approval for payment in respect of a recruited GP. Members will be aware that last year my department also announced investment of $61 million over the next 4 years to support the wider rollout of the primary care MDT model, which will provide access to a wider range of services for primary care and will help stabilise GP services. The multidisciplinary team model remains the key to stabilising and strengthening vital primary care services, ensuring they can continue to provide high-quality care to our people now and in the future. The MDT programme has significantly expanded the capacity of primary care since its introduction, with an additional 335,000 consultations provided in financial year 24-25 alone. It's estimated that a full rollout of the programme could provide around 1 million additional appointments in general practice settings. On the 24th of July last, I published a plan for the completion of the primary care multidisciplinary team model. That's right across all areas of Northern Ireland. Mindful of the serious staffing and funding pressures facing health, full rollout will be taken forward in a two-phased approach over the next 7 to 8 years. The first phase is supported by the 61 million from the transformation funding. This will enable completion of the model in the 7 existing MDT areas and expansion into 5 new GP Federation areas with a population of around 670,000 over the next 4 years. That's to the end of financial year 28-29. The new areas to benefit from transformation funding during Phase 1 are North Belfast, the South West, that's Fermanagh West Tyrone, East Antrim, Craigavon and Dungannon Armagh. Detailed local plans determining the sequencing and timescale of investment and practices during Phase 1 have been agreed and funding from 25-26 has been allocated accordingly. The South Antrim area, which is part of the Antrim and Ballymena GP Federation, will commence rollout during Phase 2. That's along with East Belfast, South Belfast, Lisburn and Mid-Ulster GP Federations. Phase 2 will run for 4 years from financial year 29-30 and will see MDT complete in the remaining 5 GP Federation areas. Lessons are being learned as further rollout progresses, and while Phase 2 may seem some way off, I can assure you that if it becomes possible to do more and faster in terms of that rollout, then that is exactly what will happen. In the interim, a number of the practices in the South Antrim area have recently received significant investment in their premises in advance of the MDT rollout across the South East Antrim locality. This will enable them to accommodate additional staff associated with the rollout. However, all practices in the South Antrim constituency already have access to a practice-based pharmacist. Looking to the future, we remain committed to working with GPs and their representative bodies to support primary care services with the aim of securing the long-term future of general practice over the coming years. However, it's important to bear in mind that any increase in the level of spend in primary care must be investment with a purpose. The purpose to improve sustainability of service, to improve access, to ensure patients can expect the same high standards from their GP no matter where they live. The focus of investment in general practice in the future should be on meeting the evidence demand for services and should be aimed at transforming the way GP services are delivered. In my reset plan, I made a commitment to developing a neighbourhood model to deliver greater levels of care to our citizens in their local communities, as close to their front doors as possible. This model will see GPs and their federations, along with community pharmacy, voluntary and community organisation, trusts and independent providers working closely together to provide coordinated care to patients in their localities. It's an important enabler for my commitment to shift left, and I hope that GP practices will play a decisive role both in the ongoing development of the model and in its implementation. We are now working at pace to take this work forward in line with this commitment. To inform the early developmental work, I visited examples of how neighbourhoods can work within this model in England. What we saw is that GPs are at the heart of those models. And I believe there's very good reason for that. It's because GPs know their patients and their communities that they're so well placed to play that central role in the establishment of a model that will improve access to care and shift the focus from reactive treatment to proactive engagement. I and my officials have been engaging with GP colleagues over the last number of months as part of the design phase of this new neighbourhood model, and I assure you this will continue. What's clear is that building a neighbourhood model will require providers to work in new ways to deliver their services. The proposed model will be built around 17 integrated neighbourhood teams acting as provider alliances. They'll operate with the trust and area integrated partnership boards at GP Federation level, serving an average population of 115,000. These integrated teams will know the populations they serve and will work together as a team of teams. And in doing so, they will lead and drive delivery in relation to improving access and priorities for moving more care closer to home. They'll work with smaller neighbourhoods within the footprint, the natural communities to which people feel they belong. So, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, new ways of working, also new ways of thinking, new partnerships and new approaches to service design, but the potential is enormous. By building care around communities, we can improve outcomes, we can reduce pressure on hospitals, and we can create a more sustainable system. So I hope members will note the actions and the initiatives that my department is taking forward and will be reassured that I'm committed to ensuring safe and equitable access to general medical services for all the people of South Antrim and Northern Ireland. As Mrs Cameron said, GPs are the lifeblood of our health and social care system. When it's working well for them, it's working well for everybody, and that is my ultimate determination.
Thank you. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound